Belinda presents this unabridged recording of The Traitor Queen, Book 3 of the Traitor Spy trilogy, written by Trudi Canavan and read by Richard Aspel. Part 1. Chapter 1. Assassins and Allies. There is a mistaken belief in Amarden that printing presses had been invented by magicians. Anyone unaware of the workings of presses and magic could easily gain the impression, from the spectacular noise and the convulsing actions of the machine, that some sort of alchemy was taking place, but no magic was required so long as someone was willing to turn the wheels and operate the levers. Suri had learned the truth of the matter from Sania years ago. Prototypes of the machine had been presented to the Guild by the inventor, and the Guild had embraced it as a fast and cheap way of making duplicates of books. A printing service was then offered to the houses for free, and to anyone from other classes for a charge. The impression that printing was magical was encouraged to deter others from starting their own trade. It was not until people of lower-class origins entered the Guild that the myth was dispelled, and printing presses began to appear in the city in significant numbers. The downside to this, Suri reflected, was the boom in popularity of the romantic adventure novel. A recently published one featured a rich heiress rescued from her luxurious but boring life by a young, handsome thief. The fights were laughably implausible, nearly always involved swords rather than knives, and the underworld was populated by far too many good-looking men with impractical ideas about honor and loyalty. The novel had given a portion of the female population of Amarden an impression of the underworld that was a long way from the truth. Of course, he had said none of this to the woman lying in bed beside him, who had been reading to him her favourite parts of these books every night since she had agreed to let him stay in her cellar. Cadia was no rich heiress, and I am no dashingly handsome thief. She had been lonely and sad since her husband's death, and the idea of hiding a thief in her basement was a pleasant distraction. And he had all but run out of places to hide. He turned to look at her. She was asleep, breathing softly. He wondered if she really believed he was a thief, or if he simply fitted well enough into her fantasy that she didn't care if it was true or not. He was not the dashing young thief of the novel. He certainly didn't have the stamina for the adventures described, either in bed or out of it. I'm getting soft. I can't even walk upstairs without my heart thumping and getting out of breath. We spent too much time locked away in cramped hiding places, and not enough time in fighting practice. A muffled thump came from the next room. Suri lifted his head to regard the door. Were Anyi and Gol awake? Now that he was, he doubted he'd sleep again for some time. Being cooped up always led to him sleeping badly. He slipped off the bed, automatically pulling on his trousers and reaching for his coat. Slipping one arm into a sleeve, he reached for the door handle and turned it quietly. As he pushed it open, Anyi came into view. She was leaning over Gol, a blade catching the light of the night lamps, poised ready to strike. He felt his heart lurch in alarm and disbelief. "What?" he began. At the sound, Anyi turned to look at him with the enviable speed of youth. It was not Anyi. Just as quickly, not Anyi's attention moved back to Gol, and the knife stabbed downwards, but hands rose to grab the assassin's wrist and stop it. Gol surged up off the bed. Suri was through the door by then, but checked his stride as a new thought overrode his intention to stop the woman. Where's Anyi? He turned to see that another struggle was underway over at the second makeshift bed, only this time it was the intruder who was pressed to the mattress, holding back the hands that held a knife hovering just above his chest. Suri felt a surge of pride for his daughter. She must have woken in time to catch the assassin and turned his attack against him. But her face was stretched in a grimace of effort as she tried to force the knife down. Despite the assassin's small size, the muscles of his wrists and neck were well developed. Anyi would not win this trial of brute force. Her advantage was her speed. He took a step toward her. "Get out of here, Suri!" Gol barked. Anyi's arms were forced back as her concentration was broken. She sprang out of reach of the assassin. He leapt off the bed and dropped into a fighting stance, whipping out a long, thin knife from within a sleeve. But he did not advance on her. His gaze moved to Suri. Suri had no intention of leaving the fight to Anyi and Gol. He might one day have to abandon Gol, but this was not that day. He would never abandon his daughter. He had slipped his other arm into the coat sleeve automatically. Now he stepped backwards and feigned fear while reaching into the pockets and wriggled his hands into the wrist straps of his favourite weapons. 2 knives, the sheaths fastened inside the pockets so that the blades would be bare and ready when Suri drew them out. The assassin leapt towards Suri. Anyi sprang at him. Suri did too. It was not what the man expected. Nor did he expect the twin knives that trapped his own, or the blade that, well aimed, slid through the soft flesh of his neck. He froze in surprise and horror. Suri ducked away from the spray of blood as Anyi withdrew her knife, knocked the assassin's knife from his hand, then finished him with a stab to the heart. Very efficient. I've trained her well. With Gol's help, of course. Suri turned to see how his friend was faring, and was relieved to see the female assassin lying in a growing pool of blood on the floor. Gol looked at Suri and grinned. He was breathing hard. So am I, Suri realized. Anyi bent and ran her hands over the male attacker's clothing and hair, then rubbed her fingers together. Soot, he came down the chimney into the house above. She looked at the old stone stairs leading up to the basement door speculatively. Suri's mood soured. However the pair had got in, or found them in the first place, this was no longer a safe hiding place. He scowled down at the dead assassins, considering the last few people he might call on for help, and how they might reach them. A small gasp came from the doorway. He turned to see Cardia, wrapped only in a sheet, staring wide-eyed at the dead assassins. She shuddered, but as she looked at him, her dismay turned to disappointment. "I guess you won't be staying another night, then?" Suri shook his head. "Sorry about the mess." She regarded the blood and bodies with a grimace, then frowned and peered up at the ceiling. Suri hadn't heard anything, but Anyi had lifted her head at the same time. They all exchanged worried looks, not wanting to speak unless their suspicions were true. He heard a faint creak, muffled by the floorboards above them. As soundlessly as possible, Anyi and Gol grabbed their shoes, packs, and the lamps, and followed Suri into the other room, shutting the door behind them and lifting an old chest into place before it. Cardia stopped in the middle of the room, sighed, and dropped the sheet so that she could get dressed. Both Anyi and Gol turned their backs quickly. "What should I do?" Cardia whispered to Suri. He picked up the rest of his clothes and Cardia's bedroom lamp, and considered. "Follow us." She looked more ill than excited as they slipped through the trapdoor that led to the Old Thieves' Road. The passages here were filled with rubble and not entirely safe. This section of the underground network had been cut off from the rest when the king had rebuilt a nearby road and put new houses where the old slum homes had been. Though it was not quite within the borders of his territory, Suri had paid an old tunneler to dig a new access passage, but had left the old ways looking abandoned so that nobody would be tempted to use them if they did find them. It had been a handy place to hide things, like stolen goods and the occasional corpse. He'd never planned to hide himself here, however. Cardia regarded the rubble-strewn passage with a mix of dismay and curiosity. Sari handed her the lamp and pointed in one direction. "In 100 paces or so, you'll see a grate high on the left wall. Beyond it is an alley between 2 houses. There'll be grooves in the wall to help you climb up, and the grate should hinge inward. Go to one of your neighbours and tell them there are robbers in your house. If they find the bodies, say they're the robbers and suggest one turned on the other. What if they don't find them? Drag them into the passages and don't let anyone into the cellar until the smell goes away." She looked even more ill, but nodded and straightened her back. He felt a pang of affection at her bravery and hoped she wouldn't run into more assassins or be punished some other way for helping him. He stepped close and kissed her firmly. "Thank you," he said quietly. "It's been a pleasure." She smiled, her eyes sparkling for a moment. "You be careful," she told him. "Always am. Now go." She hurried away. He couldn't risk staying to watch her leave. Gol moved forward to lead the way, and Ani remained at the rear as they made their way through the crumbling passages. After several steps, something slammed behind them, so he stopped and looked back. "Cardia," Gol muttered. "The grille closing as she climbed up to the street." "It's a long way for the sound to travel," Sari said. "That wasn't the sound of a grate on bricks or stone," Ani whispered. "It was something wooden." A rattle followed, the sound of disturbed bricks and stones. Sari felt a chill run down his back. "Go! Hurry! But quietly!" Gol held his lamp high, but they could only manage breaking into a jog now and then with so much rubble on the passage floor. Sari bit back a curse more than once, regretting not tidying things up a little bit more. Then, after they'd continued along a straight section of tunnel, Gol cursed and skidded to a halt. Looking over the big man's shoulder, Sari saw that the roof ahead had collapsed recently, leaving them in a dead end. He spun about, and they hurried back toward the last junction they had passed. Ani sighed as they reached the turn. "We're making tracks." Looking down, Sari saw footprints in the dust. The hope that the pursuit might follow the tracks down to the dead end was dashed as he realized that Gol's now led down the side passage, leaving plenty of evidence they'd backtracked. But if there's another opportunity to set down false tracks... None came, however. Relief surged through him as they finally reached the connecting passage to the main part of the Thieves' Road. Once again, he regretted not anticipating the situation he was in. While he'd disguised the entry to the isolated tunnels, he'd made no effort to conceal the exit from anyone exploring within. Once the door was closed behind them, they looked around at the cleaner, better-maintained passage they were standing in. There was nothing they could use to block the door and prevent their pursuers from leaving the old passages. "Where to?" Gol asked. "Southeast." They moved faster now, shuttering the lamps so that only the thinnest beam of light illuminated the way. Once, Sari would have travelled in the dark, but he'd heard stories of traps being set up to defend other thieves' territories by enterprising robbers or by the mysterious Sligs. Even so, the pace Gol set was precariously fast, and Sari worried that his friend would not be able to dodge any dangers he hurried into. Soon Sari was breathing hard, his chest aching and his legs growing unsteady. Gol drew ahead a little, but slowed after a while and looked back. He paused and waited for Sari, but his frown didn't fade, and he didn't move on as Sari caught up. "Where's Ani?" The lurch Sari's heart made was like a stab of pain. He whirled around to see only darkness behind them. "I'm here," a voice said quietly. Then soft footsteps preceded her out of the gloom. "I stopped to see if I could hear them following." Her expression was grim. "They are. There's more than one." She waved a hand as she hurried closer. "Get going! They're not far behind us." Cerie followed as Gol raced onward. The big man set an even faster pace. He chose a twisting route, but they did not lose their pursuers, which suggested they knew the passages as well as he and Cerie. Gol drew closer to the guild passages, but whoever followed was clearly not sufficiently intimidated by magicians to let their prey go. They were nearing Cerie's secret entrance into the tunnels under the guild. They won't dare follow me there. Unless they didn't know where the passages led. If they follow, they'll discover that the guild leave their underground ways unguarded. Which meant that Skellen would find out as well. Not only will I never be able to escape that way again, but I'll have to warn the guild. They'll fill the passages in, and then our safest way to Sania and Lilia will be gone. He regarded the guild passages as an escape route of last resort, if there was any alternative. 20 strides or so from the entrance to the guild passages, a sound came from behind, confirming that the assassins were close. Too close. There would not be time to open the secret door before they caught up. When Gol slowed to look back at Cerie, his eyebrows raised in a silent question, Cerie slipped past him and headed in a new direction. He had one other alternative. It was a riskier one. It might even lead them into greater danger than that which they fled. But at least their pursuers would be in as much danger if they dared to follow. Gol, realizing what Cerie intended, cursed under his breath, but he didn't argue. He grabbed Cerie's arm to slow him and took the lead again. "Madness," he muttered, then raced toward Slig City. It had been over a decade, nearly 2, since dozens of street urchins had made a new home in the tunnels after the destruction of their neighborhood. They soon became the subject of scary stories told in ballhouses and to terrify children into obedience. It was said that the Sligs never ventured into the sunlight, and only emerged at night via sewers and cellars to steal food and play tricks on people. Some believed that they had bred into spindly, pale things with huge eyes that allowed them to see in the dark. Others said they looked like any other street urchin until they opened their mouths to reveal long fangs. What all agreed on was that to venture into Slig territory was to invite death. From time to time, someone would test that belief. Most never returned, but a few had crawled out again, bleeding from stab wounds delivered by silent, unseen attackers in the dark. Locals left out offerings, hoping to avoid subterranean invasions of their homes. Cerie, whose territory overlapped the Sligs in one corner, had arranged for someone to put food in one of the tunnels every few days, the sack marked with a picture of his namesake, the little rodent Serene. It had been a while since he'd checked to make sure they were still doing so. If they haven't, then I'm probably not going to get a chance to punish them for it. Soon he spotted the markers that warned they were crossing into Slig territory. Then he stopped seeing them. He could hear Agni's quick breathing behind him. Had the assassins dared to follow? "Don't!" Agni gasped as he slowed to look over his shoulder. "They're right behind us!" He had no breath to utter a curse. Air rasped in and out of his lungs. His whole body ached and his legs wobbled as he forced him to keep jogging onward. He made himself think of the danger Agni was in. She would be the first one the assassins killed if they caught up. He couldn't let that happen. Something grabbed at his ankles. and he toppled forward. The ground wasn't as flat or hard as he expected, but heaved and rolled, and muffled curses were coming from it. Gol, now invisible in utter darkness. The lamps had gone out. Suri rolled aside. "Shut up," a voice whispered. "Do it, Gol," Suri ordered. Gol fell silent. Back down the passage, footsteps grew louder. Moving lights appeared, filtering through a curtain of roughly woven fabric that Suri did not recall encountering. It must have been dropped down after we passed it. The footsteps slowed and stopped. A sound came from another direction, more hurried footsteps. The lights moved away as their bearers continued in pursuit. After a long pause, several sighs broke the silence. A shiver ran down Suri's spine as he realized he was surrounded by several people. A thin beam of light appeared. One of the lamps. It was being held by a stranger. Suri looked up at a young man who was staring back at him. "Who?" the man asked. "Sereni of Northside." "These?" "My bodyguards." The man's eyebrows rose, then he nodded. He turned to the others. Suri looked around to see 6 other young men, 2 sitting on top of Gol. Anyi was in a fighting crouch, a knife in both hands. The 2 young men standing on either side of her were keeping a safe distance, though they looked willing to risk a cut if their leader ordered them to take her down. "Put them away, Anyi," Suri said. Without taking her eyes from them, she obeyed. At a nod from the leader, the 2 men climbed off Gol, who groaned with relief. Suri rose to his feet, turned back to the leader and straightened his shoulders. "We seek safe passage." The young man's mouth quirked into a half-smile. "No such thing nowadays." He jabbed a thumb towards his chest. "When?" He turned to speak to the others. "This name I know, one who leaves food. What we do?" They exchanged glances, then muttered words to which he shook his head. "Kill? Free. Worm," one said, and Wen looked thoughtful. He nodded. "Worm," he said decisively. Somehow this resulted in nods, though whether of acceptance or agreement, Suri couldn't tell. Wen turned to Suri. "You all come with us. We take you to Worm." He gave Gol back his lamp, then looked at one of those who had been sitting on the big man. "Go tell Worm." The young man scampered off into the darkness behind Wen. As Wen turned to follow, Anyi reached out and took her lamp back from the youth holding it. 2 of the youngsters hurried forward to join their leader Wen, and the rest took positions at the rear. No one spoke as they walked. At first, Suri only felt an overwhelming relief at simply not running anymore, though his legs were still shaky and his heart was beating too fast. Gol looked as winded as he did, he noted. As he recovered, he began to worry again. He'd never heard of anyone meeting with a slig called Worm. Unless Worm isn't really a man, but something they feed trespassers to. "Stop it," he told himself. "If they wanted us dead, they wouldn't have hidden us from our pursuers. They'd have stabbed us in the dark or led us into a dead end." After walking for some time, a voice spoke in the darkness ahead, and Wen grunted a reply. Soon a man stepped into the light and the group stopped. He stared at Suri intently, then nodded. "You are Sereni?" he said. He extended a hand. "I am Worm." Suri held out his hand, unsure what the gesture meant. Worm grasped it for a moment, then let it go and beckoned. "Come with me." Another journey followed. Suri noticed that the air was growing humid, and from time to time the sound of running water came from a side passage or behind the walls. Then they stepped out into a cavernous room filled with a rush of water, and it all made sense. A forest of columns surrounded them, each splaying out to form a brick archway that joined with its neighbour. The whole network formed a low ceiling that suggested draped fabric or a Pharaon's web. Below this was no floor but the reflective surface of water. Their guide was now walking along what appeared to be the top of a thick wall. The water flowed past on either side. It was too dark to tell how deep it was. Fortunately, the path was dry and not at all slippery. Glancing back, Suri saw that the water flowed into tunnels which, by the slant of their roof, descended even further under the city. On either side he saw other wall tops, too far away to reach by leaping. The only illumination came from the lamps they carried. The water itself was surprisingly free of floating matter. Only the occasional oily slick past them, mostly smelling of soap and fragrance. The walls bore patches of mould, however, and there was an unhealthy dampness to the air. A cluster of lights appeared ahead, and Suri soon began to make out some sort of large platform bridging two of the walls. Several people were sitting on it, and a low murmur of voices echoed in the vast room. Beyond the platform, Suri made out dark circles within a lighter area, and eventually picked out enough detail to see that they were more tunnels, this time set higher up and with water spilling out into the vast underground pool. Their footsteps set the platform creaking as they followed Worm onto it. Looking at the people, Suri saw that none were older than their mid-20s. Two of the young women nursed babies, and a toddler was tethered by a rope to the closest column, probably so that it did not scamper off the platform into the water. All stared at Suri, Gol, and Anyi with wide, curious eyes, but none spoke. Worm glanced at Suri, then gestured at the water outlets. "This lot come from the guild baths," he said. "Further south there are sewer pipes, and those up north are both sewers and drains from the kitchens. But here the water is cleaner." Suri nodded. It wasn't a bad place to settle, if you didn't mind being underground and constantly surrounded by dampness. Looking to either side, he made out other platforms, populated by more sligs, and narrow bridges linking them. "I never knew this was here," he admitted. "Right under your nose," Worm smiled, and Suri realized how right the man was. This part of Slig territory ran under Suri's own area. Suri turned to face him. "Your people hid us from people who wanted to kill us," he said. "Thanks. I would never have trespassed if I'd had another choice." Worm tilted his head to one side. "Not the guild tunnels?" "So he knows I have access to them." Suri shook his head. "It would have shown them to my enemy. I'd have had to warn the guild about that, and I don't expect to like what they do about it. I'm guessing you would not like them snooping around down here either." The man's eyebrows rose. "No." He shrugged, then sighed. "If we'd let the one who sent the hunters after you find you, he would find us too. Once he takes your things, there is nothing stopping him from taking ours." Suri regarded Worm thoughtfully. The Sligs were far more aware of the goings-on in the world above than he'd have expected. They were right about Skellen. Once he held Ciri's territory, he'd want control of the Sligs too.
Skellen or me? Not much of a choice, Ciri said.
Worm shook his head and scowled.
He won't let us alone like you do.
He nodded towards the tunnels.
He will want those because he wants what they lead to.
The Guild. Ciri shivered. Was this a smart guess by the Slig leader, or did he know of Skellen's specific plans? He opened his mouth to ask, but Worm turned to stare at Ciri.
I show you this so you know, but you can't stay, he said. We will take you out in a safe place, but that is all.
Ciri nodded. It's more than I'd hoped for, he replied, putting all his gratitude into his tone.
If you must come back, speak my name, and you will live. But we will take you out again.
I understand. Worm held Ciri's gaze for a little longer, then nodded.
Where do you want to go?
Ciri looked at Anya and Gol. His daughter looked anxious, and Gol looked pale and exhausted. Where could they go? They had few favors left to them, and no safe place within easy reach. No allies they could trust or risk endangering. Except one. Ciri turned back to Worm. Take us back the way we came. The man spoke a word to the youths who had rescued Ciri and his companions. Worm gestured to indicate Ciri should follow them. Then, without voicing a farewell, he walked away. Taking that as a Slig custom, Ciri turned also. The journey out of Slig territory was slower, which Ciri was grateful for. Now that fear and relief had both passed, he was tired. A gloom settled over him. Gol was dragging his feet, too. At least Anya had youthful stamina on her side. Ciri began to recognize the walls around them. Then the Slig guides melted away into the darkness. The lamp Ciri was carrying spluttered and died as it ran out of oil. Gol did not protest as Ciri took his lamp and led them to the entrance to the guild passages. When they had slipped through and the door was closed again, Ciri felt much of the tension and fear leave him. They were safe at last. He turned to Anya. So where is this room you and Lilia meet in? She took the lamp, leading him and Gol down the long, straight passage. After a side turn, they reached a complex of rooms connected by twisting corridors. An unwelcome memory rose of being locked in the dark, imprisoned by Lord Fergan, and Ciri shivered. But these rooms were different, older, and with a feel of deliberate confusion to the arrangement. Anya took them into a room cleaned of dust, with a few small wooden boxes for furniture and a pile of worn pillows for seating. At one end was a bricked-up chimney. She set the lamp down, then lit a few candles in alcoves carved into the walls. "This is it," she said. "I'd have brought in more furniture, but I couldn't carry anything big, and I didn't want to draw attention."
"No beds."
Gol settled down onto one of the boxes with a groan. Ciri smiled at his old friend. "Don't worry, we'll sort something out." But Gol's grimace didn't soften. Ciri frowned as he noticed that Gol's hands were pressed to his side under his shirt. Then he saw the dark stain glistening in the candlelight. "Gol?" The big man closed his eyes and swayed. "Gol!" Anya exclaimed, reaching his side at the same time as Ciri. They caught Gol before he could fall off the box. Anya dragged pillows over.
"Lie down," she ordered. "Let me look at that." Sari could not speak. Fear had frozen his mind and throat. The assassin must have stabbed Gol during the fight, or perhaps before he woke up, and Sari had only seen Gol stop the second stab. Anyi bullied Gol off the box and onto the pillows, pulling his hand away and peeling back the shirt to reveal a small wound in his belly, slowly seeping blood. "All this time," Sari shook his head. "Why didn't you say anything?" "It wasn't that bad," Gol shrugged, then winced. "Didn't start hurting until we were talking to Worm." "I bet it does now," Anyi said. "How deep do you think it went?" "Not far. I don't know." Gol coughed in pain. "This could be worse than it looks." Anyi sat back on her heels and looked up at Sari. "I'll get Lilia." "No," Gol protested. "It was only a few hours until dawn when we left Cardia's house," Sari told her. "Lilia might be at the university already." Anyi nodded. "She might. Only one way to find out." She raised an eyebrow at him questioningly. "Go," he told her. She took his hand and pressed it over the wound. Gol groaned. "Keep pressure on it and—" "I know what to do," Sari told her. "If she's not there, at least get something clean to use as a dressing." "I will," she said, picking up the lamp. Then she was gone, her footsteps fading as she hurried into the darkness. Chapter 2. Summoned. "Should I take Mother's blood ring?" Lorkin asked as Danil walked through the open doorway of his rooms in the guild house. Danil looked down at the ring of gold Lorkin held, a globe of red glass set into the band. "If something should go wrong during this meeting with the Sachakan king, it would be good if we both have a way to communicate with the guild," he thought. "But if things go that badly, both of our blood rings could be found and taken, and could be used as a tool of torture and distraction against Ozen and Sania." That was the limitation of blood gems. They conveyed the thoughts of the wearer to the magician whose blood went into their making. The disadvantage was that the creator couldn't stop sensing the thoughts of the wearer, which was particularly unpleasant if the wearer was being tortured. This had been done to his old friend and mentor, Rothan, by one of the Sachakan outcasts, known as Ichani, who had invaded Coralia 20 years before. The man had caught Rothan, but, instead of killing him, had made a gem from Rothan's blood. He had put it on every one of his victims so that Rothan received a flood of impressions from terrified, dying Corallians. Of Black Magician Sania and Administrator Ozen, who would be most affected if their ring was taken? Danil shivered at the obvious answer. "Leave it," he advised. "I'll have Ozen's ring. Give Sania's to me, and I'll hide it, in case they read your mind and learn of it." Lorkin looked at Danil, an odd, half-amused expression on his face. "Don't worry, they won't read anything from me," he said. Danil stared at the young magician in surprise. "You can—" "In a limited way. I didn't have the time to gain the skills the traitors have at tricking a mind reader. If someone tries it on me, they won't succeed, but they'll know they aren't succeeding." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Danil said. He took a step back toward the door. "I'll go hide this and meet you in the master's room." Lorkin nodded. Danil hurried back to his rooms, ordered the slave to leave and stop anyone entering, then looked for a place to hide the gem. Lorkin can block a mind read.
Achati, the Sachakan king's advisor, who had been Danil's friend since he had arrived in Arvis, had said the traitors had a way of doing it. How else did their spies, posing as slaves, avoid detection? I wonder what else Lorkin hasn't told me. He felt a stab of frustration. Since returning to Arvis, Lorkin had been reluctant to say anything about the rebel society he'd lived with for the last few months. Danil understood that his former assistant had been entrusted with secrets he couldn't reveal without risking many lives. But it gives the impression that his loyalties now lie with them more than with the Guild and Coralia. The young magician had begun wearing robes again, so he clearly still considered himself a Guild magician, despite telling Danil, back when they had met in the mountains, that the Guild should act as if he'd left it. The legs of Danil's travel chest were carved to look like tree stumps, with rough, twisted bark. Danil had cut out one of the twists with magic, making a small hollow behind it, in case he ever needed to hide Ozen's ring. Easing out the twist, he set Sania's ring inside, then plugged the hollow closed again. Then he set off for the master's room, the part of a traditional Sachakan house where the head of a family greeted and entertained guests. The Guild had never officially declared that Lorkin was no longer a member, despite the awkward situation this had created between Sachaka and Coralia. Aside from avoiding the pain this would have caused Sania, the higher magicians did not want to appear to give up on finding wayward magicians too quickly. However, there had been a danger that doing nothing would make it seem as if they condoned Lorkin's association with the rebels, which would strain relations between the allied lands and the Sachakan king. Coming back to Arvis might have eased that strain, except for the fact that the Sachakan king badly wanted to know what Lorkin had learned about his enemy. He was about to be disappointed. As soon as he knew the young magician had returned, King Amakira had sent orders forbidding Lorkin to leave the city. Danil had expected a summons to the palace to come soon after, but several days had passed with no further messages. No doubt the king had been consulting with his advisers, including Achati, if his absence is any indication. The advisor had not visited or sent any messages since the day he, Danil, and Tyend had arrived home from their research trip to Duna. At the thought of the journey, Danil felt anger simmering. Tyend had manipulated Achati into taking him with them, then deliberately and successfully prevented Danil and Achati from becoming lovers. Funny how that has made me want us to be together more, when before we left I was hesitant and doubtful about the political consequences of such a relationship. The fact that Tyend's reasons for interfering were the same as those that had caused Danil to hesitate in the first place, and that the current situation was exactly the sort that would make such an affair awkward, did not make it any easier for Danil to forgive him for interfering. Danil could not help hoping it was only the situation with Lorkin that kept Achati away, rather than that the man had given up on him. He also could not help feeling a pang of guilt. Whether he and Achati were lovers or not, there would always be secrets they must keep from each other. Secrets like the Duna people's proposal for an alliance or trade agreement with the Guild. That matter had been all but forgotten since Lorkin had returned. Once, the Guild would have been excited by any chance to acquire a new kind of magic, but the prospect of the same trade with the Traitors, who would be a more formidable ally, had eclipsed that. Danil did not know exactly what the Traitors had told Lorkin to communicate to the Guild. Ozan had decided that it was best that Danil did not know, in the unlikely event that his mind was read. Danil frowned. Ozan must know that Lorkin can block a mind read. Lorkin isn't going to tell me anything he hasn't already told Ozan. Arriving at the master's room, he saw that Lorkin was already there. He, Tyend, and Lady Merria, Danil's assistant, were sitting on stools talking quietly. They got to their feet as Danil entered. "Ready?" Danil asked Lorkin. Lorkin nodded. Tyend gave the young magician a serious look. "Good luck." "Thanks, Ambassador," Lorkin replied. "We've both been asking our Sachakan friends what they think the king will do," Tyend added, glancing at Merria. "Nobody wants to predict anything, but they all hope the king won't do anything to upset the allied lands." "And do they think I should break my promise and tell all about the traitors?" Lorkin asked. Tyend grimaced in reply. "Yes." Merria nodded in agreement. Lorkin's lips twitched into a brief smile. Hardly surprising. But despite his apparent humour, his eyes were hard. Danil was suddenly reminded of Black Magician Sania. Thinking of how stubborn Lorkin's mother had been at his age, Danil felt a little better about Lorkin facing the questions and bullying of the Sachakan king. Let's hope bullying is all he tries. "You be careful, too," Merria said. Danil realized she was looking at him and blinked in surprise. She'd been giving him dark looks since he'd returned, letting him know that she hadn't forgiven him for not taking her to Duna. He wasn't sure how to respond to her concern, especially since he didn't want to think about what would happen to himself should matters take a turn for the worse. "I'll be fine," he told her. "We'll be fine," he added. Tyend was looking at Danil in a concerned way that Danil did not want to think about either, so he turned towards the corridor leading out of the guild house. "Well, let's not keep the king waiting." "No," Lorkin said softly. Danil looked over to Kai, the man who was now his personal slave. Merria had learned from her friends that it was a typical ploy of slaves to switch tasks a lot, since it was harder for a master to find the right slave to punish for a particular error if many different slaves could be responsible. The more slaves you saw, the harder it was to remember their names, and if you couldn't remember a slave's name, it was harder to order them punished. Merria had demanded that each occupant of the guild house have 1 or 2 slaves dedicated to meeting their needs. But though the arrangement was closer to having a servant, there were still disadvantages. A servant asked questions. A servant would tell you if something was impossible or difficult to do. A servant didn't throw himself onto the floor every time he came into your presence. Despite having had some irritatingly argumentative servants over the years, Danil would rather that than the inconvenience of unquestioning obedience. "Let the carried slaves know we're ready, Kai," Danil instructed. Kai hurried ahead. Danil led Lorkin down the corridor to the front door. As they stepped out, bright sunlight dazzled Danil's eyes, and he lifted a hand to shade them. The sky was blue and cloudless, and there was a warmth and dryness to the air that, in Coralia, he'd have associated with the onset of summer. Here it was only early spring. As always, the slaves threw themselves onto the ground. Danil ordered them to rise. Then he and Lorkin climbed on board the waiting carriage. They rode in silence. Danil considered all that Ozan had told him to say, and to avoid saying. He wished he knew more of what Lorkin and the Guild planned. Not knowing the full truth made him uneasy. All too soon the carriage turned into the wide, tree-lined avenue leading to the palace, then pulled up outside the building. The slaves clambered to the ground and opened the door. Danil climbed out and waited for Lorkin to join him. "Pretty," Lorkin said, gazing up at the building in admiration. Of course, he hasn't seen the palace before, Danil thought. Looking up at the curved white walls and the top of the glittering gold dome just visible above, he remembered how impressed he'd been the first time he'd visited. He was too worried about the coming interview to feel admiration now. Turning his attention to the entrance, he led Lorkin inside. They strode down the wide corridor, past the guards, out into the huge, column-filled hall that served as the king's Grand Master's room. Danil's heart began to beat faster as he saw many more people were present than at any time when he'd met the king before. Instead of a cluster of 2 or 3 people here and there was a small crowd. Judging by their highly decorated short jackets and confident poses, most of them were Ashaki. He counted quickly. About 50. Knowing that there were so many black magicians surrounding him sent an unpleasant chill down his spine. He concentrated on keeping his face impassive and his walk dignified, hoping he was hiding his fear successfully. King Amakira was sitting on his throne. Though old, he looked as tense and alert as the youngest of the Sachakans in the room. His eyes never left Lorkin until Danil stopped and dropped to one knee. Lorkin, as instructed, followed suit. "Rise, Ambassador Danil," the king said. Danil stood up and resisted looking at Lorkin, who was obliged to remain kneeling until told otherwise. The king's gaze had shifted back to the young magician. His gaze was intense. "Rise, Lord Lorkin." Lorkin got to his feet, looked at the king, then lowered his gaze politely. "Welcome back," the king said. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Have you recovered from your journey back to Arvis?" "I have, Your Majesty." "That is good to hear." The king looked at Danil, and a kind of cold amusement crept into his eyes. "Ambassador, I wish to hear Lorkin tell me how he came to leave Arvis, live with the Traitors, and then return." Danil nodded. "I expected you would, Your Majesty," he replied, managing a smile. He turned to Lorkin. "Tell him what you told me, Lord Lorkin." The young magician gave Danil an amused, almost reproachful look before he turned back to the king. Danil suppressed a smile. If he tells them what he told me, he'll hardly be telling them much at all. "On the night that I left the guild house," Lorkin began, "a slave crept into my bed and tried to kill me. I was saved by another slave, who convinced me that assassins would return to finish me off if I didn't leave with her. My rescuer, as I'm sure you've guessed, was not really a slave at all, but one of the traitors. She explained that the society she belonged to was formed before the Sachakan War, when a group of women were driven to unite by their ill treatment in Sachakan society. The war forced them into the mountains, where they became a new people, rejecting slavery and inequality between men and women." "They are ruled by women," the king interrupted. "How is that equal?" Lorkin shrugged. "It's not a perfect arrangement, but still fairer than any I've encountered or heard of." "So you went to their base?" "Yes. It was the safest place to go, what with the assassins still hunting for me.
Could you find it again?
Lorkin shook his head. No, I was blindfolded. The king's eyes narrowed.
How big is their base? How many traitors are there?
I really can't say.
You can't, or you won't?
It wasn't the sort of place where you can easily guess how many people are around.
Take a guess anyway.
Lorkin spread his hands. More than 100.
Did you gain any impressions of their fighting strength?
Once again, Lorkin shook his head. I never saw them fight. Some are magicians, you know that already. I can't tell you numbers, their strength, or how well trained they are. A movement among the Ashaki near the throne attracted Danil's attention, and his heart skipped as he recognized Tachati. The man met Danil's eyes briefly, but his only expression was one of thoughtfulness. He leaned closer to the king and murmured something. The king's stare didn't waver from Lorkin, but his eyebrows lowered slightly.
"What did you do while with the traitors?" he asked.
"I helped treat the sick."
"They trusted you, a foreigner, to heal them?"
"Yes."
"Did you teach them anything?"
"A few things. I learned a few things, too."
"What did you teach them?"
"Some new cures, and I learned several from them, though some require plants we don't have in Coralia."
"Why did you leave them?"
Lorkin paused, obviously not expecting the question so soon. "Because I wanted to return home."
"Why didn't you leave sooner?"
"They do not usually let foreigners leave, but they changed their minds in my case."
"Why?"
"There was no reason not to. I hadn't learned anything important, so I couldn't reveal anything important. When I left, they made sure I'd never be able to find my way back." The king regarded him thoughtfully.
"Even so, you've seen more of the traitor's base than any non-traitor has before. There may be details you do not understand the significance of. These rebels are a danger to this country, and may one day be a danger to other lands in this region, including yours. Will you consent to a mind read?"
Lorkin went very still. The hall was quiet as he opened his mouth to answer. "No, Your Majesty."
"I will enlist only my most skilled mind reader. He will not search your thoughts, but will allow you to present your memories to him."
"I appreciate that, but I am obliged to protect the knowledge taught to me by the guild. I must refuse." The king's gaze moved to Danil. His expression was unreadable.
"Ambassador, will you order Lord Lorkin to cooperate with a mind reader?"
Danil took a deep breath.
"With respect, Your Majesty, I cannot. I do not have the authority to do so."
The king's eyebrows lowered.
"But you have a blood ring that allows you to communicate with the guild. Contact them. Get the order from whoever has the authority to give it."
Danil opened his mouth to protest, but thought better of it. He must look as if he was trying to be cooperative. Reaching into his robes, he took Ozen's ring from his pocket and slipped it on a finger.
"Ozen?"
"Danil," came the immediate reply. The administrator had said he would arrange to be unoccupied while the meeting with the Sachakan king took place, and Danil detected no surprise at his communication. "They want the guild to order Lorkin to submit to a mind read.
"Ah, of course. They won't believe a word he says." "What should I tell them?" "That only Merrin has the authority to order it, and he will only consider it once he has had a chance to interview Lorkin personally and privately." Danil felt a chill. The only way the Corellian king could make his wishes clearer would be to abandon formality and demand Amakira send Lorkin home. "Nothing else?" "Not for now. See what Amakira says to that." Danil slipped off the ring and, keeping it in one hand, looked up at the king of Sachaka and conveyed Ozen's message. Amakira stared at Danil for what felt like a long, long time. When he finally moved, it was preceded by a shifting of his jaw muscles that hinted at the anger the message had roused. "That is inconvenient," he said quietly, "and forces me to question whether I must cast aside efforts at cooperation between our nations for the sake of protecting my own, or at least reduce my efforts to match that of Kiralia's." He pursed his lips and turned to look at two of the Ashaki. "Please escort Lord Lorkin to the prison." Lorkin took a half step backwards, then stopped. As the two Ashaki approached, Danil moved forward. "I must protest, Your Majesty," Danil exclaimed. "I ask on behalf of the Allied lands that you honor the agreement. Either Lord Lorkin goes to prison, or Lord Lorkin goes to prison and Ambassador Danil leaves Sachaka," the king said, loud enough to drown Danil's words. "Let them take him." Danil almost gasped aloud in surprise at the voice in his head. He realized he was gripping the ring tightly, allowing the gem to touch his skin, and therefore conveying his thoughts to Ozen. "Are you sure?" "Yes," the administrator replied. "We hoped this wouldn't happen, of course, but we'd rather not lose Lorkin and have you expelled from Sachaka. Go back to the guild house and start nagging Amakira to let Lorkin go. We'll be doing everything we can from this end." Danil felt his heart sink as the two Ashaki stepped past him and stopped on either side of Lorkin. The young magician looked resigned and worried, but when he met Danil's eyes, he managed a wan smile. "I'll be fine," he said. Then he let the two men lead him away. Danil turned back to the king. "Take him if you must, Your Majesty, but do not harm him," he warned, "or any chance of a peaceful alliance between the Allied lands and Sachaka will be much harder to achieve in the future. That would be a great shame." Amakira's stare did not waver, but his voice was quieter as he spoke. "Go back to the guild house, Ambassador. This meeting is over." Even before Sania opened her eyes, she knew it was too soon for her to be waking up. Turning toward the screen over her bedroom window, she frowned as she saw early morning light reflected on the wall behind it. The light at this time of day always had a quality that distinguished it from the late evening glow, and told her that she had only been asleep for an hour or two. A knocking from the main door told her why she was awake. Groaning, she threw her arms over her eyes and waited. Every morning, except on free days, Black Magician Carlin stopped by to escort Lilia to her lessons. Most of the time the novice prepared for her day at the university quietly enough not to wake Sania. But it had taken Carlin some time to work out, after Sania pointedly mentioned several times that she usually took the night shift at the hospice, that he should knock softly. He appeared to have forgotten this morning. The knocking came again, even louder.
Sania groaned again. Why wasn't Lilia answering the door? Sighing, she threw off the bedclothes and forced herself into a standing position. She ran her hands through her hair to straighten it, grabbed an overrobe and put it on. Entering the main room, she headed for the door, tossing a little magic out to turn the handle. As the door swung inward, a frowning Carlin looked up and saw her, and his eyebrows lowered further. His gaze flickered to her overrobe and back up to meet her gaze, his expression not changing. "Good morning, Black Magician Sania," he said. "Sorry to disturb you. Is Lilia here?" Sania looked toward Lilia's closed bedroom door on the other side of the room, and then walked over to it. She knocked quietly, then louder, then opened the door. The room was empty. The bed was made, however, so clearly Sania's aunt and servant, Jonna, had been and gone. "No," she said, returning to the main door. "And no, I don't know where she is. When I do, I'll let you know." "Thank you." Carlin looked decidedly unhappy, but he nodded and stepped away from the door. Closing the door, Sania headed back towards the bedroom, then stopped. It was unusual for Lilia to be absent of a morning. It was not in her nature to misbehave or cause trouble, but she still needed watching over because she had proven to be easily led astray by others. Perhaps not as easily as in the past, though. After all, being tricked into learning black magic by your closest friend so she could frame you for the murder she committed has got to make you consider carefully who you trust. Not to mention discovering that Lorandra, the rogue magician who had helped Lilia escape from prison, intended to return that favour by turning Lilia over to her son, the infamous thief Skellen, so that Lilia could teach him black magic. While Sania trusted Lilia not to willingly get into serious trouble again, she might unwillingly do so. Sania was also obliged to look as though she was keeping an eye on all other black magicians. Though she wasn't officially Lilia's guardian, well, that was Carlin's role, letting the girl stay in her rooms had given everyone the impression she had taken responsibility for her. Looking around the room, Sania saw the corner of a slip of paper under the water jug on the side table. She walked across the room and picked it up. "Left early to meet a friend. Tell BMK I will go straight from there to class. Lilia." Sania sighed and rolled her eyes, but her annoyance soon passed. The message was probably not for her, but Jonna. The servant hadn't seen it, or wasn't able to wait around to meet Carlin, or else had tried and failed to find him. The friend was probably Arnie, who had saved Lilia from being handed over to Skellen. Since Arnie was Ceri's daughter, Sania wasn't entirely convinced the girl wouldn't lead Lilia astray in some way. Ceri wouldn't let the girls get into trouble. Even so, I wonder why Lilia is meeting Arnie at this time of day, and where. Sania put the note down. She knew that Arnie was entering her rooms the same way that Ceri occasionally did, through a hidden doorway in the guest room. But for Lilia to leave to meet Arnie meant they were getting together elsewhere, and that was something to worry about. As a new black magician, Lilia was forbidden to leave the guild grounds. Perhaps she went back through the hatch with Arnie. The passages beneath the guild were forbidden to all but the higher magicians, officially because they were unstable and dangerous, but mainly because there was never any good reason for anybody to be down there. That wasn't what worried Sania the most about Lilia leaving to meet Arnie, however. Skellen wanted Ceri dead. That meant that anybody who helped him was a target. So far, Ceri had been able to conceal the fact that Arnie was his daughter. Officially, she was still a bodyguard, but that still meant she was a target. Lilia might be able to protect herself with magic, but if the attacker was Skellen or his mother, Lorandra, she would be in trouble since both were magicians. Has she left because Serene needs her help? But surely he'd contact me first. She frowned. Lately, Serene had been hard to find, and when they did manage to meet, he looked gaunt and anxious. She suspected he was polishing the truth about his efforts to find Skellen, and was only succeeding in keeping himself out of the rogue thief's reach. Sighing for a third time, Sania went back into the bedroom, but not to sleep. It was unlikely she would do more than lie awake, now that she had both Serene and Lilia to worry over. She washed and dressed, drew a little magic to soothe away weariness, and was making a cup of raka when someone knocked on the main door again. Catching herself about to sigh again, she had sighed far too much already today, she looked over her shoulder and opened the door with magic. Administrator Ozen stepped into the doorway. She blinked in surprise. "Administrator." "Black Magician Sneer," he said, inclining his head politely. "May I come in?" "Of course," she replied, turning to face him. He closed the door. "Would you like some raka or sumi?" He shook his head. "I have some bad but not entirely unexpected news." She felt a sensation uncomfortably like all her inner organs turning to water. Lorkin. "How bad?" Ozen's lips thinned in sympathy. "Not the worst news. I'd be more direct if that was the case." Lorkin refused a mind read. King Amakira demanded he be ordered to submit to one. King Merrin refused. Amakira sent Lorkin to prison. A chill ran down her spine and her stomach flipped over. An image of Lorkin chained up in a dank, dark cell sprang into her mind, and she felt nauseous. In her mind's eye, he was a frightened boy. But he isn't. He's a grown man. He knew this might happen and still refused to betray the traitors. I have to trust his judgment that they are worth saving. She forced her attention back to Ozen. "What now?" she asked, though the higher magicians had discussed this eventuality many times before. "We work towards freeing him. We being the Guild, the King, and the Aline King. If Lorkin is right and he can prevent them reading his mind, then we must convince Amakira that letting him go is the easiest path towards learning more about the traitors. That's where your role begins." Sania nodded and felt a belated relief. Her task to meet the traitors on behalf of the Guild had become more complicated when it became clear King Amakira wouldn't let Lorkin leave Sachaka until he had learned all he could from him. The Guild had decided to send her to Arvis as well to negotiate her son's release. This worsening of Lorkin's circumstances could have made them change their minds. Because the higher magicians had decided that only a black magician would receive the respect needed to negotiate with the Sachakan king, that meant choosing between her and Karlan, Lilia being too young and still a novice. They had good reasons not to choose either of them. While the Sachakans regarded women as having less status than men, and being Lorkin's mother might leave her open to blackmail, Karlan's addiction to Rut made him potentially unreliable and just as vulnerable to coercion. And perhaps knowing that I have killed Sachakans before, and would be prepared to do so to save my son, may also nudge Amakira towards releasing him. Of course, the Sachakan king might threaten to harm Lorkin in order to gain something from her, but there wasn't much he could gain from that. She did not know what they wanted to find out, and could not order him to speak. All she could do was promise to try to persuade him to, if they let him go. Unless, of course, he gives in to torture first. But she didn't want to think about that. She turned to Ozen. "So when do I leave?" Faint light spilling out of a doorway ahead told Lilia that she and Arnie were nearly at their destination. Dodging rubble in the corridor, she followed her friend to the opening and into the room beyond. Suri was sitting on one of the old wooden boxes Arnie had found to use as seats. Under his hands, lying on some of the threadbare pillows from the pile Lilia and Arnie had so often lounged upon, was Gol. Even in the dim candlelight, she could see he was pale. She brought her globe light closer and brightened it. His brow was slick with sweat, and his stare was feverish with pain. Lilia stared down at him, paralyzed with doubt. "Do I know enough of healing yet to save him?" "Just try," Anya urged. Glancing at her friend, Lilia nodded. She made herself kneel down beside Gol. Suri's hands were pressed against Gol's abdomen, stained with blood. "Should I take the pressure off?" Suri asked. I'm not sure yet," Lilia admitted. "I'll just look." She pulled away more of Gol's shirt, placed a palm on his bare skin, then closed her eyes and sent her senses outward and into his body. At first all was chaos, but she drew upon what she had been told or read, and on exercises designed to make sense of all the signals. The first thing that was obvious was the pain. She nearly gasped aloud as she picked that up, and was proud that she did not lose focus. Pain was easy to stop. It was one of the early lessons taught to healers. Once she'd tackled that, she looked for other information. Her mind was drawn toward the damaged part, where essential liquids were being lost, and others that were dangerously poisonous were trickling into healthy systems. His guts had been nicked by the blade that stabbed him. He'd have died already if the leak had been much larger. Clearly, that's what I have to fix first. Drawing magic, she fed it into the rupture so that the edges of the wound knit together, healing faster than they could ever have done without intervention. Now I have to stop the blood leaking out. But before I do, there's this poison from the guts and the blood pooling inside him to deal with. Use one to help wash out the other. She hoped Suri and Ani weren't panicking as she used magic to force the liquids out of the wound. There was a little more resistance to this than she'd expected. Then she remembered that Suri was still pressing on the wound. She concentrated on her own body enough to gain control of her vocal cords. "You can stop now," she made herself say. She saw the blood begin to flow again and was forced to concentrate hard to align and heal the separated flesh and skin. Remembering warnings from her teachers, she checked within to make sure there were no internal rents causing bleeding to continue within. A few tubes needed fixing. Easily done. After a final check, she drew her senses back to herself, took a deep breath, and opened her eyes. Gol's face was no longer rigid with pain. He looked up at her and smiled. "Better?" she asked. He nodded. "Yes, but tired, very tired." He frowned. "Thirsty." "You will be. You've lost blood, and there might be some inflammation from the poison." "The blade was poisoned?" Suri asked, alarmed. "No, but his gut was sliced into. What's inside acts like a poison if it gets into the rest of the body." Suri regarded the big man thoughtfully.
You're not going to be any good for fighting practice for a while. He looked at Lilia. How long until he fully recovers? She shrugged. I'm not sure, but faster if he can get good food and clean water. She looked at Arnie. If you come with me, I'll see if John left anything back in the room. There'll be water at least. You're already late for classes, Arnie pointed out. You should go straight to the university. In these? Lilia looked down at her novice robes. They were scuffed and dirty from climbing down the narrow gap within the magician's quarters walls that allowed her to slip out of Sania's rooms and into the underground passages. Normally, Arnie brought some old clothes for her to change into, but this time she'd arrived empty-handed. They couldn't keep them in Sania's rooms in case Jonna, Sania's servant, found them. Lilia hadn't wanted to risk that Gol might die while she tried to find something else to change into. Arnie looked at Lilia's robes. Can't you use magic to fix them? Lilia sighed. I can try. Depends how bad they are. It might take longer than going back. Arnie inspected her. Doesn't look too bad. Nothing you can't explain away as having tripped and fallen into a hedge. What about getting food and water? Arnie shrugged. I'll do it. Sania will be in her rooms all day. She works the night shift at the hospice, right? So she'll be asleep. And if she isn't, or she wakes up, then I'll tell her I dropped in to visit you, and I was hungry. If it's just water we need, I know of a few leaky pipes, Sari said. He looked at Lilia sternly. But we'll be in a worse situation if you miss classes or someone realizes you've been roaming around under the guild. We're going to be stuck here for a while and need you free to visit us, Lilia. She looked from him to Arnie. He was right, of course. While classes seemed unimportant compared to keeping her friends safe and well, skipping them would only rouse suspicion. Once more she cursed herself for giving in to curiosity and trying the instructions on using black magic in Naki's book. Nobody had paid her any attention when she had been an ordinary novice. She sighed and nodded. All right, but I'm coming back tonight with dinner for you all. How are you going to manage that? Sari asked, one eyebrow rising. Oh, Jonna is always telling me to eat more and leaving me little snacks to have while studying. Tonight I'm going to be unusually peckish. Chapter 3. Questions. Lorkin suspected the relief he felt was premature as the Ashaki interrogator ushered him out of the room. Their path looked as if it would be a reversal of the one they'd taken that morning, from the cell Lorkin had been sent to upon leaving the palace hall to the room he'd been questioned in. Perhaps they were finished for the day. Perhaps it was night outside. Lorkin's stomach had been his only indicator of the passing of time, and it wasn't a particularly good one. During moments when not knotted with anxiety, it growled quietly with hunger. The interrogator, who hadn't introduced himself, led the way, his assistant following behind Lorkin. Lorkin only knew that he was an Ashaki because a guard had addressed him as such. They reached a corridor that Lorkin remembered well because it sloped downward into the prison area. Once again he wondered why there were no stairs, but now the answer became clear. A prison guard was pushing a trolley towards them. On the trolley lay a very thin, very old man wearing nothing but a white cloth from his waist to his knees. As the interrogator moved past, Lorkin stole a look at the old man's face, then looked closer. Is he dead? The chest didn't rise or fall. The old man's lips were bluish.
Looks like it. He scanned hurriedly for wounds, but spotted none, not even marks where manacles might have encircled wrists. Perhaps he died of old age, or illness, or starvation, or black magic. He resisted the urge to reach out and touch the corpse, and to use his healing senses to search for the cause of death. At the end of the sloped corridor, they entered a wide room. Manacles hung from walls, red with rust. A pile of similarly tarnished metal objects lay in one corner, shapes that might suggest torture devices to frightened imaginations. In contrast, the bars that crisscrossed the alcoves along two sides of the room were a dull black, without a hint of age or weakness. 3 larger cells took up the longer wall of the room, and 5 small ones along the shorter. Only 2 were occupied, one containing 2 middle-aged men, and the other a young couple. 2 guards sat near the main room's entrance, with another man dressed in a more sombre version of the usual Ashaki male garb. The latter nodded at the interrogator, who returned the gesture. Prisoners rarely stayed more than a few weeks, Lorkin had been told. Even if judged guilty, magicians were too much trouble to keep locked away, and non-magicians were simply sold into slavery. The interrogator hadn't said whether the magicians were freed or executed. That's part of the game, Lorkin thought. Constant hints at dire consequences if I don't cooperate, but no direct threats. Yet. The man had gone on to wonder aloud whether Lorkin qualified as a magician in the Sachakan sense, since his magical knowledge was incomplete. Did not knowing higher magic make Lorkin a half-magician? Keeping a half-magician prisoner might still be more troublesome than it was worth. Still, it had been done before, though not here, with Lorkin's very own father. If he was trying to insult me, it was a weak attempt. Surely he knows that guild magicians don't see our lack of higher magic as any kind of deficiency. Rather, it is a more honourable state. I suppose pointing out that my father was once a slave was his true aim. Even so, that fact wasn't the source of humiliation to Lorkin that it would have been to a Sachakan noble. Akaran had been enslaved by an Achani, outcasts who were an embarrassment and annoyance to the rest of Sachaka, and an indication of weakness in their society. Lorkin did not point this out, though. Aside from a few other attempted jibes, the interrogator had spent the day asking questions and pointing out how bad it would be for Lorkin, the guild, and peace between Sachaka and the Allied lands if Lorkin didn't tell him everything about the traitors. There were only so many questions that could be asked, and versions of the same warning, so the man had repeated himself a lot. Lorkin had also repeated, apologetically but firmly, his refusal to answer. He did not want to get chatty and risk inadvertently giving them any information they could use against the traitors. Eventually, he decided his refusals were only going to be ignored, so he stuck to saying nothing. It wasn't as easy as he'd thought it would be, but he only had to think about how much harder it would be to resist torture, and his resolve hardened. Still, they hadn't tried to read his mind yet, so they didn't know it wouldn't work. So long, that is, as the traitor's mind-read-blocking gem lying under the skin of his palm did its job. Perhaps King Amakira remained reluctant to harm relations with the Allied lands by doing so. Perhaps he hoped Lorkin would give in to questioning and threats. Reaching the gate to the cell Lorkin had been locked in previously, the interrogator waved him inside. The gate closed. Lorkin turned back to see that the Ashaki in the sombre garb had approached them. "Done?" he asked. "For now," the interrogator replied.
"He wants you to report." The interrogator nodded, then led his companion away. The newcomer looked through the gate at Lorkin, his eyes narrowing, then moved away. Lorkin watched him glance around the room, his gaze resting on a simple wooden chair. The chair rose in the air and floated to a position in front of Lorkin's cell, then settled upon its legs. The well-dressed man sat down and proceeded to watch Lorkin. Being stared at was not something Lorkin particularly relished, but he figured he would have to get used to it. He looked around the cell. It was empty but for a bucket for excrement in one corner. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day, so he felt no need to relieve himself strong enough to draw him into using the bucket while being watched. Eventually I'll have to. Better get used to that idea as well. With no other choice, Lorkin sat down on the dusty floor and rested his back against the rough wall. He'd probably have to sleep on the floor, too. The stone was hard and cold. At least it was sufficiently cool here for his robes no longer to feel uncomfortably hot. It was easy to warm the air with magic, but cooling it involved stirring the air, preferably past water. He thought back to the moment he had donned robes again after months living as a traitor. It had been a relief at first. He'd appreciated the generous style of garment and the soft, richly dyed fabric. As the Sachakan spring brought hotter days, he'd begun to find the robes heavy and impractical. When he was alone in his room at the guild house, he'd taken off the outer robe and worn only the trousers. He'd begun to long for simple, economical traitor clothes. That longing was probably as much to do with wishing he was back in Sanctuary. Immediately, memories of Tavara rose, and he felt his heart lighten. The most recent recollection of the last night they were together, with her naked and smiling as she taught him how lovers used black magic, set his pulse racing. Then older memories rose, like the way she moved when, in Sanctuary, secure and confident, taking for granted the power her society granted her. Like the direct stare that was both playful and intelligent. He also remembered her before then, as she'd led him across the Sachakan plains towards the mountains, protecting him from traitor assassins and them both from capture by the Ashaki. She'd been tired and difficult to talk to, yet had impressed him with her determination and resourcefulness. He sent his mind further back to a memory of her in her guise as a slave of the guild house. Shoulders hunched and eyes downcast, confused by his attempts to befriend her. He'd been attracted to her even then, though he'd told himself he was only fascinated by her exotic looks. But no other Sachakan woman had drawn his eyes in the same way, and he'd seen plenty of beautiful ones in both Arvis and Sanctuary. Sanctuary. I actually missed the place, he realized. Now that I've left, I can see that I liked it there, despite Kalia. Memories of being abducted, locked away, bound and gagged while Kalia searched his mind for the secret of magical healing, darkened his thoughts, but he pushed them aside. Kalia is no longer a speaker, no longer in charge of the care room, he reminded himself. The traitors have their flaws, some more than others, but all in all they're good people. Being stuck working with Kalia in the care room, worrying about her manipulations and how he was going to convince the traitors to trade with the guild, had distracted him too much to truly appreciate their way of life. His abduction had been the action of a small number of less scrupulous traitors. He suspected not all of Kalia's faction would have condoned her actions. Most of them wouldn't have been willing to break traitor laws as Kalia had,
even if they agreed with her. They only thought the way they did out of a desire to protect their people. Their fear of the outside world was well ingrained after centuries of hiding in the mountains. While he wasn't quite ready to forgive Kalia for stealing healing knowledge from him, he could hardly begrudge her the desire to be able to use it to save the lives of traitors. Still, she was planning to kill me and claim I'd attempted to flee Sanctuary and froze in the winter snows. That's not something I intend to forgive. As compensation for what was taken from him, Queen Zarala had decreed that he be taught how to make magical gemstones. He'd learned a kind of magic the Guild had never heard of. It was the dream of finding new, powerful magic that had led him to volunteer as Ambassador Danil's assistant in the first place. Looking back, he smiled at his own naivety. The chances of finding something had been ridiculously remote. And yet he had. His hopes of finding magic that might render black magic obsolete, or at least provide protection against it, hadn't been fulfilled, however. The potential in magical gemstones to negate the need for black magicians was in turn negated by the fact that a stonemaker needed to learn black magic in order to create them. He felt his smile fade and a knot of worry form inside his stomach. What will the Guild do when they find out that I know black magic? Will they forgive it once they understand I could not have learned stone-making otherwise? He had considered all possible consequences, and had hardened himself to the worst of them. The possibility they would exile him from the Allied lands, as they had done his father. It would hurt, but would also free him to return to Sanctuary and Tavara, which wasn't too bad an outcome. Apart from one thing. Mother is going to be disappointed in me. No, more than that, she'll be devastated. Which was why he hadn't said anything about it to Ambassador Danil or Administrator Ozen yet. It was one piece of news he would be putting off for as long as possible. Ozen had decided that nobody should be told anything more than necessary in case the Sachakans did start reading minds. Even so, Lorkin knew he couldn't avoid Sania finding out forever. But when she does, I'd rather she didn't hear it from anyone else. It's not going to be easy to tell her, but maybe if I do it myself, it'll be easier for her to hear. Sari had lost count of the times he'd woken up, but this time he knew there was something different about the waking, even before he gathered enough awareness to name what it was. Light. After Ani had returned with a little food and water taken from Sania's rooms, which they had given to Gol, they'd decided to sleep. To avoid using up all the candles, they'd blown them out, but not before Sari had tricked Ani into giving him her matches. He hoped that robbing her of a source of portable light would keep her from exploring the passages while he was asleep. Though she assured him she knew most of them now, she had to agree that the lack of maintenance and repair had left many unsafe. The pile of old pillows had been divided between the three of them. Though he had enough to protect him from the cold, hard floor, keeping them together was a challenge. If he changed position, one would inevitably skitter off into the darkness, and he'd have to grope around to find it and stuff it back underneath him. I wonder if anyone is living in my old hiding places, enjoying the fancy furniture and drinking my wine, he thought as he sat up. Though broken sleep had left him aching with weariness, he was relieved to be giving up on trying. The light outlined the doorway and was brightening. He heard a familiar voice call out, "It's just me." They could have the wine and the luxuries. All he wanted now was a warm fire and a comfortable bed, and for those he loved to be safe. The loved ones of a thief are never safe. A stab of pain went through him, savage despite its familiarity. For a moment, all he could see was a memory of his wife's and son's bodies, but he closed his eyes and willed the vision away. Will I ever stop remembering? Or will it stop hurting to remember? Guilt rose at the thought. I shouldn't want to, but I can't do anything to change their deaths, and I won't be able to protect Anya if I let grief and anger distract and control me. He sighed. And I'd rather remember them whole and happy than that. The source of the light entered the room. Dazzled, Cerie looked away from the globe of magical light to the young woman standing below it. Lilia smiled at him and held out a basket. I told Jonna that Anya might be visiting. She brought some extra food. I took a bottle of Snea's wine. Not from the expensive ones. Well, not the really expensive ones. Anya leapt to her feet, kissed Lilia on the cheek, and grabbed the basket. You're a treasure, Lilia, she said, sitting down on one of the wooden boxes and rifling through. Buns, meat-filled and sweet ones. Then her nose wrinkled. Ugh, fruit. It's good for you and easy to carry, Lilia told her, but she was looking at Gol. You look better. Cerie turned to see his friend sitting up, nodding and stretching. A thoughtful look crossed Gol's face. Still tired, though? She nodded. My books say your body will take a couple of days to replenish the blood you lost. Depends how much you bled. If you do start feeling sick again, let me know. It might be some poison was left. I should be able to heal you if there is. A few days? Anya looked at Cerie. Is that going to be a problem? Cerie held out a hand for a meat-filled bun, took a bite and chewed as he considered. He still had loyal people out there. They would start to worry if he didn't contact them. They might even assume he, Gol, and Anya were dead. What would happen if they did? Cerie had no illusions that they'd stand up to Skellen. Most likely the rogue thief would take control of Cerie's territory. Not personally. He'd arrange for an ally to take over. Let them think we're dead, Gol said. Cerie looked at his friend in surprise. He hadn't expected this. What had I expected? That Gol would try to get up and pretend to be healthier than he is, rather than be the reason I lost my territory, or that he'd tell me to abandon him here. All very noble. Am I so vain that I expect my friends to sacrifice themselves for me? Cerie frowned. No, it isn't that. It's that I didn't expect Gol to give up before I did. Next time you won't get away, Gol said. We were lucky this time. I've been lying here trying to decide who told Skellen's people you were at Cardew's house. Who betrayed us? Did they have any choice? You can't stop Skellen blackmailing and bribing your own people. He's got too many allies, too much money. You've already lost your own territory. Cerie finished. He felt bitterness rising, but it was an emotion too familiar and worn out to do more than make him feel tired. It had crept in after Celia and the boys had been murdered, and he had grown used to it. Let them think you're dead. Maybe Skellen will get smug, let his guard down. Maybe, with nobody else fighting him, other people will try. Maybe they'll set him up, betray him to the guild. It was tempting. Very tempting. You want to stay here? Cerie asked, pretending disbelief.
Yes.
Gol looked at Arnie and Lilia.
What do you think?
Arnie shrugged. We can block off the entrance to the guild passages, collapse them if you think it's safer. There are passages that come out in the forests, so we have escape routes. Well, ones that don't lead into the guild buildings, that is. Arnie glanced at Lilia. We'll work out ways to get food and water down here. Lilia nodded. I'm sure Sania would help. No, we can't tell her. Sari paused, surprised at the conviction in his own voice. Why don't I want Sania's help? She won't like it. She'll want to smuggle us out of the city. She'll tell Carlin. He didn't entirely trust Carlin, and it wasn't only because the man was a root addict. She wouldn't, Lilia said, though her voice lacked conviction.
Sari's right, Gol said. Sania's leaving for Sachaka. She'll either want someone else high up in the guild to know we're here, or she'll move us out.
So, if you don't want Carlin to know either, Arnie said, then you won't be able to work with him anymore. No. Sari turned to Lilia. But he doesn't need us to tell him that. We can say it's safer if we communicate through messages, which Lilia will send. We won't have anything useful to tell him if we stay here and have no contact with your people, Arnie pointed out. No, but he'll keep us informed as to what's going on out there, Sari replied, before he gives up on us as a source of information, and hopefully we'll find a way to be useful again, which we won't if Sania sends us away. The four of them exchanged looks, then nodded. Well, first Lilia and I need to find solutions for the most basic needs, like food and water, Arnie said decisively, straightening. And then to make things safer and more comfortable down here. Sari smiled at the determined look on her face. If he let her, she would take charge of them all. No, he disagreed. That's not what we'll do first. She looked at him, frowning in puzzlement. No? He nodded at the basket. First, we eat. If there was a code of etiquette that allowed Sachakans to refuse entry to an unwanted guest, Danil wished he knew what it was. It wasn't that he didn't want to see the Ashaki who was coming down the entrance passage of the guild house. He yearned to see the man, but he suspected that the visitor was here in his official capacity, and that was something Danil was not looking forward to. Being friends with the enemy certainly complicates matters. As Achati entered the room, Danil searched the man's face for some hint of good news, despite knowing the chances were slim. He was surprised when he saw regret and apology there. He'd expected a carefully maintained neutral expression. "Welcome back to the guild house, Sharky Achati," Danil said, falling back on Corallian manners. "I wish it were under more amicable circumstances," Achati replied. "This is an official visit, but I also wish it to be an informal one between friends, if that is still possible." Danil invited Achati to sit, taking the main chair for himself. "That depends on how the official part goes," he replied wryly. "Then let's get the official part over with first." Achati paused to regard Danil. "King Amakira wants you to persuade Lorkin to answer all questions regarding the traitors." "I doubt I would succeed." "Would he refuse if you ordered him to?" "Yes." "And this is acceptable?" "It isn't his choice, or mine."
But he is your subordinate. He should follow your orders.
That depends on the orders. Danil shrugged. We do not have a custom of unquestioning obedience in the guild, or even outside it, except in the case of royalty, but even then advisors have the right to advise, to give their opinion and recommendation without reprisal, though they still must obey orders even if they disagree with them. You are also an ambassador, and not just a guild ambassador. Until Ambassador Tyend arrived, you spoke for all the allied lands, too. Although you no longer speak for Aline, you still represent the rest. Yes, I speak for them. Danil spread his hands. But I cannot make decisions for them. So you are saying that only one of the monarchs of the allied lands could order Lorkin to answer questions? Only the Corallian king. Monarchs of other lands and non-ruling royals cannot give orders to Corallian magicians. Achati's eyebrows were high. How do you maintain order? Danil smiled. Most of us are smart enough to know that disorder would lead to a loss of freedom and prosperity. And those who don't, well, the rest of us keep them in line. Like the general rule against magicians involving themselves in politics. Though it's not strictly enforced, maintaining the appearance that it is being followed restricts the more ambitious of us. As Achati paused to ponder this, Danil took the opportunity to ask a question. Has King Amakira considered that Lorkin may not have any information to give? After all, why would the traitors have let him return to Arvis if he knew anything that might harm them? Achati looked up. Why doesn't he answer our questions, then? Perhaps it is a test. Of what? Lorkin's loyalty to the Traitors? Danil frowned at the suggestion that Lorkin had changed his loyalties. Or to Corallia, or perhaps it is not a test of Lorkin at all. Achati's eyes narrowed. It is a test of King Amakira? Danil spread his hands. And the guild, King Merrin, and the allied lands. Put us in a position of conflict and see what happens. Achati nodded. We have considered that. Though perhaps Lorkin believed that he could return to Corallia via Arvis, because he didn't think King Amakira would break his agreement that all guild magicians would remain free and unharmed in Sachaka. Achati's expression hardened. So long as they did not seek to harm Sachaka. He looked at Danil directly. Do you honestly believe Lorkin's withholding of knowledge about the Traitors will not harm my country? Danil held his friend's gaze, but, not prepared for such a direct question, he felt the mix of guilt and suspicion that the question roused shift something in his own expression. Achati would have seen it. He would know if Danil lied. So best to answer with a different truth. I don't know, he replied honestly. Lorkin has only discussed what he knows with Administrator Ozen. Achati frowned. Did he tell you why he returned? Danil nodded and felt himself relax a little. To go home. He particularly wants to see his mother. Of course, we did not know if he would ever return, so after months of worry she is anxious to be reunited with him as well. I imagine she is, Achati replied, standing up. He sounded sympathetic, but his expression was a mix of amusement and defiance. The sooner Lorkin answers our questions, the sooner that will be. Danil rose. "What will King Amakira do if he doesn't?" Achati paused to consider his answer. "I don't know," he replied, his apparent honesty and helplessness a mirror of Danil's. "The Allied lands will view the reading of Lorkin's mind as an act of aggression," Danil warned. "But hardly something to go to war over," Achati replied. "Sachaka has prospered for centuries without trade with the lands to the west, thanks to our links with lands over the Eastern Sea. Without training for all in higher magic, your magicians are hardly a threat. We don't need you. We don't fear you. You were only ever an opportunity we wanted to explore." Danil nodded. "Thank you for your honesty, Achati. Achati waved a hand dismissively. "I said nothing that wasn't already obvious." He sighed. "Personally, I hope we can resolve this in a way that does not ruin our friendship. Now I must go." "I, too," Danil replied. "The friendship between us, or our countries, or both. Goodbye for now." The Ashaki nodded, then disappeared down the corridor leading to the guild house entrance. Danil sat down again and considered the conversation. "We don't need you. We don't fear you." Why had anybody ever thought Sachaka would want to join the Allied lands? "How'd it go?" Looking up, Danil saw that Tyand was hovering in the doorway. He sighed and beckoned. His former lover hurried across the room and sat down, leaning forward with almost childlike eagerness. But Tyand's gaze was sharp, and his curiosity was as much from his need as an ambassador to stay up to date on political matters as from a love of gossip. "He is genuinely concerned about Lorkin, too," Danil reminded himself. A memory rose unexpectedly of Tyand playing with Sania's son as a small child, back when he and Danil used to make social visits to the guild more often. Tyand had had a knack of keeping children occupied and entertained. He found himself wondering if Tyand had ever wished he had children of his own. Danil had never wanted them, though he— "So?" Tyand urged. Danil brought his attention back to the present and, taking care not to give away anything the guild wanted concealed, began to tell his fellow ambassador what Achati had asked and revealed. Chapter 4. Preparations. A full day had passed since the news of Lorkin's imprisonment. That alone had made sleeping difficult, but the sudden shift to a daytime routine also did not help. After a restless night, Sania felt muzzy-headed and had to draw a little magic to soothe away a nagging weariness. But one benefit of her new routine, Sania discovered, was that when she emerged from her bedroom, Lilia was still in the main room, eating a morning meal. "Black Magician Sania," the girl said, clearly surprised to see Sania. "Good morning, Lilia," Sania replied. "How are you? Did Black Magician Carlin track you down yesterday?" The girl nodded. "Well, and yes." Sania moved to the side table and began making herself a cup of raka. "How are your lessons going?" Lilia winced, but then put on a cheerful expression. "Good. I think Black Magician Carlin wishes I was doing better, though. I told him I wasn't good at warrior skills, but I don't think he guessed how not good a novice can be." Sania chuckled sympathetically. I wasn't very good at them either. The girl's eyes widened. But you won a formal challenge and defeated invading Sachakans. It's amazing what you can learn when you have to. Still, I did have a wonderful teacher. You won? Lilia blinked and straightened. Which teacher was that? Taking her racket to the main table, Sania sat down and helped herself to a sweet bun from a platter. Lord Yikmo. He died in the invasion. Oh! Lilia's shoulders dropped. Then she looked up again. A formal challenge? Sania smiled. A fellow novice who was making life difficult for me. He accepted a challenge from a black magician. It happened before then. I don't recommend it as a way of dealing with annoying novices, only as a last resort, and if you're confident of winning. She paused as a thought occurred to her. Are any novices giving you a hard time? Lilia shook her head. No, they ignore me most of the time. That's fine. I understand why they avoid me. And I have Anyi. Sania felt a pang of sympathy and gratitude towards Suri for allowing Anyi to visit. Well, if any of the novices are friendly toward you, properly friendly, not a trick, then don't turn them away too quickly. You'll be working with them soon enough. I know. Lilia looked resigned, but not unhappy. Finishing the bun and raka, Sania rose and sighed. Will you be all right staying here on your own while I'm gone, Lilia? The girl looked up. Of course. With Jonna and Black Magician Carlin looking after me, how could I not be? She frowned. You're the one who is going to be in danger, Black Magician Sania. You will be careful. Sania smiled. Of course. I have every intention of coming back. After all, I want to see your graduation. She moved to the door, then paused and looked back. I won't be working at the hospices now, so I'll probably be coming and going a lot. I'll make sure I knock before entering, in case Annie has snuck in to see you. Lilia nodded. Thanks. Leaving her rooms, Sania found the magician's quarters corridor busy with magicians. She returned respectful nods and greetings on her way out. The courtyard outside was crowded with novices and magicians, some making their way to and from the baths, others heading towards the university, and more than a few simply enjoying the early spring sunshine. Heads turned toward her, as always. There was something about black robes that drew the eye. Not even the white robes of the High Lord or the blue of the Administrator attracted as much attention. Novices might notice and watch them pass, bowing respectfully, as they were meant to do to all graduated magicians, but they did not stare and take a step back as they did for Sania and Carlin. And every time they do, I remember Akaran and how everyone did the same to him, though they didn't know, as I did, that he practiced black magic. He wore black only because it was the colour of the High Lord then, but since it also marked him as the most powerful magician in the guild, I guess that made him as intimidating as a black magician is now. She suppressed a sigh, ignored the stairs, and headed toward the university. Once inside, she chose the passage through the centre of the building rather than the main corridors on either side. Stepping out of this into the great hall, she looked up at the glass-panelled ceiling 3 levels up, then at the rough stone of the original Guildhall building standing proudly within the vast room. There won't be another meet before I leave, she realized, slowing her steps. This might be the last time I see this place." She stared at the building, then shook her head and quickened her stride again. "Only if everything goes terribly wrong," she amended. Reaching the end of the great hall, she passed through the other end of the central passage, then turned into the right-hand side corridor and stopped at the first door. At a tap from her knuckles, the door swung inward, and she stepped into Ozen's office. The administrator was sitting at his desk, facing two magicians who had turned to regard her. High Lord Lorkin inclined his head respectfully and murmured her name, as did Ozen. The third magician was becoming more familiar to her. "King's advisor Glaren," she said, nodding to him first before turning to the others. "High Lord, administrator."
"Black magician Sania," Glaren replied.
He was in his 60s, she knew, but looked younger. Though he was officially the king's military advisor in matters relating to magic and the guild, he also handled peacetime international relations. A second king's advisor handled domestic matters, mostly political wrangling between the houses. A task I don't envy him.
"Please sit," Ozen said.
He gestured to 3 chairs, which slid closer and into a half-circle before his desk. They all sat down. Ozen leaned forward onto his elbows.
"We're here to discuss how Black Magician Sania should go about negotiating the release of her son. First, I have some news from Ambassador Danil."
Sania felt her heart skip a beat.
Sachaka, the king's representative that Ambassador Danil has established a friendly relationship with, visited the guild house last night, Ozen continued. He relayed the king's desire for Danil to persuade Lorkin to answer questions about the traitors. Danil, of course, repeated that he was in no position to order Lorkin to. Sachaka would not say what would happen if Lorkin did not talk, but he did make it clear that Sachaka feels no great reluctance to sever friendly ties with the allied lands. It was not a threat, Danil assures me, but a statement of fact. They do not need to trade with us or feel we would be a threat as an enemy. "Is it a bluff?"
Lorkin asked.
"Perhaps," Glaren replied. "It is too close to the truth, however. I would not want to test it. Sachaka doesn't need us, just as we do not need it, but we would both lose some lucrative opportunities if stricter restrictions on trade were imposed."
"So, reminding them of the wealth they may miss out on is all I can do?" Sania asked.
Glaren pursed his lips in thought. "It would not hurt to point out that the allied lands seek trade with Sachaka rather than rebels. That might at least reassure them that we don't plan to side with their enemy." "Of course, the fact that we are seeking trade with the traitors should not be mentioned," Lorkin added, with a chuckle.
"Of course not," Sania smiled. "Though should I hint that we might consider such a possibility should Sachaka prove uncooperative, and perhaps unreliable when it comes to upholding agreements relating to the safety of guild magicians?"
"No," Glaren said. "They will not take kindly to that sort of threat.
He paused, his eyes focusing on a distant point.
"The king asks if the traitors can be contacted, if they can do anything to help us. After all, they can't have planned for Lorkin to be imprisoned."
The Corallian king and Glaren must be communicating via a blood ring, Sania realized. That one little magical trick of Akaran's has become very popular since the guild decided using one wasn't technically using black magic.
"We can try," Vulcan replied. "Danil's assistant, Lady Meria, has established a way to send messages to the traitors."
"We won't get an answer before Sania leaves," Ozen pointed out. He looked at Vulcan. "Sania should leave a blood ring of hers here. Should she carry a blood ring from one of us as well?"
"Whoever gives her a ring risks seeing the secret of black magic in her mind."
"Not if she's wearing Naki's ring," Ozen pointed out. Sania nodded. The ring Lilia's former friend had used to stop her mind being read also protected the wearer from access via a blood ring. Vulcan nodded.
"It will be useful if Sania can contact us when she chooses. But Danil already has a ring of yours. Would it be better to give her one from me?"
"If the Sachakan sees them, then they can annoy the both of us." Ozen shook his head. "She should take one from me." Sania hid her amusement at his choice of words. If someone got hold of Ozen's blood ring, the malicious things they could do with it wouldn't be designed to annoy him. Then she sobered. "As they could to me, if they got hold of the blood ring I gave Lorkin." Thankfully, Ozen had told Lorkin not to take it to the meeting with the Sachakan king. If they had it, all they'd have to do is torture Lorkin while... "When will I be leaving?" she asked, to turn her thoughts somewhere less frightening. "Tomorrow night," Ozen said. "We'll call a meet tomorrow and ask for volunteers to give you magical strength. We've decided to let it be known that Lorkin has been imprisoned by the Sachakan king, and we are sending you to negotiate for his release." "Anakira has given us the perfect excuse to send you to Sachaka," Claren said. "You are to try meeting with the traitors as well, though it would be best if you did it after Lorkin was free. Even better if he was home, in case the meeting is discovered." He frowned and looked away, then smiled. "The king asks how Lilia's warrior training is going." Vulcan grimaced. "Lilia is no natural warrior. Her reflexes and comprehension are good and her defense strong, but she shows no initiative in battle." "Ah," Sania said, smiling. "A familiar problem." Claren looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "I was much the same," she explained. "If only Lord Yikmo hadn't been killed in the Ajani invasion. He was good at teaching reluctant novices."
"Lady Rollay had studied Yikmo's methods," Vulcan said, his expression thoughtful. "She teaches many of the standard classes all novices attend, so she will know Lilia's strengths and weaknesses."
"She sounds like she could help," Sania said. "I'd offer to if I wasn't about to leave." "Maybe you can when you get back," Ozen said. "Is there anything else we need to discuss?" "Nothing that can't be relayed through blood rings," Claren said. "We should not delay Sania's leaving more than necessary." Ozen looked at her. "Is there anything you must do before you go?" She shook her head. "Nothing." "Then you had better let your assistant know he'll be leaving tomorrow night." She stood up. "If we're done here, I'll do that next." Final year warrior classes had never been a part of Lilia's plans for the future. According to the university standards, she had achieved the minimum level of understanding and skill required for a novice to graduate. She ought to be off in the healer's quarters learning advanced techniques, but instead she was being roundly trounced by novices destined to be the next generation of red-robed magicians. They were finding her presence in the class fascinating. It wasn't every day that a novice or magician got to practice fighting with and against a black magician. They didn't even seem to mind that she wasn't good at it, because the lessons were mostly demonstrations with little actual magic used. She wasn't allowed to take and store power, not even if that power was given willingly. But she had to admit that, when the lessons didn't involve her making decisions or taking the initiative, she found them as interesting as the other novices did. Black magic certainly changed the dynamics of fighting. She'd have thought being able to steal magic from a person would be the most useful black magic ability in battle, but it wasn't. It still required her to get close enough to that person to cut their skin and break their natural barrier against magical outside interference. By the time she had worn an enemy down enough to do this, there was little magic left to take. Being able to store magic was a much bigger advantage. It was disturbing how it made non-black magicians redundant once they'd given their power to a black magician. It was also frightening to realize how important it made her over the others, and more of a target. When it came to actually engaging in a fight, she nearly always made the wrong decisions, acted too soon or hesitated too long. As her latest attack on the enemy scattered ineffectually off his shield, Black Magician Carlin called a halt. "Better," he told her. He looked around the arena. The tall spires supporting the invisible barrier of magic that protected everything outside from the practice bouts within were now casting shorter shadows on the ground. "That's enough," he said, looking at the trainee warriors. "You may go." They all looked surprised, but did not argue. Carlin waited as they left through the short tunnel entrance, then walked beside Lilia as she followed them. "Wait, Lilia," he said as they emerged. He said nothing as the other novices strode away, but then sighed. Looking up at him, Lilia saw that he was scowling, but his expression smoothed as he noticed her looking at him. She looked down and waited for his assessment. "You're improving," he said. "It may not feel like it, but you are learning how to respond to different challenges." "I am?" She blinked at him in surprise. "You look so disappointed." His mouth thinned into a grim line, and he looked over at the university. "I am merely annoyed at my own deficiencies." Looking closer, she saw a tension in his face. Something about his eyes brought a sudden jolt of pain as a memory of Naki rose. Naki, with that same distressed look about her, which usually led straight to the lighting of her Roet brazier. A shiver of realization ran down Lilia's spine. She had smelled Roet's smoke on Carlin, wafting from his robes once or twice before. Never before a warrior lesson, thankfully. She did not like the idea of fighting against or relying on the shield of someone taking a drug that reduced their ability to care about their actions. If he hadn't smoked any Roet before this lesson, was he now craving it as a result? Was that why he'd ended the class early? Taking a step away, he opened his mouth to speak. "Well, that's all." "I have a message from Suri," she said. He stopped, his gaze sharpening. "Yes?" "He was attacked. Someone betrayed him. He has had to go into hiding and let people think he's dead. You won't be able to meet him for a while. It's too risky." Carlin's brows lowered. "Was he injured?" She shook her head and felt a small pang of gratitude at his concern. "Not what I would have expected. Maybe he isn't as cold and rigid as I thought." One of his bodyguards was, but he's fine now. He asks that you not tell anybody that he is alive, and that you send messages through me and Arnie."
"You see Arnie often?"
She nodded. His eyes narrowed.
"You aren't leaving the guild grounds to see her, are you?"
"No." He regarded her thoughtfully, as if pondering whether she was lying or not. "Cerie would like to know if you have made any progress in finding Skellen," she told him.
"None. We're following a few leads, but nothing promising has come from them so far."
"Anything I can ask Cerie about?" The look he gave her did not conceal his skepticism.
"No. If I find out anything that he needs to know, I will pass it on."
He looked toward the university again.
"You may go now."
Lilia suppressed a sigh at his dismissal, bowed, and walked away. After several paces she looked back and caught a glimpse of Carlin before he disappeared behind the university building. From the angle of his path, she guessed he was heading for the magician's quarters. Off to have a dose of Rut, she wondered. Did he avoid telling me anything about his hunt for Skellen, because he doesn't think Cerie or I need to know? Or was it going to take too long, keeping him from the drug? And why don't I have this craving for it? She hadn't smoked Rot for months. The smell of it sometimes made her want it, but not in a way that overcame her determination never to use it again. Denia, the Bollhouse owner who had helped Lilia hide from Lorandra and the Guild, had said it affected people differently. I'm just lucky, I guess. She felt a pang of unexpected sympathy for Carlin. And he obviously isn't.
"Tell us what you know, and you can go free."
Lorkin could not hold back a chuckle. The interrogator straightened a little at his reaction, his eyes brightening.
"Why do you laugh?"
"I could tell you anything. How would you know it was the truth?" The man smiled, but there was no humor in his eyes. "He knows I'm right." Meeting the man's eyes, Lorkin felt a chill run down his spine. There was a sharpness to them, a patience that suggested he would enjoy the hours of interrogation to come, that he was just beginning. This was only the second day of many to come. They hadn't tried to read his mind yet. Something was holding them back. A reluctance to damage relations with the Allied lands. But then why lock him up in the first place? They can't have dismissed the idea entirely. Eventually they would try it. Once they attempted and failed to read his mind, they would realize they had sacrificed good relations with the Allied lands for no benefit. With restraint for the sake of diplomacy abandoned, nothing would stop them torturing him. But they would face the same problem, not knowing if what he said was true. Perhaps they would verify his words in other ways. Perhaps they hoped imprisonment, discomfort, and fear would drive him to give them permission to read his mind. He almost wished they'd get it over and done with. He was tempted to offer a willing mind read to speed things up. Instead, he thought of a range of ridiculous lies he could tell the interrogator. It would be fun, at least temporarily, to lead the man on for a while. But not yet, he told himself. It's only the second day. You can hold out for much longer than this. The interrogator's companion appeared in the doorway carrying a bowl. Glancing at him, the Ashaki questioner smiled, then looked back at Lorkin.
"Tell us something about the Traitors, just one small thing, and we'll give you something to eat."
A delicious smell reached Lorkin's nose. His stomach clenched, then growled with hunger. He'd been given water that morning, which he'd sipped cautiously, but still no food since being brought down here. He had resisted using healing magic to dull the growing hunger, not wanting to use the magic that Tavara had given him. It couldn't be replaced, and he might need it. The smell of the food was strong and set his head spinning. He thought of the lies he'd considered telling them, and felt a strong impulse to speak rising within him. Ozen had said he should avoid revealing that his mind could not be read for as long as possible. Leading the interrogator along a false path might delay that. Don't be ridiculous, he thought. It might distract him for a short while, but the more I test the man's patience, the sooner he'll give up on persuading me to speak. Tavara would expect me to have more willpower than this. She also intended him to use the magic she'd given him to protect himself. It would never get him out of the prison or stop an Ashaki torturing or killing him, but it could help him resist these less direct attacks on his determination to keep silent. Closing his eyes, he drew a little magic and sent it out into his body to dull the gnawing in his stomach and stop his head from spinning. When he opened his eyes, the interrogator was watching him closely. The man stared at Lorkin thoughtfully, then beckoned to his assistant. The pair of them, with a great display of relish, began to eat. Chapter 5. Speculation and Secrets. The servant who had answered Sania's knock had told her Lord Regan was at a meeting with Black Magician Carlin. She had asked him to inform her when Regan returned, then retreated to her rooms for a much-needed cup of raka. The wait was excruciating. "This is ridiculous. I chose him to be my assistant. I've worked with him before." But since he had agreed to travel with her to Sachaka, she had begun to worry that she had chosen too quickly. He had all the right qualifications for the role. He was intelligent, a strong magician, a well-trained warrior, adept at political maneuvering, and fiercely loyal to the Guild and Coralia. But will we get along? Everything had been fine between them when he had helped her in the hunt for Lorandra. He'd been remarkably easy to work with. But this time they would be together day and night, week after week, with no respite from each other. Well, that's not entirely true. Once we get to the guild house in Arvis, we'll have 2 other magicians to talk to as well as the Aline ambassador. In the meantime, they would be stuck with each other's company. Though she did not distrust Regan as she had at the beginning of the hunt for Lorandra, it was impossible for her to forget the pain and humiliation he had subjected her to as a novice. That is in the past. He's been nothing but respectful and supportive these last 20 years. He even apologized during the Achani invasion. Am I unable to accept apologies? It is silly of me to carry around this resentment. A knock at the main door made her jump, even though she was expecting it. She put down her cup and rose, walking to the door as she willed it open with magic. Regan's servant bowed. "Lord Regan is home and awaits your visit." "Thank you," she said. Stepping past him, she closed the door and headed down the corridor to Regan's rooms. As she reached his door, she paused to take a deep breath before knocking. The door opened. Regan inclined his head. "Black Magician Sania," he said. "Please, come in." "Thank you, Lord Regan," she replied. She moved inside. The room was sparsely furnished, and most of the contents looked new. She saw nothing that appeared long treasured or personal. Regan gestured to a chair.
Would you like to sit down?" Sania regarded the chair and shook her head. "I'd better not take up too much of your time, considering what I have to tell you." She met his gaze. He was watching her with an intense stillness, an expectation. Suddenly the lack of personal belongings made sense. He'd known he might be leaving soon, so why bring them here? "We'll be leaving tomorrow night," she told him. He let out a small breath, looked away, and nodded. She caught a fleeting expression and felt a pang of guilt. "I haven't seen him show apprehension since the invasion." "If that is too soon, or you feel that your obligations are here, it is not too late to change your mind," she told him, keeping her tone formal, to avoid sounding like she was questioning his determination, or any suggestion she might consider changing his mind cowardly. He shook his head. "It is not too soon. In fact, the timing is perfect. I have no other obligations than to do my job, which is to be useful to the Guild and Keralia. It's rather nice to actually be useful for once. This is the sort of task we warriors are trained for, and yet most of the time we strive not to be needed." Sania looked away and felt a pang of sympathy at the slight hint of bitterness in his voice. No other obligations. He really has cast off all familial ties. The ruthlessness of his revenge on his wife for her numerous adulterous affairs had entertained the guild gossips for weeks. He'd given his 2 properties to his daughters, both married to respectable and wealthy men, and requested rooms in the guild. This had left his wife homeless and with no money, forcing her to live with her family. Rumour was that she had attempted to kill herself after Regan had sent her last lover away. Her lover, on the other hand, had simply found another wealthy woman to seduce. Despite this, and the shame of being returned to her family like faulty goods, Wynina had made no further suicide attempts. Sania didn't know whether to feel sorry for her or not. Sometimes she wondered if being married to Regan had driven the woman to such extremes. Perhaps he is well behaved in public, but goes back to being the nasty brat he was as a novice in private. Perhaps she would find out on this journey. Not that their time together would qualify as private. The purpose was too important, and would still be so even if Lorkin wasn't a prisoner. "I can now tell you the reason for the journey," she said. Regan's head lifted and his gaze snapped to hers. "Tomorrow everyone will be told. Lorkin returned to Arvis. Before he could leave for Keralia, King Amakira summoned him, and when Lorkin would not answer questions about the traitors, he imprisoned him." Regan's eyes widened. "Oh, I am sorry to hear that, Sania." He grimaced in sympathy. "They're sending you to negotiate his release, then. You must be impatient to leave." He took a small step toward her. "I will do everything I can to help." His expression was so earnest that the familiar anxiety that came every time she thought of Lorkin began to return. She looked down and pushed the feeling away. "Thank you. I know you will." "If we are leaving tomorrow, we have barely begun the process of adding to your strength. Do you want me to give you power now?" Something within her clenched, and she felt her face warming. She glanced at him and away. "No," she replied quickly. "Tomorrow there'll be a meet, and Ozen is going to ask for volunteers. Wait until then." "What is Ozen going to tell everyone?" "Only what I've told you." "Only?" Regan let out a soft sigh. "Be careful, Sania." She looked up at him, then realized her mistake.
She had given away to him that there was more to the journey than Lorkin's imprisonment. That tiny piece of information might endanger both of their lives, should a Sachakan magician read it from his mind. Too late now. I must be more careful in future. But the frightening truth was, if Regan wound up in the hands of a Sachakan magician who wasn't prevented by politics and diplomacy from reading his mind, there was a good chance Ania would be too. Though Naki's ring would prevent her own mind from being read, she did not know how long she would hold out against someone determined to torture information out of her, especially if they used Lorkin to persuade her. Though nothing had happened he hadn't expected, Danil still felt anger and humiliation simmering inside. He hoped that it hadn't shown. He'd endeavoured to remain calm and polite throughout his short visit to the palace, but he could never tell if he was successful or if his true feelings were somehow obvious, or that his feigned calm was taken as an indicator he'd been successfully ticked off. Ironically, the decision he'd made to call off the search for Lorkin, which had cost him respect among the Sachakan elite, was making it harder to protect the young magician now. There had been more than a few smirks on the faces of those who'd witnessed the denial of his request to see Lorkin. If I'd let the search continue, the chances are I and the Ashaki who'd helped me would have been killed by the traitors. Lorkin would have had no help at all when he returned to the guild house. But that wasn't entirely true. The guild would have sent a replacement ambassador, one whose reputation hadn't been besmirched by cowardice, which might have been better for Lorkin's predicament. No, if the traitors had been forced to kill a guild magician, Lorkin may not have returned to the guild house at all. He may not have even been allowed into sanctuary for fear that he'd seek revenge for my death. Though the idea of anybody seeking revenge for his death felt unlikely and ridiculous to Danil. A faint rhythm of bare heels on the floor came from the direction of the guild house entrance. Danil stopped pacing the master's room and turned to face the sound. The door-slave, Tav, emerged from the passage and threw himself on the floor with his usual overly dramatic flair, a habit that Tyant had noted about the man a few weeks before. "The Eileen ambassador has returned," Tav gasped. Danil nodded and waved to indicate the slave could get up and go and do whatever door slaves did when not announcing arrivals. The sound of a door closing reached him, then footsteps. Tyant smiled briefly as he emerged from the passage, then shook his head. "No luck," he said. Danil let out the breath he'd been holding. "Well, thanks for trying." Tyant sighed. "It's early days," he said. "If we are persistent, perhaps he'll relent. I pointed out that you can hardly persuade Lorkin to speak if you never get to talk to him." Danil frowned. "Is that wise? Hinting that we might consider it could be dangerous." "Not if I say it, and I was only pointing out the fault in his logic." "I'm sure he'll be so pleased you pointed out his weak logic in front of everyone." "Oh, there was nobody else there to hear, and he seemed to enjoy it." Danil felt his heart sink even further. "You gained a private audience with him." Now, don't be jealous." The Eileen smirked, then waved a hand. "Let's have some wine and something to eat, eh?" He turned, beckoned to a slave, and began to give the man specific instructions. Moving over to the stools, Danil sat down. Tyant might not have been able to see Lorkin, but the king had made the effort to see him personally. Maybe it's because Tyend is an ambassador who speaks for his king and country, while I am mainly a mouthpiece for the guild. He doubted that made a lot of difference. When it came down to it, King Amakira was annoyed with Coralia and the guild, not Aline. It made sense he'd treat Tyend with the same respect as he always had. "Ah, wine," Tyend said as a slave hurried in with a bottle and goblets. He sat down next to Danil and waited until the slave had served them and left, before leaning closer to him. "Naria told me this morning, after you left, that she has discussed the situation with her female friends. They are going to stir up objections to this dangerous treatment of a foreign magician," he murmured. Danil felt his mood lighten a little. "And the other contacts? We'll pass on our message. They aren't unaware of Lorkin's predicament, apparently, but they didn't say whether they could do anything about it." "I hate to think what they would do if they could." Danil shuddered and sipped at the wine. "They might kill Lorkin to ensure he won't talk." "They won't," Tyend assured him. "They must have known there was a chance this would happen. They would not have sent him here if it would be disastrous for them." "Perhaps because they had people in place to kill him if it did happen. He might be dead already." Tyend shook his head. "The king assured me Lorkin is being well cared for." "He could be lying." "Yes, he could," Tyend sighed. "We can only hope he isn't." The Aline's brows creased. "I keep thinking about one possibility, though I can't see any advantage in it for the traitors, so I suspect I'm seeing conspiracies where there are none." "What is that?" "That the traitors knew Lorkin would be imprisoned by the king. That they meant for it to happen." "Why would they do that?" Tyend looked at Danil and shook his head. "That's what I can't work out, except maybe they want the peace between Coralia and Sachaka strained. Maybe they want to ensure our countries don't make any promises to help Sachaka defend itself against them." Danil felt a shiver run down his spine. "You think they might be planning something bigger and more direct than spying and assassination?" "It must always be considered," Tyend smiled grimly. "What doesn't make sense is, if they are, it could have the opposite effect. They are gambling that we don't agree to something like that in order to free Lorkin." He took a sip of the wine, his expression serious. "If it came to civil war, who do you think would win?" "I have no idea." Danil shook his head. "We don't know enough about the traitors." "Then I hope Lorkin does no more than he claims, because if the Allied lands do get dragged into a war, we could easily end up picking the losing side, or find we can only win by doing the majority of the fighting, and suffering the greater casualties." A knot of cold had formed in Danil's stomach. Lorkin will have told Ozen all he knows about the traitors, so if Lorkin knows they're planning a civil war, then Ozen does too. As Danil considered all Ozen's instructions so far, the knot tightened. When slaves began to file into the room carrying platters of food, he felt too sick to eat, but he made himself select from the plates, put food in his mouth, and chew. Why? Because slaves made it. People who have no choice about their life put effort into this, and it seems thoughtless and wasteful to let that go to waste. Then he felt the knot loosen a little. The traitors don't approve of slavery. Civil war might bring freedom. But it would come at a cost. It always did. As Gol walked back into the room, Suri breathed a silent sigh of relief. His friend's movements were careful, and he grimaced with pain as he sat down, but otherwise he was looking much better than he had 2 days ago.
"It's going to get nasty in there soon," Gol muttered.
"I know," Suri agreed, "but it'll have to do for now." They'd chosen another room to relieve themselves in. The roof and walls looked stable enough, and Suri had brought in a pile of dirt with which to cover their leavings, but it was only going to be a temporary solution. Asking Annie to stay and watch over Gol for a while, Suri had explored the small network of rooms and passages nearby. It had been a long time since they'd been occupied. He knew that the late High Lord Akaran had used them to store things, but the only items there now that were old enough to be from that time weren't valuable. Mostly empty boxes like the ones they were using as furniture. He'd found lamps of a style that would have suited the oldest houses in Amarden if they hadn't been distorted with rust, and broken shards of pottery from vessels that would have been worth a fortune for their age and rarity if they'd been whole. The walls of these rooms were a combination of brick and stone. There were patches of brick filling in gaps between the stone, and brick walls dividing up larger stone-walled rooms, suggesting that perhaps the rooms had been originally all stone, and the brickwork had been added to repair and adapt the spaces. In one room someone had scratched words on the wall. Tegan must die, he'd made out easily, as the letters were large and deep. Indria must be won, was smaller. A broken patch began with, "Higher magic is the and must but—" In another, larger room with a collapsed ceiling at one end, a list of names had been carefully carved into a stone slab leaning out from a wall. He didn't recognize any of the names, but they were preceded by the titles Lord and Magician. Odd that they used both. He thought he could make out a date at the base, but he could not get the candlelight to reach that far, and there was no way he was going to stretch under a large and heavy slab that looked as if it might fall at any moment. Returning to their refuge, Suri had let a restless, pacing Ani continue her explorations of the passages. He remained with Gol, and they talked about what Suri had found and of the past until Gol grew sleepy. Sitting in silence didn't bother Suri as much as he'd thought it would, so long as he didn't let his mind fix on unpleasant memories. It was restful and quiet, and for once he wasn't worried about assassins creeping up on them. Well, not completely unworried, he amended. As if challenging his shaky belief in their safety, soft footsteps came from the passage outside. He rose to his feet and felt a rush of relief when Ani appeared in the doorway. She was grinning widely and stooped to pick up their nearly empty water bucket. "I found a leaky freshwater pipe under the university," she told him. "It's closer than the one you knew about, but just as slow. It'll take a while to fill this. Be better if we had 2 buckets, one to leave there while it fills. Or I could try to make the leak worse." So he shook his head. "They might notice and investigate. Let's see if Lilia can get us another bucket, or something less leaky." She nodded, then tucked the bucket under her arm and walked away. He sat down again and felt his mood lighten a little. At times he doubted that they could live here at all, let alone comfortably. There was so much they had no access to. They relied entirely on Lilia for food, but thankfully not for water. They had nothing but a pile of old pillows, a few boxes, and the cold floor to sleep and sit on. It wasn't too cold, and the air didn't appear to be getting stale. The tap of footsteps reached him again, but whoever was approaching made no effort to be quiet. They were wearing boots or some other kind of sturdy shoe, but walked lightly. Lilia, he smiled to himself. Helping her had proven to be very beneficial. He would never have left her floundering out in the city's underworld on her own anyway, but not handing her over to the guild straight away had gained him a very useful ally. And Annie likes her a lot. A bright, floating globe of light preceded Lilia into the room. She was carrying a bundle and a large glass flask, and smiled as she saw Sari. But as she looked around the room, her cheerful expression faltered. "Annie?" "Collecting some water," he told her. "She found a leaky pipe." "Not a drain pipe, I hope." She carefully set the bundle on an upended box and began to unwrap it. "She says it's clean," he replied. He blinked in surprise at the amount of food she'd brought. Bread, a lacquered box of 2 layers, the lower portion filled with slow-cooked meat and the top one with seasoned vegetables. Since servants had to transport food to the magicians in their quarters, they always used practical, tightly lidded, heat-retaining containers. Though this would feed no more than 3 people, it was more than one person ought to have needed. That's your dinner?" "And Sania's," she told him. "Lord Rothan asked her over for a last meal together, and it was too late to tell Jonna." "What smells delicious?" another voice asked. Lilia grinned as Annie entered the room. "Dinner. I bought some lamp oil and candles, too." "Ooh!" Annie drew a box closer and grabbed a chunk of bread. Somehow Gol had woken up and got to his feet without groaning, and was leaning over the food. "Won't the servants notice if you eat enough for 2 people?" Sari asked, helping himself. Lilia shrugged. "Jonna is always trying to get me to eat more, and she's used to Annie dropping by and eating everything in sight." "Aye?" Annie protested. Lilia chuckled. "She doesn't mind." "What about you?" Gol asked, looking up at Lilia and gesturing at the food. "I ate extra at the midday meal," the girl replied, "and snuck some bread and fruit into my bag to eat later." "This last meal Sania and Rothan are having, just how last is it?" Lilia's expression became serious. "She's leaving tomorrow night. It's official, too. She's going because Lord Lorkin returned to Arvis, and the Sachakan king put him in prison when he refused to betray the traitors." Sari felt his stomach sink. To learn your child was in prison. Still, at least he's alive and no longer trapped in a secret city of rebels. That's one step closer to home. After all these years of maintaining peace and benefiting from new avenues of trade, surely the Sachakans won't endanger it all by killing a guild magician. He had to admit he didn't know enough about Sachaka to be sure. "I'm glad we didn't tell her we were here," he said. "She doesn't need to be worrying about us as well." Annie nodded. "It'll be easier for Lilia to help us now. She doesn't have to worry about Sania finding out." "But Sania's the only one who would defend us if the guild found out we were down here," Gol said, shaking his head. "What about Carlin?" Annie asked, looking at Lilia. Lilia shrugged. "I wouldn't want to rely on him." "Then we'd better make sure we aren't discovered," Sari said. "Have you spoken to Carlin? Did he have any news for us?" "I have, and no," Lilia replied. She sighed. "He doesn't seem inclined to confide in me." "You'll just have to win him over," Arnie told her. As Goll slurped up the last of the sauce in the meat section of the pot, Suri wiped his hands on the edge of the cloth the food had been bundled in. "In the meantime," he said to Lilia, "you need to check Goll. If he's healing up well, then you need to come with me to the entrance to the guild tunnels. None of us is going to be truly safe until we find a way to block it so that no thief's man could get through. If that means collapsing the roof, then that's what we'll have to do." He turned to Arnie. "Then I want you to show me these escape routes. Maybe they'll take us close to where servants toss out things magicians don't use anymore." The girls both grinned. "A bit of exploring sounds like fun," Lilia said. "Don't you have some studying to do?" Suri asked. Her face fell. "Do I ever not have studying to do?" she sighed, then looked at Arnie reproachfully. "You get to have all the fun." Arnie shook her head. "You don't get to say that until I have a nice soft bed down here and regular steamy hot baths." Lilia's eyes widened in mock apology. "Actually, now that you mention baths and body odour—" Though she was clearly expecting it, she still only just managed to dodge Annie's punch to her arm. Chuckling, she slipped out of reach and headed toward Goll. Chapter 6. Permission granted. The two middle-aged men were still in their cell when Lorkin returned from his second day with the interrogator, but the couple who had been imprisoned there had gone. Once again, water had been left for him, but no food. Hunger had made it difficult to sleep until he gave in again and soothed it away with magic. It was impossible to tell what time it was. No windows allowed in light to indicate day or night. Lorkin had to rely on the routine of the interrogator and watcher to measure the passing of the days. When he woke, he noted that the watcher was still in place, gazing at him with alert eyes but no expression. Sitting with his back to the wall, Lorkin entertained himself with mental games and memories. A sound eventually drew his attention. Footsteps warned of someone approaching. The watcher turned away, then stood up. Lorkin sighed quietly and got to his feet, bracing himself for another day of questions and hunger. Instead of the interrogator, a male slave appeared holding a tray on which lay a bowl, a lump of bread, and a goblet. Lorkin could not help feeling his heart skip with hope as the watcher examined the items, then stepped forward to open the gate to his cell. The slave's eyes remained downcast as he stepped inside, lowered the tray to the floor, and backed out again. The watcher paused to regard Lorkin thoughtfully after he'd relocked the gate. Lorkin waited until the man returned to his seat before approaching the tray. He picked it up and carried it to the far side of the cell. The bowl was full of a cold, opaque soup. The goblet contained wine. There were no utensils. "If any of this is poisoned, I won't know until I try eating it. I've never had to heal away poison before. It'll use up more of Tavara's power than simply quashing hunger. Should I risk it? Do I need to eat badly enough?" The particles in the soup were settling to the bottom, leaving most of the liquid clear, but the growing sediment was not forming a flat layer. It clung to something lying at the bottom, something square and thin. He felt a tingle run down his spine. Aware that the watcher was observing his every move, he drew a tiny amount of magic and used it to gently nudge the particles away from the object. At first the soup clouded at the slightest stirring, but soon it settled, allowing him to confirm what he'd suspected. The object was a piece of paper. "Boil soup to make safe. bread good, wine bad. Beneath was a squiggle. It would have been taken as a flourish or hastily drawn initials by someone else, but Lorkin recognized it as one of the code signs the traitors had told him to look for. "They know I'm here," he thought, his heart lifting in relief and hope. "They're going to get me out of here." But even as the thought crossed his mind, he knew he could not expect that much. The prison was under the very palace itself and guarded by a Sharky and the independent, fiercely loyal guard class that was unique to this place. It was nice to know the traitors were trying to help him, though. Drawing more magic, he set the soup boiling. That at least explained to the watcher why he'd been staring at it so intently. He still drank it slowly, and paid attention to his body in case the note was a clever lie. The bread was stale, so he dipped it in the soup to soften it. He didn't touch the wine. Would the interrogator, or whoever had poisoned it, wonder how Lorkin had known to avoid it, or would he assume Lorkin simply didn't want his senses fogged by wine during the next session? Not long after he'd finished eating, the slave returned for the tray. Lorkin held it up for the man to take. The slave's gaze rose to meet his. "Lord Daniel says King Merrin wants you to tell them everything," the man said, his words barely a whisper. Lorkin nodded to show he understood and turned away so that the watcher would not see his smile. "As if I'd believe that. They must think I'm stupid if they think I'd accept such an order from anyone but Danil himself. Even then, I'd have to consider that Danil was being blackmailed or threatened." Administrator Ozen had given Lorkin a code word as well, in case the Sachakans tried something like this. Forcing the smile from his face, Lorkin leaned back against the wall and waited for the interrogator to arrive and the day's questioning to begin. The food hall was almost vibrating with noise, despite the midday meal finishing some time ago. Lilia resisted the temptation to roll her eyes at the other novices. The sudden announcement that lessons had been cancelled for the afternoon, while the entire guild attended a meet, had sent them into a mix of giddy exhilaration at their unexpected freedom and excited speculation as to the cause of the meeting. Lilia already knew the reason for it, but nobody was asking her, and she had much more important things to worry about, like keeping Sari, Gol, and Arni fed and supplied with lamp oil and candles. Lilia had decided Jonna, Sania's servant, was the key to both. She had to find a way to persuade the woman to bring more supplies of these things to Sania's rooms, without it sounding suspicious. It was easy enough to smuggle small items into the tunnels. The lacquered boxes that servants used to carry food could be lowered down the gap in the wall of Sania's room using magic. Larger items, like whole pieces of furniture, weren't going to fit in the narrow space, however. Perhaps they could use other entrances to the tunnels. She had heard that there were some in the university. Even if she did find another way in, most of the furniture in the guild was old and valuable, so likely to be missed. The servants' furniture might be less precious, but they lived and worked away from the areas magicians and novices frequented. If Lilia wandered over to the servants' quarters, or even slipped into the kitchens beside the food hall, she'd stand out like, as her mother would say, a prince at a beggar's ball. "I need to find cast-offs that nobody is using. They'll probably be broken, but I suppose we can try to fix them. We might have to pull them apart and reassemble them anyway, to get them into the tunnels. I'd have to get hold of some wood and nails, and tools. If I'm going to do that, maybe we could smuggle wood in and make furniture from scratch." "Look, it's the Black Novice." The words were spoken loudly and from close by. Lilia looked up and met the eyes of the speaker. He was Boken, a tall novice, a Lowy who liked to bully those weaker than him. None of the Lowies protested too loudly because he was bold enough to pick on the Snooties as much as the Lowies. He'd stopped to lean on a nearby table, the usual group of followers hovering around him. She doubted they actually liked him. More likely they allied themselves with him to avoid being his target. "Got anybody killed lately?" he asked, his lips twisted in a sneer. She tilted her head to the side and pretended to consider. "Well, no, actually." "What are you going to do with yourself now that Black Magician Sania is leaving?" He pushed away from the table. "You'll be all alone in her rooms. Got a new girlfriend, or do you want to see what a man's like for once?" He strutted up to her table and thrust his groin close to her face. "How about I show you what you've been missing?" So they know Sania's leaving. Lilia leaned back and looked up at him. She'd considered that someone might try to take advantage of the situation, but hadn't expected anyone to test her so soon. "You never showed any interest before." She stood up slowly, staying close so that her face ended up near to his, and stared straight into his eyes. "Must be the black magic that changed your mind. You're attracted to it, aren't you? The thrill of danger. I've been told to watch for people like you." He opened his mouth to speak, but she grabbed his face, fingers digging into the flesh of his jaw. At the same time, she pushed at him with a sharp jab of magic, forcing him to stagger backwards before he could summon up the magic to resist it. She followed and pressed him back against the edge of the next table. "You know what's going on in that meet? Black Magician Sania is taking power from every magician in the guild, using black magic. One day, maybe one day soon, I might do that to you. You'll have no choice. King's orders. Do you really want to give me reason to make it as unpleasant as possible?" He stared back at her, his face pale. She let go and wiped her hand on the front of his robe. The novices around her were silent, and the silence was spreading. She did not take her eyes from Boken, but she could see in the edges of her vision that faces were turning toward her. "You had better hope she returns," she told him. She turned her back, picked up her bag and the pieces of fruit and spiced bread rolls she'd collected for her evening meal, and left the hall. As she stepped into the corridor, she felt a rush of triumph. That'll get them talking, and worrying about the reason for Sania's trip to Sachaka, but they'll wonder about that anyway. I'm not going to let anyone think that her leaving makes me vulnerable. If the only future she had was to be restricted to the guild grounds, groomed to be a protector of the Allied lands and the main target of any enemy who might attack, then she wanted to be treated with respect in return. Failing that, with people like Boken who are too stupid to remember who'll be risking their life for him, I'll settle for being feared. From her seat at the front of the guild hall, Sania watched the gathering magicians and struggled to keep her breathing slow and even. What will they do? Is 20 years of getting used to the idea of black magic long enough for them to agree to take part in it? Will they consider my mission to free my son justification enough? It would have been easier to dismiss these questions if the other higher magicians hadn't also expressed the same concerns earlier. None could predict the outcome of the meet. All had thought some magicians would refuse to give their magic and some would not, but their opinions differed greatly on the likely numbers of either. On both sides of the long hall, magicians were taking their seats. As always, Patches of green, red, and purple formed where friends of the same discipline gathered together. The dominant colour was the alchemist's purple, but the numbers of healers had grown in the last few decades, and there was plenty of green around the hall. Though more warriors existed than ever before, red robes were still in the minority. This didn't worry her, though. While most magicians dedicated their energies to something more useful, she knew that the majority of them still maintained their fighting skills in their spare time. At the front of the hall, the higher magicians waited. Only Administrator Ozen was missing from the tiered seats. As always, he would address the room from the front, the area before the higher magicians. Sania looked at the row of seats above hers. The king's chair was empty, but both king's advisers had joined the meet, which was unusual. Advisor Glarin met her eyes and nodded. Advisor Roldan, who had been present 20 years before when she and Akaran had been judged and exiled, glanced at her and frowned. Looking down, Sania noted how the higher magicians in the lower tiers of seats kept casting glances upward. From his place among the heads of studies in the bottom row, Rothan met Sania's eyes. He looked grim, but managed a reassuring smile. Their dinner the night before had been shadowed by frightening possibilities. She knew he was wondering if this was the last time he'd see her. It was another fear to add to the worry that he'd never see Lorkin again. He'd offered to go with her. She'd reminded him that he knew too much about her other reason for the journey. He nodded, then said he would take comfort from the fact she had chosen a reliable assistant. Looking around the hall, she searched for Lord Regan and found him sitting, as she'd expected, near the front. He looked serious and aloof. This might have been a deliberate mask of his true feelings, but it was hard to tell. He always looked serious and aloof. I hope Rothan is right about him. Well, of course he is. Regan takes his responsibility to the Guild, Karalia, and the Allied lands much too seriously to jeopardize our task. Which meant, no matter how unpleasant things got between them, he would obey her orders. Most of the magicians had settled in their seats now. Administrator Ozen strode out in front of the higher magicians, and a gong rang to mark the beginning of the meet. The room immediately quietened. At this meet here today, we have an exceptional situation to discuss and deal with, Ozen began, and, as such, the course of action given to us will be unique in the history of the Guild. He paused and looked around the room. As you may already know, Ambassador Danil travelled to Sachaka some months ago to serve in the Guild House of Arvis. He took with him the young magician Lord Lorkin, who had volunteered to be his assistant. Not long after settling in Arvis, Lord Lorkin was saved from assassination by a slave. The slave was a spy for the people known as the Traitors, Sachakans who have lived separately to the rest of the country for hundreds of years. To evade future attacks on his life, this slave helped Lorkin flee to the Traitors' secret home. There, Lorkin learned more about these people. They reject slavery, and though they use black magic, they appear to live peacefully. They have a network of spies throughout Sachaka, though from all I have heard, the main aim of their spying is their own protection. Recently, Lorkin sought to return home. On arriving in Arvis, he was summoned by King Amakira and ordered to reveal all he had learned of the traitors. Knowing that he must give any such information to King Merrin first, Lorkin refused. Though this was made clear to King Amakira, and he agreed when we sent the first ambassadors to Sachaka that they will answer to their own king, he sent Lorkin to the palace prison. Sania felt her stomach sink. No matter how many times she'd heard it spoken, the thought of Lorkin in a dank cell made her heart shrivel. The hall had grown quiet. Funny, I expected there to be protests and anger. I think they're mostly too shocked to speak, though I'm not sure whether they're more appalled at the audacity of Amakira daring to imprison a guild magician, or at the possibility this might lead to another conflict with Sachaka. The king has approved our request to send a negotiator to seek Lorkin's release, Ozen continued. We chose our negotiator carefully, considering who might have the greatest influence on the Sachakan king. The Sachakan prejudice against magicians who do not know black magic narrowed our choices. Ozen turned to look up at the higher magicians and held out his arm towards Sania, as if offering her a hand out of a carriage. We chose Black Magician Sania. She felt her skin prickle and her face heat as hundreds of gazers shifted to her. A murmur of voices filled the hall. Resisting an urge to look down and away, she stared back at the assembled magicians, heart beating a little too fast. What will they do? Ozen's outstretched hand beckoned. Swallowing a sigh, she rose and started to descend the steep stairs to the front. But the advantage in sending a black magician will not count unless that black magician is as powerful as we can make her, Ozen continued. As Sania reached his side, he glanced at her once, then turned to face the assembly. The permission of the king has been granted for Black Magician Sania to gather strength for this mission. We call for volunteers to give their power to this cause. The hum of voices that had been gathering now grew louder, swelled, then diminished again. Ozen, judging their mood, raised his arms, and the room fell into a restless quiet. This is the first time such permission has been granted, and thankfully not for the reason we have long feared. We have learned in the last 20 years that black magic need not involve barbaric rituals and unpleasant bloodletting. Though this fact is taught to our novices and such reassurances given to all else, there may be some for whom this is not clear. I call upon Black Magician Sania to explain. Sania drew in a deep breath and worked magic into the air before her to amplify her voice. Sachakan magicians cut the skins of their slaves because their slaves are not magicians and can't offer up their power. They do the same to their victims in war because their victims are hardly going to offer up their power willingly. The ritual of higher magic in our past was a symbolic gesture of an apprentice's submission to his master, and no longer relevant. She managed to smile, though she suspected it would look more grim than reassuring. I only require a magician to draw and send power to me so I can take it and store it. That is all. The giver need do nothing more than a trick taught to every novice in their first year of university. She looked around the hall. That's really all the explanation it needs, she thought. But as Ozen began to turn away from her, she thought of something else. It seems only a small thing to ask of each of you, she said. A day's strength. But if it leads to the freeing of my son, at the least you'll have my own and my son's heartfelt gratitude. Ozen nodded. And you'll have ensured the safety of a member of the guild, a citizen of Karalia and the allied lands, while securing ongoing peace with Sachaka, which is no small thing at all. He turned to face the tiered seats. We will begin with the higher magicians. Sania felt her heart skip as High Lord Bolkan rose and descended from the tiered seats, followed by several other higher magicians. As Lorkin approached, a voice called his name from the side of the hall. All turned to see that the king's advisers had come down from the highest row. "Would you permit me to be the first?" the adviser asked Lorkin. The High Lord smiled and stepped aside, gesturing to Sania. "The king sends his best wishes," Glarin told her. He held out his hands to her. Taking them, she nodded. "Please convey my thanks in return, adviser." She felt her skin tingle as he sent power to her. Drawing it inward, she felt a slight sensation that told her she now held more magic than her natural limit, but when he was done she could not judge how much power he had given her. Glarin stepped away, bowing slightly toward Lorkin. Sania looked up at the tall guild leader. He regarded her with a familiar, slightly surprised expression. "As if he has as much trouble thinking of me as a higher magician as I do of him being High Lord. Though Lorkin is a competent leader, only a Karen will ever fit the title in my mind." She took his hands and power, and slowly the rest of the higher magicians took their turn. All but Carlin. Ozen had decided that a few magicians should still retain their full strength at the end of the meeting. When the last of the higher magicians stepped away, Sania turned to face the hall, and felt her heart stop. All of the seats were empty. Every magician was standing in the center of the hall, waiting. Well, it's possible that those who don't intend to volunteer have slipped out already, she told herself. But the crowd that waited was too large for many to have decided not to participate. She realized she had stopped breathing and heard a gasp escape her mouth as the first magician stepped forward. "Regan!" His eyes brightened with unexpected humor as he reached out to take her hands. "You really don't know how much people respect you, do you?" he murmured as he sent her magic. "Respect me?" She shook her head. "They're not doing this for me. They're doing it for a fellow magician and Coralia." "That as well," he admitted, "but it's not the only reason." He gave her a lot of power. At least it seemed that way. She watched him walk away, looking for indications of physical weariness, and worried that he would be tired at the start of their journey that night. But the next magician stepped forward, and she had to turn away. And then the next, and the next. Healers, warriors, alchemists, men and women, old and young, magicians from the houses and all other classes. They all spoke a few words, wishing her luck, expressing their hopes that Lorkin had been treated well and would be released, even warning her to watch out for Ichani when crossing the wasteland, and urging her to come home safely. Overwhelmed and surprised, she struggled at times to appear calm and dignified. At one point she felt a wave of sadness as she suddenly remembered another time, standing in this hall while magicians filed past. Then they had been tearing her robes and those of Akaran as they spoke ritual words of banishment. "Because we learned black magic in order to defend Coralia. How much things have changed." When finally a magician moved away and she found there were no more waiting, she felt a great relief and weariness. She nearly laughed aloud at that. This taking of power was supposed to make her stronger, not tired. She focused on the power within her, detecting that a glow of magic was escaping from her control. Remembering Akaran's instruction, she strengthened the barrier of influence lying at her skin and felt the leakage stop. Then she considered the power within. Aside from knowing her strength had been boosted, the only way she could guess at how strong she'd become was to add up the number of magicians who had given her magic. She wasn't even sure how powerful the average guild magician was. "I haven't held this much power since the Achani invasion, when the poor people offered their strength in preparation for the battle ahead." Ozen was still standing beside her. The hall was empty but for him, Regan, and Rothan. A gong rang out, indicating the end of the meet, despite most of the magicians not being present to hear it. "What time is it?" she found herself asking. Ozen considered. "I believe the university gong rang a short while ago." She looked at him in surprise. "That late?" She looked at Regan. "It's nearly time to load up the carriage." "You have a few hours still," Ozen smiled. "You should both eat a good meal before you go." Sania felt her stomach knot. "I'm not sure I can." "That'll disappoint everyone." She frowned at him. "Why?" His smile widened. "The higher magicians have a farewell dinner waiting for you in the banquet room. You didn't think we'd let you go without saying goodbye, did you?" She looked at him in amazement. Ozen chuckled. "Come on, they're all in the night room having a drink while they wait for you to join them." Chapter 7. A different approach. "The roof is unstable here," Annie said. Looking up, Serene noted the cracks in the walls and the slight sag in the roof. Fine roots matted the passage ceiling, perhaps from a tree above. "If we have to use this escape route, and Lilia is with us," Annie continued, "we could get her to collapse it when we're all far enough past, to stop anyone following us. Or we could rig it up to collapse. Lilia could help us by supporting it with magic while we install weights and ropes that we can operate from further down the tunnel." Serene nodded. "I like the way she thinks. We'll ask her." "Now, where does this go?" Annie grinned and hurried past the unstable area, leading Serene down an increasingly deteriorated passage. It ended not at a tunnel entrance, but where a tree had fallen through the roof and blocked the way. A weak, grey light filtered through a hole between two of the great roots. Bricks and rubble, smoothed by accumulated dirt and moss, provided a rough ramp up which Annie scrambled. She peered out, then looked back at him and beckoned. Picking his way up to her, he took her place and peered up through the hole. A forest surrounded him, lit by pre-dawn light. He sighed as he remembered taking Sania through the guild forest many years ago, before she had been captured by the magicians, so she could watch magic being performed and perhaps learn to control her powers. It hadn't worked, of course. Only another magician can teach a novice how to handle magic safely, but they hadn't known that then. So much has changed, Sari thought, but thankfully the forest is still here. He extinguished his lamp and set it down, then climbed out of the hole. Annie followed. "Where in the guild do you think we are?" she whispered. He shrugged. "Probably north of the buildings, since the southern part of the grounds are hillier than this." "The servant quarters are to the north." "Yes." "We might find discarded things there, furniture, blankets." "We might." Sari moved away from the tree, then looked back and slowly circled it, trying to fix the image of it in his mind. Neither he nor Annie were used to navigating their way through a forest, and he could see it would be easy to get lost and not find the tunnel opening again. Fortunately, the tree did look a little different from the others, thanks to it being half dead, partly sunk into the ground, and leaning at an angle. Turning away, Suri led the way through the trees, counting his steps and noting they were moving downhill. He knew the ground rose up from the inner wall to behind and above the guild buildings, so he guessed he was heading west. After several hundred strides, he discovered he was wrong. The slope met another, and, in the crease between, a little stream flowed off to the right. Oh well, at least the stream is something we can follow. It should take us downhill at least. He marked the place by moving some stones into a circle and a line pointing back the way they'd come, then headed downstream. It was not long before they saw signs of habitation ahead. Creeping forward, they made out simple shacks and fences. "Servants' quarters," Anya murmured. Suri shook his head. "Too shabby." The ramshackle appearance of the buildings was puzzling. A few large structures appeared to be made from glass, but from the overgrown look of the vegetation inside, he guessed they were abandoned. It wasn't until they finally drew close enough to see what the fences surrounded that he worked out where they were. "The farm." "Ah, of course," Anya pointed. "Is that an orchard over there?" He looked in the direction she indicated and nodded as he made out rows of carefully pruned trees and arches of berry vines. Next to them were small fenced areas of ground, the earth grooved as if someone had run a very large rake along them. "The question is, does anybody live here?" he murmured. Anya glanced at him. "Let's take a closer look." They moved closer, hiding behind trees and then the long arched rows of berries. The shacks were spaced along the other side of the crops. Suri's heart sank as he noticed smoke wafting out of a chimney. Further away, a woman in servant's clothing had emerged from one of the shacks. He watched as she disappeared into what looked like a rasuk pen. "Looks occupied to me," Anya said. "Want to move further along?" Suri nodded. Retreating to the edge of the forest to take advantage of the undergrowth, they made their way along the length of the farm. He was right about the rasuk pen. At the end of the crops and buildings, there were larger open fields where Enka, Reba, and even a few big, lumbering Goran grazed. "Not enough to feed the guild," he noted, "but they're making use of what space they have." "Over there," Anya said, pointing to the last of the buildings. He looked and realized it wasn't the building she was indicating, but a collection of old wooden furniture. Mismatched chairs circled a plank set upon tree stumps. Benches had been constructed out of scrap timber and placed on old barrels. "We could use some of that straw to make mattresses," Anya said, pointing toward a shelter under which several bundles had been piled. "I saw it done at the market. You need some old sacks and a needle and thread." "You can sew?" "Not very well, but we need mattresses, not ball gowns." Suri chuckled. "Just as well, eh? I remember your mother couldn't get you to wear a dress. I don't even think the king could get you to wear a ball gown." "Not a chance," Anya replied. "Not even if he was the handsomest man in the world." "Pity," Suri said. "It'd be nice to see you all dressed up. Just once." "I'd settle for a change of clothes." Anya narrowed her eyes at the huts. "I wonder how many people live here and what they wear. Probably servant uniforms. I suppose it would be handy to look like servants whenever we sneak out of the tunnels." She pursed her lips. "I'll come back here later and spy on them for a bit, if that's fine with you." "Good idea, but stay in the forest and don't try to steal anything yet." Suri nodded. "For that, we'll come back at night." Danil stared out of the carriage window, not registering the view outside as he braced himself for the morning's dismissal. Lorkin had been in the palace prison for only 3 days, but it felt much longer. Of course, it probably feels even longer to Lorkin. Achati hadn't visited again. Danil couldn't decide if he was relieved or regretful about that. Any meeting with Achati was likely to be tense and full of resentment and awkwardness over the situation with Lorkin, but Danil missed Achati's company and longed for his advice. It's a pity he's so close to the king. If only I'd made friends with the Sachakan in a more neutral position, he'd have been able to tell me how best to deal with the situation. Were any of the Ashaki in a neutral position, politically? From what Danil had learned, most were either loyal to the king or were allied with Ashaki who would happily seize the reins of power if they had the chance, which they were not likely to get. King Amakira's position was secure, supported by most of the powerful Ashaki. As the carriage pulled up outside the palace, Danil sighed. He waited until the guildhouse slave opened the door, then rose and climbed out. Smoothing his robes, he straightened his back and strode toward the entrance. Nobody stopped him. He had wondered why they'd let him in the previous day, when all they intended to tell him was to go home. Once again he stepped out of the broad passage into the hall, and was told by a slave to wait to one side. Several people were standing around the hall. The king was present this time. At least Danil would be able to give his request directly to Amakira. Not that it would gain him a favourable response. The king finished talking to a pair of men and invited another 3 to approach. Time passed. More people arrived. The king saw some of them not long after they arrived, sooner than Danil and some of the others waiting for an audience. They must have been more important, or at least the matter to be discussed was. Or he's deliberately ignoring me to put me in my place. Danil guessed that a few hours had passed by the time the king looked his way, then beckoned. "Guild Ambassador Danil," he said. Danil approached and knelt. "Your Majesty." "Rise and come closer." He obeyed. The air vibrated faintly, and Danil realized that the king, or someone else, had placed a shield about them to prevent sound escaping. "You're here, no doubt, to ask me to give Lorkin back," the old man said. "I am," Danil replied. "The answer is no." "May I at least see him, Your Majesty?" "Of course." The king's stare was cold. "If you promise to order him to tell me everything he knows about the traitors." "I cannot give that order," Danil replied. Amakira's stare did not waver. "So you said. I'm sure you could convince him that the order came from those with the authority to give it." Danil opened his mouth to refuse, then paused. "I could agree to try in order to see Lorkin and confirm he is alive and well. But what if the king decided that Danil had broken his promise? Was that crime enough to be imprisoned for? Ozen made it clear that I should avoid that, and if they take me prisoner, they'll take Ozen's ring from me." "I cannot do that either, Your Majesty," Danil replied. The king leaned back in his chair. "Then come back when you can." He made a dismissive gesture. Taking the hint, Danil bowed and backed away for an appropriate distance, then turned and left. Well, at least I got to see the king this time, he thought as he waited for the carriage. A rejection from the ruler is a slightly better quality failure than a rejection from one of his lackeys. He wondered which he'd receive tomorrow, or if they would start refusing him admission to the palace. When the carriage arrived at the guild house, he opened the door for himself before any slave could do it. The air outside the house was hot and dry, and it was a relief to escape it into the cooler interior. He headed for his rooms, but before he got there, Meria appeared in the corridor ahead. "How did it go?" she asked. Danil shrugged. "No better, though this time I was given a royal refusal." She shook her head. "Poor Lorkin. I hope he's all right. Any news from your friends?" "No. They said they're doing what they can to manipulate the Ashaki into objecting to the taking of a Karelian magician prisoner, but it requires careful timing and can't be hurried." He nodded. "Well, I appreciate their efforts. We all do." They had reached the entrance to his rooms. She looked up at him, her expression concerned, then patted him on the arm. "You're doing everything you can," she told him. "Everything they'll let you do, anyway." He frowned. "So you think there's nothing else I could do? Nothing that the Guild is preventing me from doing that I should do? Nothing we haven't thought of yet?" She looked away. "No, nothing that doesn't include a risk of making the situation worse if it fails to work anyway. Are you hungry? I was going to ask Vi to make me something to eat." What is this risky idea? He wondered. Should I ask about it? "Yes," he said, "but not straight away. I want to contact the administrator first." "I'll arrange something." She headed back down the corridor and disappeared. The interrogator didn't turn up until some hours after the morning meal. Food had arrived, a slurry of ground grain. A faint symbol drawn with water on the porous wooden tray reassured him it was safe. Lorkin's stomach stirred unpleasantly as the Ashaki interrogator and his assistant led him in a new direction. The man chose another corridor and stopped at a different doorway, but the room inside was little different from the previous one. Plain, white walls surrounded 3 worn old stools. The interrogator sat down and gestured for Lorkin to take one of the other stools, then looked at his assistant and nodded. The man slipped out of the room. Lorkin braced himself for more questions. None came. The interrogator looked around, then shrugged and began staring at Lorkin with a distant expression. When the assistant returned, he shoved a female slave into the room before him. She threw herself onto the floor before the Ashaki. Lorkin tried to keep his expression neutral, to hide the wave of hatred for slavery he felt at her grovelling and the Ashaki's expectation of it. "Stand," the interrogator ordered. She got to her feet, facing the Ashaki with hunched shoulders and keeping her eyes downcast. "Look at him." The interrogator pointed at Lorkin. The woman turned to face him, her gaze fixed on the floor. She was beautiful, he realized, or would have been if she hadn't been terrified. Long, glossy hair framed a sculpted jaw and cheekbones that, for a moment, stirred memories of Tavara that made his heart skip and fill with longing. But this woman's limbs, while as graceful, were trembling, and her dark eyes were wide. At her obvious fear, he felt his stomach sink. She expected something bad to happen. "Look at him! Don't look away!" Her gaze flitted up to meet his. Lorkin forced himself not to look away. If he did, he knew the Ashaki would make him regret it somehow. He could not help searching for some hint of resolve in her face, or an effort at communication that might indicate that she was a traitor. All he saw was fear and resignation. She expects pain, or worse. The only slaves I've seen down here were carrying things. Why else would she, a beautiful young woman, be down here with no obvious menial purpose? A slave this beautiful would never be given purely menial tasks. He felt sick. He could not help thinking of Tavara again, and what she must have been forced to do as part of her spying. She, too, was too beautiful not to have attracted that kind of attention from her masters. After all, the first time she met me, she expected me to take her to bed. The interrogator stood up. He took hold of the woman's arm and pulled her closer to him. One of his hands went to the jewelled sheath that all Ashaki wore at their hip, and he slowly drew his knife. Lorkin held his breath as the knife rose toward the slave's throat. The woman shut her eyes tightly, but did not struggle. Words flooded into Lorkin's throat, but stuck there. He knew exactly what the interrogator intended to do, and why. If I speak to save her, many, many more will die. If she is a traitor, she won't want me to betray her people. He swallowed hard. The knife did not slice across her throat. Instead, the interrogator slid it under one shoulder of her shift and cut through the cloth. He took hold of the other shoulder and pulled, and the slave garment slid away, leaving her naked but for a loincloth. Her expression didn't change. The Ashaki sheathed his knife, looked over her shoulder at Lorkin, and smiled. "Any time you want to talk, go right ahead," he said, flexing his fingers and curling them into a fist. The assistant chuckled. And then the Ashaki set to work. Chapter 8. Coming to an Understanding. Putting down the book she had been failing to concentrate on, Lilia looked around Sania's guest room and sighed. Though Sania had been absent or asleep most of the time, her rooms felt strangely empty now that she had left for Sachaka. Lilia was suddenly more conscious of being alone, and that nobody, no magician at least, was likely to visit. Well, none except Carlin if I don't turn up to classes on time, but it's not like he makes social visits. Annie might slip in at night via the secret opening in the room's wall panelling, but now that she, Sari, and Gol were living under the guild, it was safer for Lilia to visit them. There had always been a risk that someone would discover Annie in Sania's rooms and realize they hadn't seen her enter or leave by the door. The only other person who visited Lilia on a regular basis was Jonna, Sania's servant and aunt. Jonna visited twice a day to deliver meals. But she must also come here after I've left for classes, to clean too, Lilia thought, remembering how she usually returned to find everything tidy. While Jonna usually slipped into Sania's bedroom after the evening meal to change the bed linen and gather robes to wash, that was only because Sania had worked night shift at the hospices. Looking over at the open door of her room, Lilia regarded the bag she used to carry textbooks and notes around. It held the food she'd taken from the food hall that day, some soap and clean washcloths from the baths, ready to take to her friends. She also had news from Carlin to deliver, but until Jonna arrived with the evening meal, Lilia wouldn't be able to slip away. In the meantime, she tried to study. She looked down at the book in her hands. She'd never really caught up with the lessons she'd missed while a prisoner in the lookout. Teachers would notice if she slipped even further behind. Once Suri, Anyi and Gol have settled in, I'll be able to get back to my studies, she told herself. Maybe I'll study all next free day. If my plan works tonight, at least there'll be one less thing to worry about. Her thought was interrupted by a knock at the door. She stood up in case it was a magician and opened the door with magic. To her relief, Jonna bustled in. Though burdened with a lacquered box and a large jug, the woman managed to bow before placing it on the table. "Good evening, Lady Lilia." "Good evening." Lilia hesitated as she opened the box and saw, to her disappointment, that it held one bowl of a thick soup and a single bread roll, as well as a creamy dessert. Of course, she won't be bringing more than one person can eat now. Which made it even more important that Lilia's plan worked. "What's wrong?" Jonna asked. I was hoping Annie would visit tonight." Lilia had been surprised to discover Jonna already knew Annie was Suri's daughter, and of the secret entrance to Sania's rooms, until she learned that Jonna was Sania's aunt. It certainly explained the way Jonna bossed Sania around in private, with no fear and little regard for status. Jonna smiled as she moved the food from the tray to the table. "She drops by a lot these days." Lilia nodded. "At least she's safe when she's here." "And she can get a decent meal," Jonna added. She straightened. "I'll go find something for her, something that will still be nice even if it has gone cold, so she can take it away with her if she's already eaten." "Could you?" Lilia grimaced. "Could you bring something every night? Even if she doesn't eat it, there are others she'd like to help. I'd like to help. And can you bring lamp oil so she doesn't have to find her way here in the dark?" Jonna looked sympathetic as she nodded. "Of course. And I don't suppose, if it's not asking too much, what does the guild do with old bedding and broken furniture?" The servant's eyebrows rose. "Most furniture here doesn't break often. It's so well made it lasts for hundreds of years. If anything does break, we fix it, and if it's no longer good enough for magicians, it goes to the servants." She shrugged. "Same with old bedding. When it's too worn for servants, it becomes rags." She looked at Lilia. "But there's more old bedding about than furniture. Let me see if I can get my hands on some." Lilia nodded. "Thank you. I'd buy some things for her, but I'm not allowed to leave the grounds to go shopping." "I could get them for you," Jonna offered, "if you write down what you want." "Do you have time? You must be busy." "Not as busy as you'd think, especially now Sania's not here. Fetching things for you is part of my job." "Well, thank you. I'd appreciate that." Jonna gestured at the bowl. "Now you start on that before it goes cold, and I'll go fetch something for Annie." As the door closed behind the servant, Lilia sighed in relief and triumph. Her plan had worked, though she felt a little guilty at suggesting that what she had asked for was going to needy people when it was only going to Suri, Gol, and Anyi. But they do need it. Looking down at the meal Jonna had brought, she decided to eat it and give the food she'd taken from the food hall to Suri and Gol. Soup was much too hard to transport, and the dessert was as likely to spill. At least, if Jonna saw evidence that Lilia was eating some of the food she'd brought, she wouldn't worry over Lilia eating enough, or giving it all away. As she ate, She thought about how such small, everyday things could become so important. Sari and his friend and daughter were safer in the guild passages, especially with the passage connecting them to the Thieves' Road destroyed. Yet something as trivial as getting food to them was a daily difficulty and risk. If Lilia didn't have to constantly find them something to eat, it would be much easier to hide their presence from the guild. I want to do better than bring them food, too, she thought. I want them to be comfortable. I can't ask Jonna to buy anything luxurious, or she'll grow suspicious. Unless I could say it's for me. Finishing the soup, she got up and gathered paper, pen, and ink, and began writing a list. As Sania blinked awake, she marvelled that she had slept at all in the rocking carriage. Looking across at Regan, she saw that he was conscious and watching her. He smiled faintly and politely looked away. How long was I asleep? She pulled aside the screen covering the window over the carriage door. Green hills surrounded them, tainted with the gold of a late afternoon sun. Quite a while. Poor Regan. He's probably been awake and bored for most of the day. For the first few hours of their journey the previous night, their conversation had revolved around the arrangements they'd made to take care of things in their absence. Lilia's progress and future, the places they would probably stop along the journey, and some of the information they had been given about Sachakan society. When Regan began yawning, she insisted he try to sleep. He'd eventually done so, a travel pillow braced between his head and the side of the carriage. The roads nearer the city were smoother than those further into the countryside, so he was not often jostled awake. She'd spent the night staring out of the window, thinking about the tasks she had been given, and worrying about Lorkin. Remembering the last time she had travelled this road, following a car into exile, she felt echoes of emotions from 20 years before. Fear, rejection, hope, and love, all softened with time. She let them come, held onto them for a little while, and then released them to fade into the past. This journey brought some interesting new emotions. Aside from fear and worry over Lorkin, and anxiety at the potential for everything to go badly for herself and Regan, there was a strange elation. After 20 years of being restricted to the guild grounds, she had suddenly been set free. Well, not exactly free. I can't just roam about wherever my fancy takes me. I am on a mission. What are you thinking? Regan's question brought her back to her surroundings. She shrugged. About being outside the city. I'd assumed I'd never leave it again. He made a low noise of disgust. They should trust you more. She shook her head. I don't think trust was the problem. They had no choice but to trust me. I think they feared what would happen if we were invaded again and I wasn't around. Or if Carlin turned on them. Do you think Carlin will take advantage of your absence? Sania shook her head. Then she remembered the one trait she did not like in Carlin, and frowned. What is it? She sighed. If Regan can read me this easily, how am I going to fare when I meet with King Amakira and the traitors? I suppose I'm not fully awake and on my guard yet, though I wouldn't forgive myself if I failed to free Lorkin or make an alliance just because I was sleepy. What to say? Regan had clearly picked up that she had concerns about Carlin, and he would imagine all sorts of reasons if she didn't give him one. She had to tell him something. The truth. It isn't exactly a big secret anyway. Rot, she said. Rut. It is his weakness. If I was going to corrupt Carlin, I'd do it by controlling his access to the drug. Regan's brows knit together. Do many people know of this weakness? Venara does. Rothan, too. I suspect many of the higher magicians do, though we've not discussed it. Or at least they'd not discussed it while I was present. Whoever sells it to him knows as well, Regan added. Yes. Lilia used Rut too, didn't she? When she was with Naki, Lilia doesn't appear to have become addicted to it. In fact, she has a distaste for Rut, and Rut uses now. I think she blames it for some of the foolish things she and Naki did. Regan looked thoughtful. So, the guild has one black magician addicted to Rut, and one resistant to it. And one who wouldn't go near the stuff if you paid her to, Sania added, shuddering. He looked at her and smiled. You're too smart for that. You don't let anything back you into a corner. Sania felt her cheeks warm. Except the guild. A worthy exception. He looked away. I wish I'd had your determination and willingness to defy convention when I was younger. She shook her head. You, not determined? I always got the impression you were completely sure of yourself and what you wanted from life. Yes, but I never had to make any hard decisions. I was told everything had to be a certain way because it kept everyone safe, powerful, and wealthy, and I didn't question that. But as I grew older, I did begin to question. I saw that my lack of resistance came out of a fear of not being accepted by my peers. I saw that the only people we were keeping safe, powerful, and wealthy were my family and house. That the houses resist change because they fear it will diminish their power and wealth, and still do. Coralia has changed a lot in the last 20 years. The houses haven't lost power or wealth as a result. Regan shook his head. They will. It may take a long time, but it is going to happen. And the warning signs are there, if you know what to look for. And you know what I've discovered? He looked at her and shrugged. I don't care. Let them fall. They're built on lies and greed. Sania felt a pang of sympathy. Since his rather public separation from his wife, Regan had been prone to the occasional sullen and defiant comment about the habits and expectations of the highest class. Part of her approved, another sympathized, yet she wondered how much of his disenchantment would remain once the personal pain faded. I'm sure you wouldn't think so if you wound up a beggar on the street, she reminded him gently. He looked at her and his shoulders sagged a little. Probably not, but maybe I'd be a better man. Maybe I'd even be a happier man. By taking in lower-class entrants, the guild has made it possible for people to cross the barriers between classes. I see the newcomers boasting about it, and I want to warn them that there is a cost. Then I see the cost doesn't apply to them, and I feel, well, jealous. Somehow they get to have the wealth and power and magic, but they have no obligations to honor ancient agreements or traditions, or to only associate with the people their house approves of, or marry the woman their family selects. They may have to eventually. Regan shook his head. No, look at you. His eyes rose to meet hers. You were never forced to marry. I'm sure if I decided to, plenty would have been said about my choice. Yet nobody would have dared tell you not to. That's only because I'm the first black magician. I'm an exception. You can't make predictions based on me. Regan gave her an odd look, opened his mouth to speak, then frowned and closed it again. His gaze slid away from hers. Sania felt curiosity rising. "What were you going to say?" she asked. He glanced at her, his expression uncertain. I was going to ask you why you didn't marry, but I guess it's obvious, and rather rude of me to ask." She shrugged. "Not rude, nor is it why you think. It's true I couldn't have entertained the idea for a long time after Akarin died, but not for all of the last 20 years. I might have married Dorian if the timing had been better, but he met someone else long before I was ready. And a good thing that is, too. I don't think we would have been well suited. For a start, he loves the countryside, and would have had to live in the guild grounds to be with me, since I could not leave." Regan watched her now with an almost guilty interest. It's likely a lot of people have wanted to ask that question, she thought. "By the time I was ready, nobody seemed interested," she continued. "Men my own age hadn't quite got over their prejudice towards magicians from the lower classes, and the only magicians from the lower classes were much too young. All were intimidated by black magic. Some of the higher magicians hinted to me that they thought a husband would be a weakness that someone might exploit through blackmail. As if Lorkin wasn't that already. And then there was Lorkin. He was always very jealous of other men in my life." Regan frowned. "What?" He paused and shook his head. "Yes?" He grimaced. "What will you do if King Amakira threatens Lorkin?" Not expecting the change of subject, Sania felt her heart freeze. She paused to draw in a deep breath and let it out slowly before answering. "I will point out that it is Lorkin who knows about the traitors, not me. It would be far more sensible to torture me to get Lorkin to speak." Regan's mouth dropped open, then he swallowed. "Is it wise for you to put the idea of torturing you into the king's mind?" She shrugged. "I'm sure it will occur to him the moment he learns I'm on my way to meet him. If he's willing to torture me, then we must conclude that he has put aside any reluctance to rouse the anger of the Guild and the Allied lands. There will be no chance of getting Lorkin back anyway." She was desperately proud of herself for not letting her voice catch on that last sentence, though it was a close thing. "If I can keep this up, maybe I will be able to hide my feelings in front of the Sachakans and Traitors." "I hope for all our sakes that it doesn't come to that," Regan said, with feeling. She nodded in agreement. If King Amakira was willing to torture her, then Regan would not be safe either. He shifted across the seat so that he was sitting opposite from her, then held out his hands. "It's been a full day since the meet, and my strength has recovered. You should take my power now, before we arrive at the stay house." She stared at him as reluctance froze her again. "This is ridiculous. I shouldn't hesitate to take power that's willingly offered when I'm allowed to and may need it." She hadn't felt this embarrassment during the meet, she realized. What was it about using black magic on another person in private that felt uncomfortably intimate? And illicit. Perhaps the only other time I've done it privately was with Akarin. Regan was watching her, his brow creased with growing puzzlement. Drawing in a deep breath, Sania took his hands. She felt magic flow from him, and began to store it within herself. "I'm sorry, I can't get used to this," she told him, shaking her head. He nodded. "That's understandable. You were forbidden to for so long. In fact, I did wonder if you'd forgotten how to do it after all this time." His mouth briefly widened into a teasing grin. Sania managed to smile. If only that was possible.
"It's all clear," Gol said.
Suri nodded. He'd sent Gol ahead to check that their room remained undiscovered. It was hard to give up old habits of caution. They picked up their burdens and carried them through the passages to the room. Suri set down 2 battered old chairs. Annie dropped 2 bales of hay from her shoulders to the floor, and Gol tossed a bundle of sacks next to the box he'd been using as a seat. Next, they emptied their pockets of the fruit, vegetables, and other items they'd picked up around the farm sheds. Suri looked up at Gol as the man set down a reel of coarse thread.
"Where'd you find that?"
Gol shrugged.
"In one of the sheds. There was a basket full of them, so I figured nobody would notice if I took one. And this."
He turned one side of his coat out to reveal a long, curved needle piercing the lining.
"If I'm going to make mattresses, we'll need it."
Suri regarded his friend dubiously.
"You're going to make mattresses?" "Annie said she doesn't know how to sew."
"Oh, did she?" Suri smiled at his daughter's lie.
"And you do? Well enough for this. I used to help my da mend his sails."
Gol slipped the end of the thread through the eye of the needle with telling dexterity.
"You're a man with hidden depths, Gol," Suri said.
Sitting down on one of the chairs, he smiled as he thought back to their raid on the farm. His assumption that servants were living in the sheds had been proven wrong. All were empty of occupants. Though free to move about, he, Gol, and Annie had taken care not to leave signs of their passing, and hadn't taken anything that wasn't already there in abundance. Annie had suggested relocating some of the other chairs around the place, as if someone had simply moved them for some purpose and forgotten to return them, to hide the fact that a few were missing. Annie was poking at the fruit.
"They're not ripe," she said. "A bit too early in the season. It was hard to tell in the dark. How are we going to cook these vegetables?" "I only picked ones that didn't have to be cooked," Gol said.
Her nose wrinkled in distaste.
"Eat them raw? I'm not that hungry."
His eyebrows rose.
"Some are better raw, especially when they're fresh. Give them a try."
Annie didn't look convinced.
"I'll wait for Lilia. She can cook them with magic."
"She might not always be able to bring us food," Suri reminded his daughter. "The fewer times she has to come see us, the less risk of the guild discovering us here."
"Then I need to find us a secret entrance to the guild kitchens."
Annie stood up.
"I'm going to see if she needs any help carrying something."
Gol shook his head as she grabbed a lamp and left.
"Doesn't know what she's missing," he muttered.
Suri looked at his friend.
"I hoped you two would take a lot more than 3 days before you started getting under each other's skin." "We might not have any choice about the—"
Gol stopped as he looked up and saw Suri's expression. His lips twisted into a smile.
"Yeah, I'll try not to. She doesn't like being stuck underground either."
"No," Suri agreed. Hearing a sound, he rose and moved to the room's doorway. High voices reached him, though he could not hear what they said.
"Looks like Lilia was already on her way."
Sitting down again, he waited for the girls to arrive. Lilia carried the usual lacquered box, this time full of bread buns stuffed with spiced meat and sticky seed cakes.
"Now that's real food,"
Annie said as she seized a bun. Lilia grinned. "I've made an arrangement with Jonna. She's going to bring something each night for Annie to eat and give to poor people, and is going to get me lamp oil and blankets. She thinks I'm being charitable. Cerie felt a flash of alarm.
You didn't tell her about us?
No. Lilia looked at the chairs, straw and gold sewing sacks. All this came from the farm? Annie must have told her about their raid.
Yes.
They won't miss it.
We were careful, Annie assured her.
Lilia sat down on one of the boxes. Well, don't go back for a few days. I'll see if I hear anything about trespassers or thieves. Now, I have news from Carlin.
Cerie's heart skipped a beat. Yes?
He says people in the city are starting to gossip about your absence. Some believe you must be dead. Others think Skellen has you locked up or cornered somewhere.
That's not far from the truth, Gol muttered.
Lilia glanced at him, then looked again as she noticed what he was doing. Her eyebrows rose, but she made no comment on Gol's sewing skills. Skellen's men have been taking over your... She waved a hand. Whatever it is that you do.
Loan money, protect people, run businesses, introduce people, sell... Cerie began.
Don't tell me, Lilia interrupted. As Sania says, it's better I don't know, so I can't be accused of being involved in anything.
I thought I was doing a good job of making it all sound legitimate.
Cerie looked at Arnie, who rolled her eyes.
Do any of Skellen's people think Cherie's dead? Gol asked.
Lilia shrugged. Carlin wasn't that specific. He did want to know if Cerie was planning to take back these... businesses.
Tell him I'll be in no position to until he gets rid of Skellen. Has he made any progress?
The young woman shook her head. He didn't say so. I think he was hoping you'd be as useful to him as you were to Sania.
Cerie sighed and looked away. You'd better make it clear to him that I'm no use to anybody now.
Annie made a wordless sound of protest.
You're useful to us.
Cerie gave her a disbelieving look.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be stuck here. Down here, I'm nothing but a problem for Lilia.
Lilia frowned. You're not a problem. Not a big one, anyway. Annie put a hand on her shoulder.
He scowled. The only mark I can make now is to be a nagging worry at the back of Skellen's mind. People might say I'm dead, but he won't completely believe it because he hasn't seen a corpse. He has to consider I may be alive and up to something.
He'll be moving in on my territory cautiously and questioning everyone who might know where I am. Cerie felt his heart spasm painfully with guilt. My people will want to believe I'm dead, because if I'm alive and not fighting Skellen, it'll seem as though I've abandoned them. If they find out I was hiding beneath the guild, they'll think I've been living in luxury with my magician friends, not this. If only there was some gain to be had, other than mere survival, from being here under the guild. We're isolated from the rest of the city. Magicians are not far away, and one in particular, Lilia, is able to help us. Few people would dare come here knowing that. Cerie frowned. Would Skellen dare? Perhaps, if he had good reason to. If he did come here, he'd be very wary. He'd send scouts to make sure it was safe first. Then there would have to be a good reason for him to enter the passages personally rather than send others. No matter where or how he learned about the existence of these tunnels and how to get to them, he'd have to suspect the information was meant to fall into his hands and was part of a trap. After all, I would. But if there was something here that Skellen wanted badly enough, perhaps he would take that risk. Cerie just had to think of bait powerful enough to lure him into a trap. This time, it would have to be something much more tempting than the books on magic. Chapter 9. Friends and Enemies. Lorkin woke in a rush. He blinked up at the ceiling and puzzled at the unfamiliar bare stone. Then a heartbeat later he remembered where he was and why, and that he wasn't alone in the cell. He turned to see the young woman lying on the floor near the cell's gate. Her skin and the rags that were all that were left of her slave garb were stained with blood. She was staring up at the Ashaki interrogator, who stood in the gate's opening. As Lorkin got slowly to his feet, the Ashaki bent to grab her arm and yanked her upright. She gave a hoarse cry and sagged as if her limbs wouldn't support her, but the man laughed.
"That wouldn't fool a half-wit," he said.
He ran his free hand down her arm to her shoulders, then through her hair, then looked at Lorkin and grinned.
"Nice bit of healing. Considering how much was broken, it must have worn you out."
Lorkin met the man's eyes and shrugged. "Hardly." The interrogator chuckled.
"We'll see."
He looked at the slave girl.
"Work or be dragged?"
She gave up pretending to be wounded. Bracing her feet, she stood properly, then looked down at herself in amazement before her wonder at being whole evaporated as the Ashaki pulled her toward the gate.
"Come with me, Keralian," the Ashaki said. "We have more to discuss."
Lorkin considered refusing to leave the cell, but he couldn't see how it would gain him anything. It would force the Ashaki to use magic to drag him out, but very little magic and nothing that couldn't be replaced by taking strength from a slave. He doubted the Ashaki would hesitate to torture the girl here instead. Saying nothing, he followed the interrogator out of the cell. The man's assistant, as always, fell into step behind him. The slave girl walked with slumped shoulders. Lorkin could not stop images and sounds from the day before running through his memory. The Ashaki's torturing had been slow and brutal, calculated to cause as much pain and damage as possible without killing her. It had taken all Lorkin's determination to stay silent. He could not help trying to think of other ways to stop what was happening, even if temporarily, but none would work for long. These ideas kept taunting him, though. Lying to the Ashaki, telling him things about the traitors that were true but irrelevant, even offering his own life in exchange for the woman's. Eventually he managed an unpleasant detachment from it all. He gave up on any notion that he could do anything to help the woman or himself. Later, he shuddered at what he had done and worried that accepting that he couldn't help the slave might eventually shift into giving up on protecting the traitors. He tried to keep Tavara in his thoughts to bolster his determination, but that only led to him thinking about what she must have suffered at the hands of Ashaki while pretending to be a slave. Beatings, being used as a pleasure slave. Lorkin's dislike of slavery had deepened into hatred. The previous day he had been sure the Ashaki would eventually kill the slave woman. He certainly hadn't expected the man to toss her into the cell with him. As time passed, his detachment had faded. He found it harder and harder to bear listening to the woman whimpering and gasping in pain. Did they simply hope to wear me down with guilt, or were they only hoping I'd weaken myself by healing her, or see if I'd kill her myself to end her pain? Using the extra power Tavara had given him to heal the slave would not cost him a lot, he'd decided. It would never be enough to protect him for long if the interrogator decided to torture or kill him. Only afterwards did it occur to him that healing her meant the Ashaki would be able to torture her all over again. She had thanked him, which only made him feel worse. He lay awake for a long time, trying to convince himself that the interrogator had achieved his aim. The purpose in using her had been to force him to use up his power. Lorkin had shown that he would not be persuaded by her torture to speak. She was no longer needed. Now it seemed like a foolish delusion. The Ashaki led them to the same room. It had been cleaned. The slave girl was shoved into a corner, where she threw herself into a submissive, defensive crouch. As before, Lorkin was directed to a stool. The interrogator leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. The assistant perched on another stool. "So, have you anything to tell me?" the Ashaki asked. "Anything relating to the traitors, that is." "Nothing you don't already know." "Are you sure about that? Why don't you tell me what you think I know about the traitors?" "And see if our knowledge matches," Lorkin sighed. "As if I'd fall for that trick. When are you going to accept that I'm not going to tell you anything?" The interrogator shrugged. "It's not up to me, it's up to the king. I'm merely his—" He pursed his lips in thought. "His researcher. Only I extract information from people, not dusty old books and scrolls, or by exploring distant places or spying on foreign lands." "Torture must be the least reliable kind of research." "It takes a certain skill." The Ashaki uncrossed his arms and pushed away from the wall. "One that I don't get to practice often, so I'm happy to have the opportunity now. Unless, of course, you distract me with something more interesting." Lorkin made himself meet and hold the man's gaze and keep his voice level, though his stomach churned as he spoke. "Has it occurred to you that the means you're using to convince me to talk might make me even more determined to stay silent?" The Ashaki's smile was unconcerned. "Does it really? Well then, let's put that theory to the test." As he turned to look at the slave, she whimpered. Lorkin felt his resolve weaken. "But if I tell them about the traitors, thousands could end up like this woman. And if she is a traitor, she knows this and would not want me to betray them." He clung to that thought and tried to put out of his mind that she might not even be a traitor, as the interrogator set about undoing everything Lorkin had mended the night before. Like most novices, Lilia had learned early on that a complex of inner passages and rooms lay within the university building, reached through short passages made to look like small storage rooms. They weren't forbidden to novices, however. Hundreds of years ago, the guild had grown so large that the need for teaching space outweighed whatever purpose the inner rooms had been designed for. Now, specialized or private classes were held in them. The passages under the guild were no great secret either. Everybody knew they'd been used during the Achani invasion. Although they were forbidden to both novices and magicians because they were deemed unsafe, the threat of cave-ins was never going to deter the more adventurous of them, so all of the passage entrances in the university had been sealed not long after the war. Lilia wasn't the only novice who suspected the guild might have kept a few open, just in case. Anyi's explorations had revealed that the guild had been telling the truth, however. All of the passage entrances had been bricked up. Lilia had been hoping that a friend would find at least one access point into the university. It would be a lot easier than climbing down the narrow gap inside the magician's quarters wall. Not to be deterred, Anya had been working on making a new entrance. The night before, she had announced that she had broken through the brickwork at one entrance. Lilia had gone to inspect it. The hidden door in the panelling beyond had needed a little oiling before it would open smoothly. Beyond it was one of the inner passages of the university. When it was time to leave her friends, she'd used the door and then made her way back to Sania's rooms. Now she was heading back to the hidden door, hoping it was too early for other novices to be in the inner passages. Jonna had brought a large bottle of lamp oil with the morning meal. Lilia was all too conscious that her friends were fast running out of sources of light, especially since Anya had used lamp oil to loosen the secret door's hinges. The new route into the passages would be much faster, since she didn't have an awkward climb up to Sania's rooms, and when she returned, she would be closer to her first class of the day. Entering the university, she turned into one of the narrow corridors between the classrooms and headed for the small room at its end that led to the inner passages. Somewhere behind her, Lilia heard the sound of echoing footsteps following her. Probably a novice heading for a private class. The inner passages were usually quieter than the main part of the university, but she'd have to be careful nobody saw her slip through the secret door. The odd little room that divided the main and inner parts of the university contained a wall of locked cabinets. Apparently these rooms had been bare until the former university director had died, and his replacement had decided that no storage space should be wasted. Lilia pushed through the door opposite and entered the inner passages. She had taken 10 or so steps when she heard the door to the other side of the little room open and close, muffled by the door behind her. Whoever followed was gaining on her. She lengthened her stride in the hope that she would turn a corner before this other person would emerge and see her, but the distance was too great. She heard the door open behind her, then a laugh. "Hey, Lilia!" a voice called. "Where are you going?" Her heart sank. Boken. From the menace in his tone, she knew he had been tailing her. She stopped and turned to regard him. How stupid can this boy get? He doesn't know how strong or weak I am. He doesn't even have any friends with him to gang up on me. If he's hoping I'm up to something that he could turn me in for, he shouldn't have called out to me before he found out what it was. Even so, he had messed up her plans. Perhaps that was all he was aiming for. "Come to offer me your powers, Boken?" she asked. He sauntered toward her. "You've got big ideas about yourself now, haven't you? Think you're better than anyone because you know black magic. It's the other way around, you know. You're the lowest scum of the guild and everyone hates you. That's why you've got no friends. Everyone knows Naki's death was your fault." She felt something shrivel inside her, but instead of making her cringe away from him, it left a void that quickly filled with anger. "Be careful," she warned herself. "Show anger and he'll know he's got to you, and accidentally injuring another novice will only add to the reasons people don't like you." She smiled. "Glad you got that off your chest, Boken." He moved closer, trying again to intimidate her with his bulk and height. "Yes, but I'm not done with you. I want you to apologize. No, I want you to beg me." The door behind them opened, and he quickly stepped back. "Lady Lilia!" Confusion and relief rose as Lilia recognized Jonna's voice. She peered past Boken to see the servant approaching. The woman bowed briskly at them both. "A message came for you," Jonna said. She pushed past Broken. "Excuse me, my lord." Jonna placed a hand on Lilia's arm and guided her along the passage, away from Broken. The novice remained silent, and Lilia didn't dignify him with a backwards glance. She and Jonna turned a corner. When they had continued far enough, Jonna glanced back. "He's not following us. Was he bothering you?" Lilia shrugged. "He's a troublemaker, but a pretty thick-headed one." "Don't dismiss him too quickly. He may come back with others. Sania had enemies among the novices when she was learning here, and they made her life here a torment." "Really? Who was the leader?" How humiliating to live your life known as the novice stupid enough to have picked on the famous black magician Sania. Jonna looked amused. "Lord Regan." Lilia stared at her in astonishment. "Really? He's not dumb." "No." "I guess novice bullies were smarter in those days." Jonna patted her arm firmly. "What I want to know is, where are you going with a bottle of lamp oil in your bag?" Lilia looked down at her bag, then back up at Jonna. "What bottle? I left it in the room." "You most certainly did not, and it's obvious from the way that bag is bulging and swinging that you have it in there." Jonna frowned in a motherly, disapproving way. "I told Sania I'd keep an eye on you. I helped raise Sania's son, Lorkin, so I know how to spot when a novice is up to something." Lilia gazed at the servant in dismay. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Jonna about Sari, Gol, and Ani living under the guild, but she had agreed not to. "But if I don't, Jonna won't get me the things they need." Jonna had lived in the slums before she became Sania's servant. She would surely empathize with Sari's situation. Even if she didn't, perhaps she would help out of sympathy for Ani. But am I being too trusting? "Tell me, Lilia," Jonna said. "I may not like it, but I promise I won't report it to the guild." She frowned. "Well, unless you're teaching someone black magic. Though I suppose I wouldn't have turned Sania into Karenin if I'd known what was really going on." "I'm not teaching anyone black magic," Lilia told her, and winced at the sound of protest in her voice. She drew in a deep breath, lowered her tone to a whisper. "Ani is living under the guild." Jonna looked thoughtful. "I see. I guessed that she'd been travelling that way to visit you for a while already. Is it safe?" "We've been making it safer," Lilia assured her. "So, why is she there?" Lilia shook her head. "It wasn't safe in the city. Skellon's people nearly killed Sari." "You mean Sari is down there as well?" Jonna's eyes narrowed. Lilia sighed and nodded. "How many people are down there?" "Just them." The servant looked relieved. "I expect she was imagining what the guild would think of a thief setting up his business down there," Lilia thought, "with numerous criminals coming and going all the time." Jonna gestured to the corridor. "So why come here?" "We opened one of the old entrances." Jonna frowned and shook her head. "Now that's too dangerous," she decided, "and I don't mean being below, I mean up here. Someone will see you. You must only use the passage in Sania's rooms." Lilia smiled, relieved that she had been right to trust Jonna. "Haven't you noticed how scuffed and dirty my robes have been lately?" "I haven't failed to note their condition." Jonna lifted her chin and gave Lilia a haughty look. "We shall have to do something about that, like get you alternative clothing, for instance. In the meantime, She reached down and opened Lilia's bag. "I'm taking the bottle and you are going straight to class. Tonight we will discuss more effective strategies for dealing with our guests." Hefting the bottle of lamp oil, she gave Lilia a stern look, then turned and strode back down the corridor. A faint whiff of her perfume lingered, something Lilia hadn't noticed about her before. Closing her bag, Lilia shook her head. "I had no choice but to tell her," she reasoned, "and she's not going to tell anyone. In fact, having her know everything could be useful." Then she sighed. "In the meantime, I hope Sri, Gol, and Anyi don't end up sitting in the dark." Danil dipped his pen into the ink pot, then continued writing, but the nib soon began to scratch the paper ineffectually. He dipped the pen once more, then sighed as he saw that the reservoir was nearly empty. "Run out again," he thought. Straightening, he groaned as his back protested. "How long have I been working at this?" A day after Lorkin had been imprisoned, Danil had brought all of his research notes together and begun transcribing everything into a large notebook. His discussion with Tyend on the possible intentions of the traitors had led to him worrying that, if the more dramatic situations they'd considered should eventuate, he might not get the chance to write down everything in a form others could comprehend. He had plenty of time to fill, and he was not making any progress in his research anyway, so he was writing sections of text and noting where they were to be slotted into his history of magic. The work had proven to be a calming, welcoming distraction. It reassured him that he had made some important discoveries about the history of magic, and hadn't wasted his time in Sachaka. He would make substantial additions to his history of magic once he returned to Coralia. "If I live to finish it." He shook his head. "No, don't be silly. Tyend agreed that the worst scenarios we imagined are the least likely to come about." Even so, he'd decided to make an extra copy to be stored in a safe place somewhere outside the guild house, so that, if this building was attacked, his work wouldn't be lost. Ideally, it should go to the guild, but he couldn't be sure it would arrive there. No doubt King Amakira had people in place to intercept and examine anything leaving and arriving at the guild house. In case his work was read by Sachakans, Danil had been careful to leave out any mention of gemstones with magical properties, apart from the famous storestone that had created the wastelands. He'd had to come up with a way to hide references to them when writing out his notes on the Duna tribe's legends, so that he wouldn't be betraying the Duna's trust if someone happened upon the copy. The stones were now people, powerful magicians referred to by their title. Danil would have to change all mentions of these fictional characters back to gemstones when he came to write his book. After making his first coded version of his notes, he'd destroyed his original notebook. "If I die and somebody finds the new version, I'm going to be the perpetrator of some very big lies in our history." After all the effort he'd put into digging up the truth about some of Coralia's hidden past, it would be a sad irony. Now he was near to finishing the copy. Well, he had been, until he'd run out of ink. A movement in the doorway drew his attention away, and he looked up to see Kai throw himself on the floor. "Achati has arrived, master." Danil cursed silently at the conflicting eagerness and dread the news stirred. He pushed himself to his feet. "Is Achati angry at me for breaking my promise to tell him of anything that might threaten Sachaka?" Will I be able to forgive him for condoning the king's imprisonment of Lorkin? Is any chance of us becoming lovers gone? The slave scampered out of the room as Danil took the first step toward the door. Taking a deep breath, Danil walked down the corridor and found Achati waiting in the master's room, looking dignified in a black version of the typical Ashaki trousers and short jacket. "Ambassador Danil," he said. "Ashaki Achati," Danil replied. He decided not to sit down or invite Achati to. He suspected he would slip into being inappropriately friendly if he didn't remain standing. Achati hesitated, looked away, then raised his gaze to meet Danil's again. "You turned down my invitation to dinner," he observed. Danil nodded. It would not have been appropriate to accept. "In your eyes or in the eyes of the Guild and allied lands?" "Both." Achati looked away again, frowning and shifting his weight slowly from one leg to the other. He looked as if he was considering his words carefully. "I've persuaded the king that I should maintain our friendship," he began. "So you can keep trying to persuade me to order Lorkin to speak," Danil finished. "No," Achati winced. "Well, yes, as far as he is concerned, that is the reason. But I have no intention of doing that." "What do you intend to do?" The man's mouth twitched, and his eyes crinkled with amusement, which made Danil miss their former banter. "Try to rescue what remains of our friendship," he said, "even if it means pretending none of this unfortunate business is happening." "But it is happening," Danil said. "You would be as incapable of pretending otherwise if your cousin or—" A memory of the slave that Achati had cared for slipped into his mind. "Varn. Maybe not Varn, since he's a slave." "It would be upsetting if Varn was unjustly treated," Achati admitted. "So you admit that Lorkin's imprisonment is unjust?" Achati smiled. "No. How would you feel if the Elene ambassador in Karalia was protecting a rogue magician?" To be a fair comparison, we'd not know if the man was a rogue or not. You don't know if Lorkin has useful information, and we're not refusing to pass that information on to you, just asking that we have the opportunity to question our own man first. And if there was a rogue, well, the Alliance states that all rogues are the Guild's concern." Achati sighed. "Yes, that last is the key difference. Karalia and Aline are allies. You trust them. Karalia and Sachaka are not allies. You ask for more trust than we can give." Danil nodded. "You'll have to learn to trust us if we are to become allies in the future. Then don't you have to trust us in return?" "You've got more convincing to do," Danil pointed out. "We have more recent aggressive acts to forgive before we trust Sachakans." Achati sighed. He looked at Danil, saying nothing, before finally ending the pause in their conversation with a shake of his head. "I hoped we could talk as friends, but instead we speak as if we are our nations. I should go." But he didn't move away. He chewed his lip. "I can at least assure you that Lorkin is fine. The king won't dare to harm him. Don't stop trying to see him, though. Goodbye for now." "Good night." Danil watched the Ashaki walk to the entrance corridor and disappear. He waited until he heard the front door open and close, then moved to the chairs, sat down, and let out a long breath. "I know you won't like me saying so, but I don't buy any of that." Looking up at the voice, Danil frowned as Tyend moved into the room. "How long were you spying for?" "Long enough." Tyend moved to a chair and sat down. "You don't believe him, do you?" Danil considered. "Which part?" "That he wants to be your friend only for the sake of being friends." "I don't know." "Surely you don't trust him." Danil spread his hands. Trust was never part of it. The Aline's eyebrows rose. "Well then, perhaps I should have asked if you still like him." Looking away, Danil shrugged. "I haven't made up my mind. However I decide, it won't stop me obeying orders or helping Lorkin." Tyend nodded. "I know it won't. I admit I was worried about you, but you are still your old self underneath." Danil straightened in protest. "Underneath what?" The Aline stood up, waving one hand in Danil's direction. "All that." "I'm reeling at your descriptive clarity," Danil told him. Tyend opened his mouth to say more, then closed it again and shook his head. "Never mind, I'm going back to my room. I have a trade agreement to negotiate. Are you still copying your notes?" "Yes. No, I've run out of ink again. The slaves mustn't have refilled the bottle this morning." "Actually, they put the last of the house's supply in my pot last night. I sent one off to buy more this morning, but he came back empty-handed." Tyend's expression became serious. "It was hard to get any sense out of him. Seems someone took it off him, but he claimed he didn't know who, in that way people do when they're lying and they want you to know it." Danil frowned. "Someone took it from him? A thief? Or someone working for the king? Maybe they don't want us writing up documents." A chill ran down Danil's spine. "Or making copies of research notes." "Surely not. How would they know you were doing that?" "The slaves," Danil replied. Tyend's eyes narrowed. "Who won't know you're only writing about your research, not about Lorkin's discoveries." Danil sighed. "I'm not going to be able to get that second copy to the guild safely, am I?" "I could be wrong about the king's men taking the ink," Tyend said. He looked at Danil thoughtfully. "Or not. Maybe you had better lock those notes up with magic in case the slaves are ordered to steal them from you." He took a step toward the corridor, then stopped and looked back. "I'll bring my inkpot over for you. Maybe Maria or I can get more ink from our Sachakan friends." Chapter 10. No Good Choices. Lorkin lay on the hard, cold floor of the cell and tried not to listen to the slave woman struggling to breathe. "I don't even know her name," he thought. Surely he should at least know the name of the woman who was suffering so much pain because of him. Because of the traitors, as much as me, he reminded himself. But he couldn't bring himself to ask her, not when he was deliberately avoiding healing her. If he did, the interrogator would hurt her all over again. If he didn't, she might die. Then the interrogator would find another slave to hurt. At first, Lorkin had reasoned that it was better for fewer people to be hurt and killed than more, but she had hissed at him to stay away when he'd approached her, and again when he tried to explain that he could at least stop the pain. Though she could not have stopped him healing her, if she wanted to escape her predicament by dying, he felt he ought to respect her wishes. Or perhaps, eventually, the pain would be too much, and she would ask him to help her. It had been a very long day. One horrible moment was followed by another, and another. Time stretched out beyond his ability to judge its passing. At times he felt as if he was trapped in a nightmare that would never end. The interrogator didn't appear to tire of his work or run out of ways to cause a human as much pain as possible, while causing minimal damage. Lorkin had seen things he would never forget. He had heard sounds that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He had smelled aromas no civilized person should ever smell. He knew sleep was beyond possible, but he tried. When he gave up on trying, he pretended he was asleep. A contorted hiss came from the slave, and he was instantly alert, heart beating fast. He told himself she was just voicing the pain, not calling for attention, but the same pattern of sounds came again. Slowly, reluctantly, he turned to look at her. She was lying on her side, curled up and cradling her broken arm. Her eyes were wide open and staring at him. As he met her gaze, her lips moved, and though no sound came, the words were clear, as if she'd spoken in his mind. He went cold all over at their meaning. "Kill me." He stared back at her in disbelief. "No, not disbelief. Death is the only escape she is going to get. I can stop the pain if she'll let me, but that is only the physical part of torture. I can't stop the horror, humiliation, and fear. But—" his insides twisted. "I can't kill her." He felt guilt deepen and turned away. "It's all my fault." He shook his head. "No, it isn't, but I can't pretend I'm not partly responsible for what's happening to her. If there's anything I can do—" "Anything?" "But I've never killed anybody. It's not that I wouldn't if I had to defend myself or someone else. But to kill someone who isn't trying to hurt anyone is wrong." Her lips shaped the plea again. He remembered his mother's words from long ago. "As healers, we can do much to prevent death, but the limits of what we can do sometimes clash with what we should do. When a person is beyond saving and only wishes to die, keeping them alive is a kind of cruelty." Listening to the slave's shuddering breaths, he knew it was cruel to let her suffer with no hope of escape. How would I even do it? The Ashaki guard was sitting outside the cell, watching them. Whatever Lorkin did, it would have to be gentle and subtle enough that it didn't attract attention. I can't believe I'm actually contemplating it. Eventually the slave's death would be noticed. What would they do once they knew Lorkin had killed her? He felt a traitorous relief as the answer came to him. She is the king's property, or somebody's. I don't know how bad a crime it is to destroy someone's property, but it would definitely be something they'd hold against me. Perhaps they were hoping he'd kill her. Perhaps it would give them the excuse they needed to read his mind, or worse. Once he was officially a criminal, they could do anything to him. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that this was their plan. Why else were they locking her in the cell with him every night? If he went on healing her, he would soon use up all the power Tavara had given him. But that couldn't be their only aim. There were plenty of other ways they could sap his strength, if that was what they wanted. If they only intended to break his resolve by torturing others, why leave the slave woman in his cell? They could always lock her up close by, just out of reach, so he witnessed her suffering but couldn't help her. Suddenly he wanted to kill her, just to spite them. "No, I don't," he told himself quickly, shuddering at the thought he might be turned into a murderer so easily. "Kill me," came the whisper again. It sent a shiver down his spine. Was there a way he could kill her that would leave no evidence he had done it? If the injuries the interrogator gave her are bad enough... No, he would have made sure they weren't. Yet, from the sound of her breathing, something inside her chest was damaged. Perhaps a rib was cracked or broken. If he could manipulate it... But that would be using healing power to kill. Healers were supposed to heal, not harm. Well, that's always been a complicated philosophy. Cutting open a body to remove a tumor involves harming in order to heal. And then there's the argument for helping people die. My mother used healing in defense to kill some of the Achani invaders. A soft scraping noise came from the girl, and he reluctantly turned his head to look at her again. She was reaching toward him. No, he corrected himself. She's reaching towards my legs. "Water!" she gasped. Relief came as he realized that now she was only asking for something to drink. He pushed himself up into a sitting position. The food-bearing slave had brought a meal. Lorkin had tried to share it with the slave woman, but she'd refused to eat. He reached for the jar of water and froze, remembering the warning glyphs that had indicated it was unsafe. I wonder how unsafe. He shrank from the thought, but it sprang straight back into his mind. If the water was poisoned and she drank it, she might gain the death she wanted without anyone but him knowing it was his fault. Well, except for the traitors who left the warning. He felt a shiver go up his spine. If the slave woman was a traitor, she might know about the warnings. She might know the water would kill her. He turned to look at her. She gazed back at him, her eyes seeming to say, "Yes, free me." If she was a traitor, they must know she was here. Had they provided her with a means to kill herself? But would the water kill her? He dropped his arm. The Ashaki must be the one adulterating Lorkin's food. Surely they weren't trying to kill him. He was of no use to them dead. Most likely the poison in the water was meant to make him sick, or force him to use up more strength by healing himself. Still, they might reason that the stronger the toxin, the more magic he would be forced to use. It could be a lethal dose. The woman made a low noise and stretched her unbroken arm toward the bottle. Outside the cell, the watcher eyed them both. "Kill me! Free me!" Lorkin looked from her to the water. He had to make a choice, and there was no right one. No matter what he decided, the consequences would be shocking. No matter what he decided, afterwards he would never be the same person again. By the way, Lilia had admitted to telling Sania's aunt that Sari, Gol, and Anyi were living under the guild. It was clear she thought they would be angry, which is amusing and endearing, considering that she is a magician and we are mere commoners, Sari thought. She had paced a little as she explained how the servant had followed her and the discussion it had led to. Now she looked surprised that nobody was concerned by the news. "Better that Jonna knows than anybody else up there," Anyi said. "In fact, she could be useful." "Jonna never liked me," Sari told them, "but that was back when I was a youngster and she thought I was leading Sania astray. She knew I was slipping into Sania's room now and then these last 20 years, but she never told anybody about it. Good odds she can be trusted." "If Sania trusts her, I reckon she's all right," Gol agreed. Lilia's eyes had lit up with a peculiar light. "You've been seeing Sania for the last 20 years?" she asked Suri. He shrugged. "Of course. You didn't think some rule about associating with criminals would stop her talking to her old friends, did you?" "No, I can't see that stopping either of you. I wonder what people would say if they knew. It would be a scandal, I'm sure." Lilia smiled and sat down next to Ani. They'd also finally know why Sania never got married. Suri frowned as he realized she had assumed his visits had been romantic. "Wait, I didn't... That's not what I was visiting her for." Gol began to laugh. "You certainly made it sound like it was. For a moment there I thought you'd managed to hide something from me all this time." Ani shook her finger at Lilia. "My father was happily married for most of the last 20 years, she said indignantly. Then she grimaced. "Well, during his second marriage anyway, but he was married to my mother before that, even if it wasn't exactly what you'd call happily married." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to suggest he was unfaithful," Lilia apologized. Gol chuckled in a knowing way. It was time to change the subject, Suri decided. "I've been thinking about what we should do next," he said. Immediately all eyes turned to him. Ani looked eager, Lilia relieved, and Gol narrowed his eyes, no doubt ready to find the holes in whatever scheme Suri thought up. "What we should do is obvious, once I started thinking less about how we are stuck here and more about how we can turn being here to our advantage." Now Lilia was looking a little worried. "We're safe here, not because Skellen won't have guessed we sought the Guild's protection, but because he won't risk coming here," he continued. "He'll assume if we're here, we're in one of the Guild buildings under magical protection. If he learned that we were under the Guild and that the magicians don't know we're here, he would slip in and kill us all, and feel smug that he did it without the Guild noticing." "But the Guild would notice," Ani pointed out. "Lilia knows we're here and will stop him, or if she can't, then she'd get help." "Yes, but Skellen doesn't know that," Suri pointed out. Gol gave a low growl. "No," he said. Suri turned to his friend, amused by the one-word disapproval. "Why not?" "This is our last and only safe place," Gol said. "We can't risk losing it." "We do have one more safe place," Suri pointed upwards. "The protection Skellen thinks we're enjoying." He gestured around them. "This here is our last and only chance to lure him into a trap." "A trap that, if it goes wrong, will see you dead," Gol said. "Lilia will protect him," Ani said, her eyes bright with the prospect of finally doing something. Lilia nodded. "And Carlin? You are planning to tell Carlin, aren't you?" "Yes," Suri replied. "It's a bit much to ask Lilia to shoulder all the burden of magical protection, or to confront 2 rogue magicians if Skellen brings his mother along." Ani rubbed her hands together eagerly. "So, what will we use as bait?" Gol snorted. "It's obvious. Your father intends to lure Skellen here with something he wants more than anything else." Lilia's face went a little pale. "Black magic?" "No," Gol said. "Skellen wants to know he has full control of the entire underworld. If he finds out Suri is alive, he'll know there's always the danger Suri will try to get it back, with Guild help. He'll risk a lot to kill him." Ani's eager grin vanished. She stared at Suri, searching his face as if hoping for a sign he was joking. When he nodded, she scowled and crossed her arms. Goal's right. That is too much of a risk. What else do you suggest? What else would tempt him to risk coming this close to the guild? Arnie looked at Lilia. Black magic. He won't risk trying to capture her. She could be many times stronger than him. In fact, for this to work, it has to be obvious that Lilia isn't here. He might believe the guild doesn't know I'm here, but he won't as easily believe she doesn't. Lilia will have to be seen somewhere else before he'll come looking for me. But you'll need a magician here, Lilia pointed out, or you won't be able to stop him killing you all. He nodded. Yes, Carlin. Tell him we have a plan to trap Skellen and ask how we should contact him when we're ready. Don't tell him where the trap will be sprung, of course. I have a feeling he'd decide keeping people out of these passages is more important than catching Skellen. Lilia nodded. Annie was shaking her head. I don't like it, she said. Suri crossed his arms. Why? She looked away and scowled. Abruptly she got up, grabbed a lamp, and stalked out of the room. The room was silent for several heartbeats. Lilia glanced at Suri and Gol, then hurried after her. Suri stared at the empty doorway. His heart twisted in a way that was both painful and pleasant. He did not want to risk anybody's life, certainly not his own, but they could not stay here forever. Thinking back, he remembered the angry, defiant young woman he had tried to keep in contact with after parting from her mother. Annie had hated him, or at least she had behaved as if she did. Knowing that he had somehow won her over was a bitter-sweet pleasure. It had come at the price of her safety. But then, being related to him was all it took to make life dangerous, especially while a rogue magician-thief ruled the underworld, and that rogue hated Suri. For once your daughter and I agree, Gol said in a low voice. It is too dangerous. Let's see what Carlin says to that, Suri replied. Within a few paces, Arnie slowed down to let Lilia catch up, but did not stop walking. Are you all right? Lilia asked. Arnie shook her head. No, yes, I need to think. Her tone suggested that she wasn't in the mood for talking, so Lilia stayed silent. She drew magic to create a globe light, and Arnie wordlessly turned her lamp's flame down low to conserve oil. They didn't travel far. After a few hundred paces, Arnie's stride became purposeful, and soon it became clear she was leading Lilia to some rooms nearer to the university that she'd recently discovered. Arnie chose one room at random, then, since there were no chairs, sat down on the floor with her back to a wall. Lilia sat down beside her, disturbing a dust-covered broken plate. She wiped the surface clean, uncovering a guild symbol imprinted into the underside. This isn't very old. I wonder how it got here. I shouldn't care, Annie said. Lilia turned to look at her. Of course you should. He's your father. Arnie's mouth twisted into a bitter smile. Not much of one. For most of my life he ignored me. It was only when his other family was murdered that he paid any attention to me. Not sure what to say, Lilia said nothing. That's not really fair, though, Annie added, her voice quieter and softer. Mother left him. She said it wasn't safe being the wife of a thief and that she couldn't stand being hidden away all the time. I don't think two people should be forced to be together if they don't want to be. How did Suri come to marry again? Lilia asked. Divorce was something only the king could grant. She couldn't imagine a thief asking the king to end his marriage. Annie shrugged. He just did. But that's... Bigamy? Arnie looked at Lilia and shrugged. Not really. Nobody in the underworld can afford a legal marriage. I suppose Cerie could, but why pay attention to one of the king's laws when you don't pay much to the rest of them? We have our own ways of declaring ourselves married, or unmarried. Lilia shook her head in wonder. It's a whole other world. She shrugged. Though I could say that about the family my parents were servants for. We might have been a part of their world, but we weren't in their world. It would have been nice to be that rich and to be able to order people around, but sometimes they had even less choice about their lives than we did. They don't get to decide who they marry, and they do have to ask the king for a divorce, and hope he grants it. Perhaps that's why Sania never got married. She's not from the houses, so she doesn't have a family deciding who she marries. But she'd have to have a legal marriage if she did, and then, if she wanted to end it, she'd have to hope the king let her. Lilia chuckled. I can't imagine some man ordering her about. Arnie grinned. No, more likely it'd be the other way around. But as she met Lilia's gaze, she grew serious again. She looked away and sighed. He's going to get himself killed. He finally lets me into his world, and now I'm going to lose him. Only if things go wrong, and we'll make sure that won't happen. Annie gave her an accusing look. You think he's right? No, Lilia shook her head. But I suspect we won't have much say in it. The other girl scowled. Then her expression became thoughtful. You could tell him Carlin doesn't want to do it. Put Cerie off for a while. Lilia nodded. I could, but then he might try to do it without Carlin. She thought back to what Cerie had said. I can't help thinking he is right about one thing. Skellen will guess you all came here. Where else would you go? He probably knows there are tunnels. It's not a secret in the guild, so I doubt it he is outside of it. He'll come to have a look eventually. When he does, he'll find you here. And if I'm away in lessons, I won't be able to stop him killing you all. Annie turned to look at Lilia, her brow creased with worry. Perhaps the only way you can be safe is under the guild's protection, Lilia continued. I know none of you like that idea, but if Cerie's trap fails, that's where you'll end up anyway. I suspect the guild won't like it either, but they'll be more willing to protect you if there's evidence Skellen actually entered the guild's underground passages. Annie groaned and rubbed her face with her hands. You're making sense, and I don't like it. I don't either, Lilia admitted, but I know I can't be the protector you need. Mostly because I'm not here that much, but also because I don't know how powerful Skellen is. If he comes here with Lorandra, I doubt I'll be able to protect myself, let alone the rest of you. If he doesn't, how are you going to let me know you need my help? What if I don't get here in time? We'll use an escape route. What if you don't make it? Even if you do, you'll come up in the guild's grounds, and if he's still following you, then you'll have to seek the help of the guild anyway. Lilia sighed and felt the frustration and worry of the last few weeks gather up behind her words. It's not safe down here, and you could be living more comfortably, and it's so hard getting food to you, and I miss you. At that last admission, the flood of words that had been pouring out of her ran out. She felt her face heat and looked at Annie sheepishly. The other girl had an odd, surprised expression. I mean, I miss being alone with you. Maybe that's a little selfish, she began. But she got no apology out, because Annie leaned forward, caught hold of her jaw, and kissed her. I miss you too, she said quietly and fiercely. Then she drew Lilia into her arms. For a time, they simply held each other, taking comfort in physical warmth and closeness. Too soon, Arnie sighed and pulled away. "Suri will be wondering where we've got to," she murmured. Standing up, she held out her hand to Lilia. As Lilia took it, Arnie hauled her to her feet, but in the same movement she pulled Lilia close and kissed her again. This time it was a lingering kiss, as if she had forgotten her last words. A footfall, followed by a sharply indrawn breath, jolted Lilia back to her surroundings. She and Arnie sprang apart and whirled towards the door, Arnie bracing in a fighting stance. Lilia had drawn magic and formed a shield before she saw that it was only Suri standing in the doorway. His face was frozen in surprise. As Arnie uttered a curse, Suri's expression changed to a mix of embarrassment and amusement. "Didn't mean to interrupt," he said, taking a step backwards. "Come back when you're ready." Then, with a barely suppressed smile, he turned and hurried away. Covering her face with her hands, Arnie groaned. Lilia placed a hand on her friend's shoulder in sympathy. "I wouldn't want my father walking in on me kissing another woman." As Arnie's shoulders started to shake and she began to make choking noises, she felt her heart twist until she saw her friend's hand shift to her mouth, and she realized Arnie was laughing. "Well," Lilia said, as she waited for Arnie to stop, "that's not the reaction I was expecting." Arnie shook her head. "No, guess it wouldn't be." She took a couple of deep breaths, only breaking into spluttering once. "I've been worrying about how to tell him for months. Now I don't have to." "You were going to tell him about us?" "Of course." "But won't he be angry?" "No, a bit dismayed, maybe. Did I ever tell you where he was born and grew up?" Lilia shook her head. "Well, it's really his story to tell. Many stories, actually. It was a place you meet people with all kinds of tastes and ideas." Arnie took Lilia's hand. "Come on, we really should go back. He'll be worrying that we're too annoyed or embarrassed to return. And I want to make sure this fool's plan is as foolproof as possible." Chapter 11. A Change of Plan. The words on the page before Danil were as grey as an overcast sky. Tyant had given Danil his meagre supply of remaining ink, and since neither the slaves nor Meria had managed to bring any more into the guildhouse, Danil had to thin out what was left with water. Following Tyant's advice, he now locked his research notes away with magic whenever he was done working on them. A movement drew his attention to the doorway, in time to see Kai throw himself on the floor. "A carriage from the palace has arrived, master," the slave said. "A charty again." He sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. This doesn't get any easier. Opening his eyes, he dried the ink on the page, cleaned his pen, stowed everything away in a drawer, and protected it all with magic. Dismissing Kai, he straightened his back and made his way to the master's room. The door slave was literally hopping from one foot to another until he saw Danil and dove face first onto the floor. "Lord Lorkin has returned, master," he declared. Danil's heart skipped a beat. "Lorkin?" He hurried forward, but Sania's son was already emerging from the entrance corridor. As the young man entered the room, Danil felt a chill run down his spine. Something has happened to him, he thought, though he wasn't sure how he knew. Danil looked Lorkin over. There was no sign of injury, though it was hard to tell when guild robes concealed so much. Other than dark shadows under his eyes suggesting a lack of sleep, Lorkin looked well. "Ambassador Danil," he said. "You're free!" Danil had to resist an urge to hug the young man, instead grasping Lorkin's arm in the usual gesture of Corallian greeting. "What happened? King Amakira let you go?" "Yes," Lorkin replied. "Do you know why?" Lorkin looked away. "He didn't say." Danil stepped back. Lorkin's voice was flat and expressionless. He should be relieved, puzzled by his unexpected release, angry that he'd been imprisoned in the first place. "Come, sit down." Danil ushered Lorkin to the seats, but the young magician didn't sit down. "Are you hurt?" "No." "Did they read your mind, or attempt to?" "No." "Lord Lorkin, I thought I heard your name." They both looked up to see Tyen standing in the doorway. The Aline hurried forward, reaching out toward the young magician as if to hug him, but Danil was amused to see, letting his arms drop to his sides at the last moment. He gave Lorkin a critical look. "You don't look too bad for someone who has been locked up in a prison," he observed. "But they wouldn't have dared harm you physically. How are you feeling?" Lorkin shrugged, but his eyes betrayed the same wary evasiveness Danil had noted earlier. "Tired. Hungry. I could do with a bath." Tyen sniffed and smiled. "You're right about that. I don't imagine the palace prison contains hot tubs. Let's get you to our perfectly civilized guildhouse ones. I'll have the slaves prepare you something nourishing and fetch you some clean robes." Lorkin nodded, but before he succumbed to the Aline's attempts to usher him out of the room, he reached into his robes and turned to Danil. Wordlessly, he drew out a scroll. Danil noted King Amakira's seal before looking up at the young man again. Lorkin's eyes were hard and knowing. Then he turned away and left. Danil sat down and broke the seal. It was an official order from the king and simply declared that Lorkin was forbidden to leave the guildhouse. No reason was given for his release from the palace prison. No mention was made at all of his incarceration. What did I expect? An apology? Tyen returned to the room and sat down next to Danil. "He's not all right," the Aline murmured. "No," Danil agreed. "Whatever they did to him or forced him to do, he is not ready to talk about it. I will keep an eye on him and let you know if he tells me about it. If he doesn't make me promise to keep it a secret, of course." "Of course." "So, what does it say?" Tyen nodded at the scroll. "Lorkin is forbidden to leave the guildhouse." Tyen nodded. "He's not completely free, then." He reached out and patted Danil's arm. "He's out of that place. That, at least, is a good thing." He stood up. "I have to report this. You had better tell Administrator Ozen." Danil watched Tyen hurry away and managed a sad smile. If Lorkin did prove reluctant to talk about what had been done to him in the prison, or had some guilty secret to admit to, Tyen was the one most likely to coax it out of him. He could be uncannily perceptive when it came to other people's troubles. Except when it came to our troubles, Danil reminded himself. "I hate to think it, but I hope Lorkin isn't here because they forced him to betray the traitors. It could be very bad for them, and might be for us if whatever Lorkin and Ozen were communicating about involved us working with them." Ozen. As Tyen had pointed out, the administrator would want to know Lorkin had returned. Reaching into his robes, he drew out Ozen's blood ring, took a deep breath, then slipped it on his finger. "You have got to be kidding me," Sania exclaimed under her breath as she looked up at the stay house sign.
"What is it?"
Regan asked. She said nothing because a stocky man had appeared in the doorway.
He bowed. "My lord and lady, come in, the man said. "I am Fondin. Welcome to Fergan's Rest, the finest stayhouse in Coralia."
She heard Regan chuckle, but he said nothing as she moved through the doorway. As always, the ground floor was a dining and drinking area. It was busy despite the late hour, the room echoing with many voices. The clothing of the customers suggested they were locals and had dressed up for an occasion. A few looked up at her and Regan, and their eyes went wide with surprise.
"Please, sit a moment and rest," Fondin invited them, gesturing toward a quieter corner. "Do you need one room or two?"
"You're busy tonight," Sania observed.
"Yes, we're hosting a celebration, and there are many who have come from afar," Fondin said. "But don't worry about the noise. We'll finish up at a decent hour, and then it'll be nice and quiet here."
As if on cue, the room began to quieten. Sania heard hissed whispers. Fondin turned back to them. Then his eyes dropped to Sania's robes and widened. He'd obviously not noticed the colour in the dim light outside. Even in the subdued lamplight, she could see his face grow pale. "What is the reason for the celebration?" she asked.
"Wedding," Fondin stuttered.
"Then pass on my congratulations to the bride and groom." Sania smiled. "Are they staying here tonight?"
Fondin took a deep breath and straightened. "No, they'll be off to their new house tonight."
But many of the wedding guests would be staying here, she guessed. "A new home as well. Well, we won't take up much more of your time. I'm sure we can manage in one room," Sania told him. "With separate beds and a privacy screen, of course. We'll eat there so you can keep your full attention on your guests. Could you show us straight to the room?" Fondin nodded, then, for good measure, bowed deeply before whirling around and leading them upstairs. He paused at several doors, wringing his hands, then, with obvious reluctance, led them to a room at the end of the corridor. As he opened the door, Sania was pleased to see it was a rather plain room, with a single one-person bed, but no signs of current occupants. She had been worried he'd throw guests out of one of their rooms, or that none of the rooms were empty. Stayhouses along major routes were paid by the guild to keep one room free at all times, and everyone expected it would be their best room, but it must be tempting to put guests in there on busy nights, especially on lesser-used routes like this one. "This will do," she told him.
"I'll have another bed and a screen brought in, my lady," he said, then hurried away.
She entered the room and Regan followed.
"Should I offer to sleep on the floor?"
Regan asked. Sania turned to see him smiling. "I won't spoil anybody's night by insisting on having the best room or two rooms, but sleeping on the floor is going a bit too far." Before long, the arrangements had been made. A generous meal and a bottle of wine were laid out on a small table. The wine was very good. Too expensive even for a local wedding, Sania suspected. More likely the guild had ensured a supply of decent wine was kept here for its members. "Do you have more of this wine?" she asked the young woman when she returned to collect the dishes.
"Yes, lady."
"Are the newlyweds still here?"
"About to leave, lady."
"Give them a bottle as a wedding gift." The young woman's eyes widened.
"Yes, lady."
Regan pursed his lips, then, to Sania's surprise, he slipped out of his chair and quietly followed the woman downstairs. When he returned, Sania raised an eyebrow at him.
Just making sure the gift reached the recipients, he said. He sat down. So, Fergan's Rest, Regan frowned. Didn't he run away when the fort was attacked by the Achani? He hid, which was the only sensible thing to do. And cowardly, Regan shrugged. Still, nobody knows how they'll react when confronted by a real battle. Naming a stay house after him. He shook his head. Tell me there are stay houses all over Coralia named after magicians who died in the war, not just Fergan. I don't know. I hope so, she grimaced. It irks me more that a man who locked up my friend so that he could blackmail me has anything named after him, but that's too personal a grudge to justify not honouring him among the rest of the dead. Regan looked at her. Ah, that's right. He wanted you dishonoured and thrown out of the guild to ensure no lower-class people would join the guild again. Yes, he'd be horrified if you were alive today at the changes in the guild. You never know. He may have changed his mind after the invasion. Lots of people did, you know. She looked up at him. He held her gaze for a moment. In his eyes was a hint of expectation. For what? For me to acknowledge he is a much better person now? Reassurance that I don't hold a grudge still? Or to admit I have come to trust even him? Perhaps even like him? Well, maybe I shouldn't go that far. She drew in a breath to speak. Sonia! Administrator Ozen's voice in her mind made her jump. She let out the breath in a startled gasp. It was always surprising to be contacted through one of the blood rings, since she never knew when the other person was about to put it on. Ozen! I have good news, Ozen sent. King Amakira has released Lorkin. Relief rushed through her, followed by a new anxiety. Is he all right? Yes, we don't think he was tortured or harmed, though Danil suspects the experience was harrowing. Will he be leaving for home soon? Should I meet and escort him? Amakira has forbidden him from leaving the guild house. Oh. Anger flared inside her, then a quieter puzzlement. Why release Lorkin and then force him to stay in the country? At least he is one step closer to coming home. We will continue to insist Lorkin be allowed to return, through Danil. And myself? Yes, there is no need to change plans, and you still have the other matter to attend to. Of course. Good luck. I will contact you if I learn more. Thank you. A feeling of silence where his voice had been told her he had taken off the ring. She blinked as her eyes registered her surroundings again. Regan was watching her closely. Was it Lorkin or Ozen? She stared at him. How did you know that Lorkin had one of my blood rings? His smile was lopsided. As if you'd let him out of your sight without one. She nodded. Yes, it wouldn't be hard to guess that one correctly. It was Ozen. Lorkin has been released, but the Sachakan king has forbidden him to leave the guild house. Regan straightened. That's good news. Are we still travelling to Arvis, then? Yes. His eyes narrowed. Not simply because you want to make sure he gets home. Sonia crossed her arms. You think I disobey the guild? Yes. He held her gaze, but was smiling. But only for Lorkin's sake. I didn't run off to save him when he first disappeared, she reminded him. Anyway, Ozen's orders were to continue with our plans. Regan nodded. All of them?
"Yes. What plans did you think we might abandon at this point?" He shrugged and looked away. "I don't know. You said plans, not plan. We have only one official reason to be going to Sachaka." "With multiple possible outcomes to deal with." Sania rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Are you going to spend the entire journey looking for hidden objectives and secret motives in everything I say?" "Probably," Regan grinned. "I can't help it. It's a habit. It could be considered a talent. An annoying one, perhaps, but I do try to use it for good." Sania sighed. "Well, don't annoy me without good reason. That would not be good." "No." He shook his head in emphatic, exaggerated agreement, his eyes bright with humour. She felt a smile pulling at the corners of her mouth, until she recalled that he was right. There was another reason for their journey. She felt a brief but powerful urge to tell him about the meeting with the traitors. Not yet. She sighed and finished a glass of wine. "Then I hope you don't snore, because I'm used to working night shifts and wake up easily. If I don't get a full night's sleep, I'm going to be cranky." He rose and started toward the bed on the other side of the screen. "Ah, Sania, you asked for the one thing I can't promise." Later that night, she did find herself awake and listening to the sound of his breathing. It was not loud, but it was strange to be hearing someone else sleeping nearby. And unexpectedly soothing, she realized. Ever since the first time she had climbed down the hidden chimney between the panelling of Sania's main room and the outer wall of the magician's quarters, Lilia had wondered what its original purpose had been. All of the rooms had them, though she suspected none of the occupants knew of their existence. Bricks protruded at regular intervals up the narrow space, too convenient not to be intended as a kind of ladder. Cerie's guesses included garbage chutes and latrine outlets. Fortunately, there was no sign that the gap had been used for either purpose for a long time, if ever. Lilia thought of them as chimneys, despite there being no sign of soot on the bricks or mortar. Reaching the top, she peered through the spy hole Cerie had drilled long ago. Sania's main room was unoccupied. Where is Jonna? Perhaps the servant had gone into one of the other rooms. Perhaps she'd been called away. Lilia reached out to the latch, then hesitated. It was still possible that Jonna was in one of the bedrooms with a visitor, though Lilia could not think of any good reason a stranger would be in there with her, except a few scandalous ones that Lilia could not imagine Jonna indulging in. She tapped on the panelling lightly, in a random pattern that anyone who didn't know there was a gap behind the wood might think was a bug scuttling across the surface. A moment later, Jonna hurried into the room, her eyes focusing on the hatch. Though she couldn't see Lilia, she nodded and beckoned with one hand. The latch slid open without a sound, then the door swung inward silently. Jonna stepped forward to help Lilia out. The hatch was slightly higher in the wall than was comfortable to step down from, not helped by the fact that she had to fold double to get through it. "How are they all?" Jonna asked. "Fine," Lilia told her. "Grateful for your help. Is Black Magician Carlin back yet?" "Yes, about 10 minutes ago." Lilia headed for her bedroom to change back into her robes. "I'd better hurry up then, or I'll catch him in his bedclothes." Jonna made a slight noise of amusement. "That would be an odd sight." Lilia grinned. "It sure would be." The simple trousers and shirt Jonna had found for her to wear when visiting Suri and Anyi were much easier to climb in, and she felt a wave of gratitude as she saw the scuffs and stains she'd gained that night. Better she spoil these than her robes. Changing quickly, she returned to the main room. "Thanks for waiting for me," she said to Jonna. "You don't have to hang around now. I'll come straight back after talking to Carlin." Jonna shrugged. "I don't mind staying." She straightened and placed her hands on her hips. "I promised Sania I'd keep an eye on you, and I won't sleep right unless I know you're back here in your bed at a decent hour." Lilia rolled her eyes and sighed. "Nobody ever worried about that when I was staying in the novices' quarters." But she didn't mind. It was nice that someone cared enough to look out for her. "I don't want to take any longer with Carlin than I need to, anyway." Slipping out of the main door into the corridor, she walked to Carlin's rooms and knocked. A short pause later, the door swung inward. At once she smelled the faint scent of road smoke, but it was stale and faded as if emanating from the furnishings. Carlin was sitting in a large chair, a book in his hand and a look of mild surprise on his face. "Lady Lilia," he said, "come in." She stepped inside, pushed the door closed, and bowed. "Black Magician Carlin." "How can I help you?" he asked. He had the patient expression of a teacher interrupted at a bad time by a novice. She resisted a smile. She was acting as messenger, not a novice, and the content was far more important than mere lessons. "You know, I occasionally meet Anyi, my friend and bodyguard of the thief Suri," she began, sitting down on another chair. "Without leaving guild grounds," she added quickly. He nodded. "Yes?" "I've already told you that Suri is in hiding and can't maintain his—" She waved a hand, searching for the right term. "Business arrangements and contacts." "Everyone in the city thinks he's dead." "It's likely Skellen won't believe Suri is dead unless he sees a body." Carlin nodded. "Or sufficient time passes." "This makes Suri the ideal bait to lure Skellen with, which is his own idea," she reassured him. "He said to tell you he is prepared to do it, and proposes you meet with him to work out a place and time." Carlin frowned and looked away. "That is a very generous and brave offer, one that I admire and appreciate, and I'm sure the rest of the guild would too, if they knew of it. One that we might take up." He shook his head. "But not right now. We're exploring another avenue. I can't tell you the details yet, but if it succeeds, we will not need to risk Suri's life at all." Lilia felt a brief disappointment, then relief, followed by anxiety. "How long until you know? Suri's hiding place is... well, it's his last safe place. If Skellen discovers it, Suri won't have anywhere else to go." "What we're doing can't be hurried. It may take weeks or months." "How long does Suri believe he can remain hidden?" Carlin asked. "Weeks. Months." Anger flared inside her, but when she looked at Carlin, she saw genuine concern in his eyes. The anger ebbed away. "I don't know. He doesn't know. Skellen could find him tonight. He could find him in a few weeks. Getting food without being seen is difficult. Each time they go out, it's a risk." Carlin reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder briefly. "I understand. We are doing everything we can, Lilia. Tell Suri we appreciate his offer and may take it up if our other plans fail.
In the meantime, he should do all he can to stay hidden. Lilia nodded and sighed.
I'll tell him. He won't like it, though.
I don't expect he will.
He gave her a sympathetic look, but it suddenly changed to a frown.
He won't do anything foolish out of impatience, will he?
She swallowed a bitter laugh. I don't think so, but he's a thief. He's used to being in charge of his life. Seeing Carlin's eyebrows lower further, she shook her head. Anya and I will do all we can to talk him out of it, if he tries. And Gol is used to talking sense to Cerie, I suspect.
Carlin nodded. Good.
Getting to her feet, Lilia smoothed her robes. I had better be going. Good night, Black Magician Carlin. I hope your plans are successful.
He nodded. Thank you. Good night, Lady Lilia.
As she turned toward the door, it swung open. Stepping out into the corridor, she breathed the cleaner air outside with relief. Then her mood darkened again. Cerie isn't going to like this, but I think he trusts... No, it's more that he respects Carlin than trusts him, enough to wait and see if these other plans work. That wasn't the main problem, though. How am I going to keep them fed and undiscovered for weeks, perhaps even months? Someone's bound to notice something eventually. She could only hope that, with Jonna's help, they could prevent that, or for Carlin's other avenue to succeed.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.